frontier with me. What is it that makes you so afraid?" Vryle grimaced and looked away. The world around him felt as if it was suffocating him. Memories of the past threatening to bubble out. He had kept that part of his life private for a reason, and he had never thought that it would ever be an issue. Why would it? It was an infinite world. From what he knew, there never should have been an opportunity for them to interact. The core tenets of the machine god were precise. He had kept a low profile despite the even lower risk. And yet, the war in the core changed everything. Something changed back home. They had left their territories against their previous plans. Slowly, Vryle started to explain. "You heard rumors from the core, I assume?" Ryun tilted his head. "Some," he said. Vryle nodded. "The ones about the herald of the machine?" Ryun blinked, then nodded slowly. Vryle sighed. "Cthulhu are very unified across all iterations. The ones that you see everywhere are outcasts, the impure, as the purebloods would say. I was born a pureblood. That means that I know my line back to the old world, that my ancestors were all from a single iteration, pure. The others, they are children of different iterations, of different races, and therefore impure. It is not often that someone who is pure blood leaves, and fewer still survive for long. The core of the Cthulhu races guards their secrets zealously. I will not divulge them now, but there is a reason why I don't advertise my presence. I have chosen my pursuit of the void and a class that the pure would not approve of. If I had been born impure, it would have been different. I am afraid of what they would do if they ever found me. If they ever catch wind of me, I would not wish to bring my problems down on your head." "Ah," Ryun said, "running from your past." The world relaxed, and then darkness consumed him. Celia. She sat up in the bed, startled, breathing heavily, her mind forgetting that she hadn't needed to do that for a long time. She calmed down as she looked around and figured out where she was and what had caused her state. In a split second, she realized that she had been dreaming, though she didn't remember the dream. She was in bed, in her home in the city of consequence. Erdania was sleeping next to her. The two of them had learned long ago how to force their bodies to sleep, even though they didn't need it. It relaxed the mind, but it also allowed them intimacy, time in private spent together. She looked up and saw the other person in their room. Ryun sat on the floor, his legs crossed and a small sphere in between the palms of his hands. He didn't sleep nearly as often as the two of them did. He didn't think that it was useful, but he still spent this time with them. He just made it more productive. He had one eye open, looking at her. Did you say anything?" Celia whispered to him, barely audible enough to be even considered speaking out loud. She knew that he would hear regardless. He shook his head, and she frowned. She could have sworn that she had heard his voice. She focused on the bond inside her mind, tried to get any insight from it, but it was as it had always been. His emotions muffled. After the fight with the Dome leader, they had become closer, talking in person more. Still, she felt like she could almost remember her dream. It was as if it was just there for her to reach out to take it. But she was drawing a blank, feeling as if it was slowly drifting away. She shook her head, then forced herself to relax. She laid back down and forced herself to sleep again. The last thing she saw before closing her eyes was Ryun's eyes looking at her. She read the message again, just to make sure that she understood. Sigmund had spent the last few years consolidating power, filling the vacuum left by the Cabal and the death of so many high rankers. The core was united. Many of the powerful factions were in fact beholden to Sigmund's, and those that weren't were led by people that he had influence over. Stability, it was something that Celia had feared wouldn't ever happen. Now he was finally ready to move on the other domes. Celia didn't know how she felt about it. He wanted to open others before they did so on their own. On one side, she knew that the domes had to be dealt with. On the other, she shook her head. "You don't agree with him?" Erdania asked. Celia glanced at her, then Ryun, who was sitting at the edge of the balcony with the sphere in his hands, cycling essence as he did most of the time. "I don't know if I disagree. What I have trouble accepting is the fact that he wants us to stay here," Celia responded. "We have experience. We should be there. Erasmus and Meleatus will go with him," Erdania said. "I get why he wants us to be here. Can't afford to have all of us go in case things turn bad." Celia grimaced and glanced away, looking over the balcony at the city below them. There was a crowd beneath. Merchant carriages parked at the edge of a big square, and people walking everywhere, browsing the goods. A few caravans had reached them recently. Now that the trade with the core was finally recovered, many wanted to trade with Twilight Melody sect. They had grown fast in the last few years, and they had expanded. In the corner of her eye, she caught a flash of yellow in the crowd, and something about it drew her mind, but she lost sight before she could dwell on it. She turned around and looked at Ryun. She didn't speak at him, but he opened his eyes and met hers regardless. His sense was scary. It meant that there was no privacy for anyone in the city, beyond it, even. If someone else had that skill, it probably would have been a lot different. There were many people that had skills similar to him, though she hadn't heard about anyone who had a skill on such a scale, with his insane range and precision. It was a sign of great willpower, not something that many others could achieve. "What do you think?" She asked his opinion. The three of them had become a strong unit, even though they were each very different people. Ryun shrugged, as she had expected him to. "I went to the Empire because I wanted to protect my people and repay a debt. The other domes aren't open yet. They are not a threat at the moment. I see the value in trying to open and deal with them, but I am not eager to go and do it when there was no real need." Celia looked away. Ryun was always like that, reactionary, willing to live in the moment and deal with things as they become problems. She had seen him deal with the people in his sect, the criminals and traitors. With his skill, he often knew about their crimes even before they committed them. Anybody else would have captured them and tried them on intent alone. Not Ryun. Actions were what mattered to him the most. He let them act on their choice before he gave out punishment. To him, the domes might not even exist until they opened and the danger manifested. She couldn't live like that. She was a planner. She looked to the future. Erdania was the easygoing one, willing to enjoy life without many worries. Ryun and her were similar in that regard, though he had only a few things that he really cared about. The rest, it might as well all burn for all that he would care. "What is really bothering you, Celia?" Ryun asked. "We have all that we can possibly desire. What more do you want?" She closed her eyes. It was hard living with the two of them. It meant that she had to play the role of the one who worried all the time. "I am simply looking out for the future. I want us all to be safe, to be happy," Celia told them. "I want a family, children." It was all that she ever wanted. She dreamed of it, to have a bright future, family. They all deserved it. She looked at Ryun, focused on their bond. Erdania already knew what Celia wanted, But this was the first time that she voiced it to Ryun. She wanted to know his reaction. They hadn't focused much on the bond between them in the recent years, but she could still feel his emotions when she tried. Now she felt nothing. "I understand, Celia," he said, giving her a warm smile. She still felt nothing from their bond. "I want that too." She frowned, then glanced at Erdania, who had the same type of a smile on her face. "You don't need to worry," Erdania said. "Everything is going to be fine." Her words were reassuring, but something inside of Celia's mind was making her feel anything but. It was as if she could hear a voice, a gentle and melodic voice, speaking in tones and words that she couldn't comprehend, but she got the intent anyway. Something was wrong. "Ryun?" she whispered through the bond and watched as he didn't react at all. "Celia?" His voice came through as if from far away, and then the bond was muffled, as if something was trying to come in between them. Erdania and Ryun froze with their smiles still on their face. She looked around, realizing that all sound had stopped. The people in the city below her had frozen as well. "Again," a voice said from behind her, making her twist around, her power ready to be unleashed. She was faced with a person, no taller than she was, wearing a yellow robe. A wooden mask covered the face beneath the hood, 2 points of light glowing from behind the mask. "It was you this time." The realization came to her almost immediately, and she remembered her dream, or at least what had caused her to wake up. We didn't win. Ryun had spoken to her through their bond. None of this was real. For a moment she struggled to accept that. She had lived for years, she knew it, she was certain that she had experienced every single moment, and yet it wasn't real. "Haster," Celia said, slowly, terror filling her heart. They didn't win, and that meant that they were all in terrible danger. The Dome Leader had them. She tried to remember what happened, when it happened, but all of her memories were there, unbroken, nothing that would indicate what happened. They had underestimated their opponent. They didn't know. How could they have known? She tried to think of anything that she could do to escape. Her chi filled her, and she turned her willpower on it. Will was an amazing thing, and her chi was made to help hone it. If only she could break. A weight of an entire world settled on her mind. She gasped and fell down to her knees. It was as if she was being smothered by a will far greater than her own. Never in her entire life had she felt anything that powerful. A moment after, it abated, and she raised her head. She had been honing her willpower since she was a child. Her path relied on chi that improved and helped her develop her willpower. She did not have skills, but that did not mean that her willpower was weak. Other focuses used it too, but it was unlike anything that she had ever experienced, that she ever thought was even possible. "Irritating," the Dome Leader said. "Your perk is bothersome. It should not be." Celia understood. Ryun had told her that this perk came from something that shouldn't exist in this world. It was unique. Its limits were beyond it. The pieces of the twin aspects of true death, the remnants of two beings that were two sides of the same whole. There were no physical manifestations of aspects in the infinite realm, nothing greater than elementals, but those were not even close. From what Ryun had told her, what he encountered was something greater. "It interferes with the process," Haster said. "A new solution is needed." Celia tried to use her powers, but nothing seemed to work. She realized then that she was fully under Hastur's illusion, trapped before she could do whatever she wanted because it was all part of the dream. Now its controller didn't want her to be able to do anything. Her willpower was not enough. "Perhaps together next time," Hastur said. Celia could barely move, and then the darkness swallowed her whole. Ryun. He fired a void beam straight at the Dome Leader, his attack joining another from Erasmus. They hit Hastur, and the combined might of their attacks pushed the Dome Leader into the ground. 1,000 glowing silver spears fell from the sky, impaling Hastur and shattering the ground. Ryun turned his head and met Celia's eyes. "It is still alive," Ryun sent to her. Their bond was fully open, their emotions and even intent were coming through clearly. It was hard to describe, but it made him able to feel her throughout the fight as if they were perfectly in sync. "Get ready," Celia sent, and then a large blade formed above her. A moment later she sent it spinning through the air, straight at the Dome Leader. Tendrils blasted out of the crater where it had been lying, her spears still impaling it as it jumped out and dashed away even as it tried to swipe her attack away. Ryun was already moving, running down the steps he crafted in an instant, heading straight for the Dome Leader. Celia moved her blade, following Hastur. It tried to catch it, but her blade suddenly blazed with light, and suddenly there were thousands of blades. They shredded the Dome Leader, its tendrils cut off and falling to the ground. Ryun followed behind them. In the confusion, he reached Hastur and bit down its torso with his maw. Then he let his staggered end out and blasted the injured Dome Leader to nothingness. He was lying on the ground, trying to recover from the fight. It had been hard, but in the end they had won. The Dome Leader was dead. He kept his eyes closed, but he sensed Celia approach. She knelt next to him, then sat down and leaned her head on her knees. "We won," she said, and he could feel her tiredness through the bond. "We did," he added. Something nagged at him in the back of his head, but he couldn't figure out what. He opened his eyes and looked at her. The bond between them was fully open. He felt what she felt, and she the same. He put it out of his mind and stood up, looking around the battlefield. The others were injured, tired, but they had survived. It was a hard fight, but in the end they had won. They had won. And somehow he felt like everything was going to be all right. Chapter 71. Zack. I see through your lies. The fight was brutal. The ground shook and the air trembled. Everyone charged, unleashing all of their power in an instant, filling the massive square with light and sound. A giant wolf was running across the sky, an undead griffin flying above them. Undead knights blurred across the stone, and 1,000 silver spears came into existence and flew at their targets. A woman grew to the size of a giant and began picking up buildings and throwing them. Pillars made out of the darkest of black fell from the heavens. Neha was nowhere to be seen, skulking in the shadows. Zack didn't move. He stood at the entrance of the square, just looking, listening. The battle kept moving, changing, and he never moved. Neha walked out of a shadow, her expression panicked. "Zack, what are you doing?" she asked, confused, her eyes darting behind her to see the carnage unfolding. Zack could feel her through their true link. Her presence was inside his head, and he could see her there, standing in front of him in her unique form. The clawed hands and scales running up her forearms, horns, almost glowing eyes, the tail that curled behind her. He took a step closer, then placed one hand against her cheek. He felt the heat of her body on his palm, the smooth skin, the texture. He looked into her eyes, seeing that she didn't understand. The battle behind her raged still. Another impact made the ground quake. The building next to him shook, and dust fell. He turned away from Neha and walked over to the wall of the building. He touched it, feeling the rough stone beneath his fingertips. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, focusing on the smell of the city, the warm air of the desert that carried the scent of stone. He licked his lips, tasting the dust on his lips. He placed his blade on his other palm, then drew it across, drawing blood. It flowed down his skin, and as the pain stung him, he raised it up and looked at it as red lines dropped from his palm. "It feels real," he whispered. "What are you talking about, Zack?" Neha said from behind him. "Please, snap out of it. We need to fight." Zack turned around and looked at her. It was her. Every twitch of her face, the dimple on her cheek, the tiny indent on her right eyebrow, all her. Everything around him felt like it was real. But in the back of his head he knew. With total certainty, he knew. None of this was real. He closed his eyes, focused on his skill, the focus that relied on willpower the most. His focused mind sharpened his mind, made him think clearly. But it told him that reality around him was real. His power, his skill, it lied to him. He knew that it did. Only his enlightened perk let him see through this, and the fact that he had been in this same situation before. He was trapped in a dream, an illusion, or something similar. The Yeti's prison had been like this, too. He had lived through Earth again, had experienced it all. In his mind, he was older for the years that he had spent there. But there he hadn't known it. It was as if he was remembering a second life, one that he had forgotten. This, he didn't know when it had started. Things had begun feeling wrong gradually from the moment they stepped foot into the city, but he didn't know when this had happened. When had reality been swapped with this illusion that felt just as real? They had walked through an empty city. Perhaps that should have been his first clue, but even that had felt real. He wasn't even sure how he could see through it, only that he could because of his perk. It was like realizing that you were in a dream, only 100, 1,000 times more real. He closed his eyes and focused, tried to push his willpower against the world around him. None of this was real. His powers and everything else had been crafted. He was trapped inside of his mind, or the mind of something else. He wondered if he could even reach his real skills, but he had no idea about how to do it now. So he just focused, trying to push the illusion away, to shake his mind awake and into his real body. But the moment he felt his willpower building, he felt it hit a wall made out of something grand, a will that was greater than his own. It was as if he was trying to punch through a solid concrete wall with the strength of a child. Impossible. He opened his eyes and looked at Neha. He saw her studying him in turn, without blinking. The sounds in the distance slowed, and Zack knew that he had made a mistake. He had tipped his hand early. He was trapped without a way out, and he had alerted whoever had trapped him that he wasn't fooled. There was nothing to do to hide it now. A moment later, everything, Neha, the world around him, everything, fell away, and suddenly he was standing on a grassy hill, surrounded by a forest and mountains all around him. It was a lush valley that he had never seen before. "I see through your lies," Zack said, and no one answered. Zack looked around, but saw nothing but nature. "Who are you?" Zack spoke to the empty air, though he already suspected the answer. "Irritating," a voice spoke from everywhere around him. "You will not be fooled. Inconsequential." That last part came from behind him, so Zack turned. He saw a being wearing a yellow robe with a wooden mask covering a hooded head. Hastur, the king in yellow. He was stunned, his mind trying to figure out what to do. And what was there to do? He was trapped, completely ensnared in Hastur's spell. He saw through it, but couldn't get out. What point would there be for him to attack Hastur? He assumed that he couldn't injure him here even if he was capable. He needed to get out of this place. The only problem was that he didn't know how to. "Your clarity," Hastur mused. "It defeats the purpose of this. I should crush your mind and take you. Your power will not add much compared to the others. No reason to break you fully." Zack felt his heart beat faster. A part of him wondered how that was possible. Was it this world that allowed him to feel this way? Or did he have some small agency in what happened? It didn't matter. If he was understanding correctly, Hastur wanted something from him and from the others. Were they all in their own mind prisons? Did they realize what was happening to them? Zack had no way of knowing. He had to do something, though, and only one thing came to his mind. "Giving up the first sign of trouble?" Zack asked, trying to sound mocking. He needed more time. He couldn't have Hastur just break into his mind and crush everything. He was pretty sure that he could. The wall around his mind that he felt was great enough to do anything. Hastur didn't respond for a few moments, and then the light behind the holes in his mask flashed. "How quaint. You wish to rile me up, to manipulate me? Child, you are a speck of dust compared to me. Just to speak to you in a way that you may comprehend, I have to limit myself to a tiny piece of what I am, lest I speak and turn you to ash. Even while I speak with you in this basic and primitive manner, I am in 100,000 dreams across the world." Hastur's voice grew louder, making Zack grimace in pain, forcing him to his knees and his hands over his ears, though it did not help. "You came here to kill me. You thought that you could fight me like any other monster. But I am not like anything else in this world. You think that all you have to do to win is kill me? You are a fool. You had already lost. From the moment I was released, I whispered into the ears of countless. Every war that ravages your world is my doing. Every mistake of those who fight against me came from my whispers. Every good man who turned evil has done so by my will. And you wish to manipulate me?" The word thundered, making Zack's entire being shake. He felt as if he was going to crack under pressure, but then it was gone. He glanced up, seeing Hastur still there, looking down on him. "I could take you now," Hastur whispered. "I will not. I might not be able to fool you, but I do not need to. I can trap you in this world until I know all that I wish." Zack tried to gather himself, but it was so damn hard. He was set against a being that was a master of the mind. He felt despair, the understanding that there was nothing that he could do to escape this place, that if the others were in the same situation, they might not even realize it. He thought of Neha, of her broken mind. Hastur could show her exactly what she wanted to see. He could, somehow, from somewhere within, he managed to gather the last of his defiance. If he was going to die, at least he would spit in his killer's eye. You can trap me wherever you want, but I will always know that it is a lie. Hastur leaned down toward Zack's kneeling form, his glowing eyes capturing all of Zack's attention. A lie, Hastur whispered. Such a small-minded idea. What is reality, little speck? How do you know that the world outside of this is any more real than mine? You have lived in two realities, following two different sets of rules. It could all just be a figment of your imagination. You are a lie. In the world of our birth, it is one lie. All that you knew was what your body told you. Light hit your eyes, and your mind interpreted it. You touched something, and the nerves in your body sent the information to your brain, creating the image in your mind. Nothing was real. Without your mind to tell you what it was, you wouldn't have known. The infinite realm is no different, with its essence interacting with other essence. All of it could be a lie. All of it is a lie. Zack closed his eyes. The Dome Leader was right, of course. Everything that everyone experienced was given birth in that person's mind. But Zack did know, at least, that this world was not real, despite everything feeling like it was. There was one difference between Earth and the infinite realm, and that was their power. His perk was part of his soul. He felt that this world was a mental manipulation in the deepest part of himself. That was something that Hastur could not touch. No matter what you do to me, Zack said, glaring at Hastur, I will not break. He had lived through too much. He had suffered, and he had regrets, but he had survived all of it, all the pain and agony, and never had he broken. No matter Hastur's power, he would not bend. You can keep me trapped here forever. I will never break. Hastur looked at him calmly. Then, in one motion, he reached up and removed his wooden mask. Zack blinked at the nothingness revealed beneath. There were just two glowing orbs staring at him. It was... His mind couldn't grasp it. There was something inside that hood, but all he saw was darkness. His mind couldn't even wrap itself around the shape, nor its concepts. It was too much. He looked away, breathing quickly. There was no comprehending what lurked beneath that hood, behind that mask. It was an eldritch horror from the stories of humanity. Monsters given form by the minds of men, an invention of something beyond what we could grasp. Fear and madness. Forever, Hastur whispered. Beings such as you think that they understand what that word means. You don't, of course. I don't need to fool you to learn who you are. It is just the fastest and easiest way. Time matters little to me, and it matters less here. 1,000 years can pass in barely a moment of the waking world. I've had my time with your friends while we spoke. I learned nothing from you, but I learned all from them. Zack looked back, his eyes widening. Was that the truth? Or was even this just a manipulation? A different way to get to him? Was all of this just a trick? Did he truly know on his own that this world wasn't real, or did Hastur only let him believe that? So I will give you this attempt at manipulation, at saving yourself. I will let you see how futile it is, how insignificant you are. In the end, you will beg to serve me. A small part of Zack was relieved. Even if he was likely to lose, he would have more time to find a way out. "I know what you fear above all else," Hastur whispered to him. "It was in the minds of those who knew you." Zack kept his eyes focused on the eyes of the Dome Leader, ignoring everything else, trying to find anything that could help him now. "What you fear above all else is being left alone," Hastur whispered to him. "So I give you your forever, all alone. Let's see how long you will last." Hastur flashed, and then he was gone. Zack looked around but saw no sign of him. There was only trees and green leaves, the clear blue sky, and the dark mountains surrounding him. There was no wind, no sound. There was only the peace and quiet of this false world, and he was all alone within it. Chapter 72. Zack. Weep. Zack pushed his blade against the stone, leaning with all of his weight, carving a deep scratch. It was difficult. The stone was strong, its essence dense enough that it resisted. Of course it was all fake, this world around him, but it still had its own rules. It made itself appear as if it was real, but it was all just mind essence tricking him, or trying to, at least. That alone was torture enough, knowing that none of it was real, yet it all feeling like it was. He was trapped in a valley surrounded by mountains, with nothing to occupy his mind but what came from within. The sun turned to the moon and back again, but nothing else changed. There was nothing but the trees, the land, and the mountains. There were no life and no sounds but the ones he created. There was no food either, and no water. He was in a constant state of hunger and thirst, though he did not tire nor need to sleep. It hurt, everything hurt, and there was nothing that he could do about it. He yelled out and began cutting at the stone, leaving gashes all over it, over the other notches. He had been trapped in this mind prison for a month, suffering a month of pain with no way of alleviating it. He raged and cried. He cursed Hastur and he taunted him, trying to make him end it all. There was never any answer, never any indication that Hastur was even listening. Silence, only silence. He activated his wind song blade form and he let it out. The wind sang around him, whistling, cutting the ground and stone. Shattering song filled the valley, and then it was over. The silence came back, as it always did. He pushed his blade against the stone, leaving another notch. It had been torture, for a couple of months. But Zack knew how to deal with pain, especially when he knew that it was all in his mind. He faltered, but he didn't break. Not that it made it hurt any less. He could just ignore it anyway. He had tried to eat tree bark and leaves, but they didn't have any effect. It was designed that way by Hastur for whatever reason. It was just another thing to torture him with. Finally, he finished another notch in the stone wall, and he stepped back to look at all of his work. The entire section of the wall was filled with notches, scratches in the stone, hundreds of them. To be precise, there were exactly 300 of them, one for each day he had spent in this place. 300 days, a year in the infinite realm. He remembered the beginning, how rushed he had felt. He had searched for a way to escape, but there were none that he could see. He had struggled, pushed his mind nearly to the breaking point, trying to pierce the wall around it. He had walked through the valley, trying to go beyond it, looking for any clues or weaknesses in the trap. There were none. Beyond the mountains was the same valley, only from the other side. The entire space was looped, an infinite trap that bent in on itself. A prison designed to torture the mind. Zack had tried not to think about it, not to think about what was happening in the real world. He didn't know how much time had passed out there. Different mind prisons worked in different ways. It could be that he had been here for just a minute, or it could have been the full year. He had no way of knowing. He bent down, picked up a small rock, and gripped it in his fist. He looked at the notches, feeling a sense of finality, in a way. A year trapped. It finally started to hit him. He had no way out. He turned around, then hurled the rock, heard it whistle through the air for a moment before it was too far away. A moment of a break in the monotony of the silence. He took a deep breath, and then he opened his mouth and screamed. The constant pain, the hunger and thirst, the fucking silence. It was too much, and he was all alone. He let it all out until his vocal cords broke and only air left his lungs. He fell to his knees and looked at his hands, breathing quickly, his chest and throat burning. It was all fake, even the pain. But Hastur was right. It didn't matter. It felt real, and no matter how much he tried to convince himself that it wasn't, it made no difference. He closed his eyes and waited. He didn't move a muscle. He only breathed and waited as his body healed itself. Then the torture continued. He pressed his blade against the stone again. Another scratch. Notch number 600. 2 years. It somehow seemed like it had been much longer. He turned away from that section of the wall and walked a dozen steps to another. The mountain rose above him, and he glanced up at it, wondering if a day would come when he would notch every part of it. He shook his head and focused on the writing in front of him, scratched in by his own hand. The fire heart, the healing mist, mistress of sorrow, mistress of gravity, the sword god, mistress of paths, the lord of death, the void's chosen, master of area. Ideals, carved into stone so that he didn't forget. He glanced at the last one, the witness of journey's end. Neha had spoken a little about ideals. She hadn't known too much, even though she was old. She had never had the true ideal within herself, at least not in the way that was needed. Zack had read a few tomes that he found, and the rest was what Erasmus told him after he asked, after he had seen all of their screens. He had little to do, so he had spent the last year trying to figure out everything and anything. This part of the wall was covered in writing on nearly any topic that had come to Zack's mind. He had spent time meditating, thinking about his life and what he wanted to do with it, if he ever managed to get out of this. If he didn't, well, then he would be dead, and what he wasted his time on wouldn't matter. An ideal. Something that defined who or what you were. Zack had spent a lot of time in here thinking about that. Once he would have known who he was and what he wanted to do. But he had spent 2 years in here, 2 years in silence. That changed a person. Erasmus had told him that some people found words in their minds to crystallize what their ideal meant to them. Zack had tried, though the only thing that he could come up with were his personal goals, the creeds that Neha and he wanted to follow. I will protect the innocent, always. I will fail, but I will never stop trying to do good. I will never stop trying to be better. I will always move forward. The words were part of who he wanted to be. But there was more. There were pieces of him that made his foundation. I will always remember the past, even when it hurt. The past was important, and he knew that he could never truly throw it away. But was that enough for an ideal? And if it was, how was he to gain it? What would it even do? What was at its core? Improvement? Would it give him great power? Enough to escape this place? Could he even gain it here? He was in his mind, or a construct of mind essence. He could feel his willpower, and so it followed that he could improve it even here. He could use his powers, and even though they were all fake, they still worked. He could train with them, and he did. He couldn't pull his spirits out, though. He tried. What came out was a caricature of what the spirits were supposed to be, and he couldn't bear to look at them. An ideal was supposed to be something from within, from the soul, which was where all power resided. This mind prison was still within the framework, it had to be, which meant that he probably could gain an ideal. Perhaps he could do it, and perhaps it could help him escape. He had nothing to lose by trying. He had all the time in the world. He huddled in the corner of the small cave, his eyes closed, his body swaying back and forth. This isn't real, 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 this isn't real. Neha, were you real? Zack whispered. The pile of rocks didn't answer. Following that, it's obvious, isn't it? Zack turned to his audience expectantly. What? That's the stupidest thing I have ever heard. -2 points for you. Zack glared at his student. Then he turned back to the stone wall, his blackboard, and pointed at the graph that he had carved into it. Here, you see, mind essence is obviously the most powerful essence in existence. Look around you. It crafted all of this. This stone, this air, this sky. It is all mind essence appearing as something else. None of it is real, but that doesn't matter in here. This might as well be the real world. The only world, he added, the last words only a whisper delivered with his head bowed. A moment later he raised his eyes and glared at another student. Time? Fuck time. I've been here for 20 years. My body would have died outside if that long had passed, and I am still here. Mind is better than time. He grimaced as he heard the response, then shook his head in disgust. What the fuck do you know? You're just a pile of rocks. He turned his back to the 6 piles of rocks, his attentive students, and returned to studying the wall and his research. Even I am just mind essence here. If I can master it, take command of it, I could rule this place and perhaps find a way out. It had been so long, but he still held out hope. As long as he lived, there would be hope. Another scratch into the stone, another day. He forgot why he even did this, some days at least. He never missed marking a day, though, even on days when he didn't remember. By now he had spent more time in this world than he had spent in the one before. Earth and infinite realm combined. He was over double the age he had been when he was trapped. Which world was real? Sometimes he couldn't even tell. He never stopped improving. His days were spent in agony, hungry and thirsty, but he never stopped. He ran through the forest, his blade and sword in hands. He cut at the trees as he passed, quickly, pushing himself to be faster, more precise. This was all in his head, but if his mind remembered, the body would follow. He held to that, a hope that would mean that not all this time in here was spent in vain. He had tried to escape countless times, had even tried killing himself. He always woke up again. Sometimes he forgot why he was even here, and those were the hardest days. His willpower simmered just at his fingertips, building, waiting. It wasn't time yet for another attempt. He needed to sharpen it more. But the time would come. He was going to escape. He had no doubt. He unleashed his willpower on the wall around his mind. He pushed, throwing his mind and will against it, and he felt it give. The world around him trembled at his might. And then he was slammed back down to the ground. His body fell as if the strings were cut, exhausted, his will spent. He was on his back on the ground, breathing deeply, glaring at the night sky. Next time. He stabbed his fingers into his eye sockets and ripped his eyeballs out. "The blind see everything," he yelled at the sky, and then he started to laugh. He laughed until his lungs burst in his chest. The piles of rocks didn't get his joke. Another scratch, another notch. This one was number 300,100. He had been alive for 1,007 years. It was a birthday for him, a grand occasion. He knew that he should celebrate, but one ran out of ideas after a while. His mind tried to trick him again, to make him think of the old dream about something called the infinite realm. He didn't let it. His mind lied to him. It lied to him all the time. He had the words scratched on his wall. Don't trust your mind. That meant that it had to be true. He was mad before, imagining himself in another world, imagining such grand things, other people, figments of a broken mind. He was better now, though. He knew that it was all a dream. Sometimes he almost heard voices, whispering that he should wake up. A woman, sometimes a man, whispered to him that he couldn't leave them. They changed shape, but all were beautiful. A trickster. He didn't let them fool him. He knew the trickster's name, though. No matter how hard he wanted, the voice never let him forget the name. Neha. He was mad, and now he was sane again. A cycle. Insanity, then clarity. Pain, thirst, and hunger. The fucking silence. Over and over again. Often he wondered what had happened to the others. How long had it been since he had been trapped? He saw them sometimes as if through a fog. He couldn't remember them all clearly. Only two. Hastur had taken his soul. There was no other explanation. He was torturing him for all eternity. His body was dead, and he would never wake. He didn't stop trying to escape. At least he could let his soul die or force the king in yellow to grant him a true death. His will was as sharp as a blade now, his mind skills better than they had ever been. Flaw perception and focused mind pulsed inside of his mind. This world was fake, but Zack was real. It was crafted from mind essence, so only his mental ability was truly able to grow. He saw more flaws in the world now, and his periods of insanity were lasting for shorter and shorter times. He was focused. Train all day, all night. That was all that he could do, sharpen his increasingly declining mind. The dream of his life before was just a speck in the back of his mind, something from long ago. He remembered the blood spilled on the ground, the death and destruction on earth, long ago. He had a friend once, long ago. He had hated him, long ago. Such a long time. Ryun, yes, That was his name. He remembered hating for so long. And now, time. Lifetimes of silence. What did hate matter against that much time? He had a love once, long ago. He wanted to help people, long ago. Alas, what was love against an age of nothingness and pain? Could he even love anything? Neha. Perhaps he still did love. He remembered her name. Only those two, though. Love and hate. He still remembered something, at least. He sat in the cave and wept. He wept because he no longer remembered the dream. He remembered only this place, and the two names that he couldn't place to faces. Only that. He carved the notch. The peak of the mountain was near, and he turned, looking out at the valley far beneath him. He glanced at the mountainside, at the stone walls carved with lines. This one was number 914,100. 3,047 years. Existence was pain and suffering. He jumped from the peak. His willpower trembled. He didn't know why he was doing this. He only knew that it was the purpose of his life. His skills trembled, and he unleashed all that he had spent gathering over the centuries. His mind went white, and he knew. He had done it, but his screens lied to him. His screens told him that his skills were still the same. They were not. He couldn't see the new thing, but he knew. It was all that mattered. He glared at the sky, but did not try to escape today. The wall was too strong. He went back. He had taken 3 decades to just read through all that he had written on the mountains. He went over it all, the ideas that he had forgotten long ago. Words pulsed inside his head. I will always remember the past, even when it hurt. But he didn't. He couldn't. The words were a lie. It hurt because the memories were buried beneath such pain that he was even afraid to try and search for them. He was old. He felt old. His body was racked with constant agony, and his mind. He had sacrificed something, he knew, sacrificed something for a will that could shatter mountains. It was still not enough. The things carved into stone, those were his last recourse. Something there had to be the key that would let him shatter this world, break the wall. That was all that he knew. His entire being was focused on that one goal: get through. He was just a memory. Chapter 73. Zack. Cry. His will churned and boiled, his body and mind a chasm filled with the might of an ocean of fire. It had only grown stronger every day, every month, every year that had passed. Improving his willpower was the reason he existed. There was nothing else that mattered. The hunger and thirst were trials, obstacles to overcome. Silence was his greatest friend. It wrapped him in its arms, held him close with warmth. It kept the wildness beneath the surface of the ocean from spilling out, from raging and burning everything down. He didn't remember his name, if he even had one before. The only thing he remembered were 2 names, Ryun and Neha. Nothing else. He was will made manifest. He was a god trapped. He reached out to the wall around his mind, gently, reverently. He touched it but didn't push. His will pulsed, wanting to rage and smash through it. He hated that wall. It had been there for all of his life, keeping him from something, he had no doubt about that. But this time he didn't push. He looked for something else. His skill trembled, even though the world around him struggled to keep up with the lie. He didn't need it and its words to understand. Reality was what one believed in, and his world liked to play tricks on him. It was a mother and a father to him, and it taught him how to see through it. It helped him and made him strong, even though, in times like these, it could be overbearing. He ignored the lies and looked for the flaws, his mind focused. He could see them, yet he knew they were so small, so insignificant, that no matter his might, he would never breach the wall. He pulled his will back once the knowledge settled in. The ocean of fire calmed with his sorrow. Something inside of him was near to giving up, but he didn't give up. He didn't break. Never. He stood up and glanced at his mountain, filled with notches and writing. There were secrets there that he had forgotten. He resolved himself and went looking. He searched across the mountain, the writings carved in stone that always remained the same. He didn't know why he found that strange, and it didn't matter. He paused in front of one section with piles of stone arranged around it. Graphs and ideas were carved into the stone, theories about the mind essence, what it all could do. It was unorganized, chaotic, random thoughts strung together with no logic. He focused on a few pieces that were underlined. Mind related to will? Mental fortitude not equal to will? I am certain that mind can provide the building blocks for greater will. Mind over matter, will over reality. I understand. He tried to remember, but it had been so long since he had written this, since he had tried to understand mind essence. Some of that knowledge remained, only after so long it was instinctual, buried deep within him. He moved along the wall, reading. There was a lot of information buried within the ramblings of a crazy mind. A couple of steps after, he paused, looking at another section of the wall with underlined text. I am a soul and body linked. My real mind is part of my soul, my memories, my intelligence. The body is just a conduit. The wall is outside of my mind, surrounding it, cutting me off from my body. But the soul... The thought was never finished. He didn't remember writing this. It had to be very old. Yet something about it clicked with him. He only had to try and figure it out. He found a cave that he had no memory of. He had to have forgotten it long, long ago. Its walls were covered in hurried writing, a story carved into stone. He read and wanted to cry, to weep for what it was. This was the story of a man by the name of Zachariah and his short life on a world called Earth, then his life after. He was intrigued because the writing spoke of the two names that he still remembered. These were his words. He had carved his memory into the stone because he had known that he would forget. There wasn't enough room to write down everything, only cliff notes. One of the names, Neha, was mentioned more than anything else. He, the Zach of the time this had been written, wanted to remember. He wanted to never forget that she was the reason that he needed to get out, that she needed him. He, the Zach of now, who he had become, he didn't know. He didn't remember. The words said that he loved her, but perhaps some part of him did. He had remembered the name, after all. He moved away from that section, reading on, looking for parts that were highlighted. Yeti, Ra'azel Equinar, dangerous, untrustworthy, enemy. He read that section, learning about a prisoner like himself, a being of great power and will, a being who had waited in solitude and patience for the right time to strike. the right time to escape. That was all that he could do, too. He let his will out, just a tiny bit. He used it on himself, he didn't know what he was trying to do. It was blind experimentation. All around him was mind essence, if the carvings were to be believed, and essence was what the world was made out of. He didn't understand the difference quite yet, though he did feel like he understood soul essence and time and wind. Time passed in this world, and it weighed on his mind, but it was mind essence taking the form of time essence. Did that mean something? Did that make it not real? He didn't know. His existence was all that he knew. He couldn't compare. Not even the cave with its memories had anything that made things clearer to him. His will made everything tremble, but he didn't push. He knew what he could do now. He knew how this world would hide his successes from him, so he retrained himself and just continued to build up his power more and more, all for that one day when he would escape. Not because he wanted to, he didn't know what he wanted, but because of the words on the wall inside a cave. I need to escape. The words were deeply scratched into the stone, and they gave him a sense of regret, of pain and sorrow seared deeply into the stone. He knew it because the scratches there were scars on his own mind and soul. He forgot, but they were still there. The words brought it all up. He was alone, but he hadn't always been. And out there, beyond the prison, was something else, something that was just a distant dream long since forgotten, something that could change everything. The wall around his mind grew heavier, and he pulled back his will. It wasn't time yet. Understanding mind essence meant understanding the base rules of this world. Mind essence was powerful. It could be whatever you imagined it to be. It related to will, because will took that to the next level. It bent the world to its own design, manifesting will through willpower and imagination, forcing the world to obey. This world resisted. It was not real. It had a will behind it that was just as grand as his was. There was no escape that way. He walked across the valley. He knew every part of it now, where every strand of grass resided. He knew the shape of every leaf and the pattern of every tree's bark. He knew the mountains and their peaks. It was strange what one's mind did, what it remembered. This was his home, the only one he had ever known, the only one that he remembered clearly. Beyond the wall was the unknown, just the frail promise of something different, an end to the agony. The words, carved in stone, I need to win. He laughed at the words, laughed until his head went blank and he forgot what he was even laughing about. It was all a grand trick. For all he knew, he wasn't even real. He was as fake as this entire world. He wondered what would happen if he won. Would it be more than he had ever hoped for? Or would it be more than he could bear? He pushed his blade against the stone, marking another notch in the wall. He remembered reading some of his childhood writings, ideas and measures of time. It made him sad. He no longer had any idea what time meant. What was a day, a month, a year? He spent his days fighting the agony, trying to learn, teaching himself, and pushing his willpower down, forging it inside his mind and soul. It was easy for him to lose days just staring at a single line he had carved so long ago that he no longer remembered its purpose. It was easy for years to pass in the pursuit of a single idea, for decades to pass on contemplating the briefest of stray thoughts or training on a simple sword slash. Time was insignificant to him now, and yet the habit remained. He finished making the last notch that he expected ever to make. The number was 1,552,500. He didn't quite understand what that number meant, but he suspected that it meant he was old. He sat down on the ground and just stared at the notches. Something wet rolled down his face, and then he wept. He cried for his confused mind, for the home that screamed at him that it wasn't real, for memories that he had forgotten long ago. He was prepared, sitting in the cave, surrounded by memories that he couldn't remember. But he knew them, knew the words etched into the walls. Perhaps that was enough. His will, the ocean of simmering fire, calmed, expectant, ready to be unleashed. He, Zachariah, as he knew he had been called in a dream, closed his eyes. This realm, these mountains, were his home. A part of him was terrified to leave, but it was time. He looked up at the sky, then closed his eyes and felt at the wall around his mind. He unleashed his willpower, his mind and his skills, shaking with the effort of holding it all, of channeling an ocean of might. He let it flow and turned it away from the prison walls. Instead, he turned it inward to his soul. Old skills and new trembled in his mind. The world tried to lie, to hide what he had achieved, but Zachariah ignored it all. He knew what was real. He couldn't escape through the walls of the prison. They were too deeply embedded. They were too strong, crafted by a grand will. Perhaps, if they had been put in place in the time that he was who he was now, he might have been able to break them, but not now. Their grip was too strong. Instead, he went inside, to where he belonged. He felt the world around him slipping, the walls remaining on the outside. They didn't matter. He couldn't reach his body through his mind. He would then reach it through his soul. His will pushed, taking with it his entire being. It raged at reality itself, forcing it to obey. And it did. For a moment, the silence was gone, and there was only the song of his soul. For a moment, he was at peace. And then he was beyond, his mind pushing back from the outside of his body, crashing through the walls from the other side. In a single moment of violence and tearing, he was back. He opened his eyes and screamed. It burned his eyes, his ears, his nose and mouth, and his skin. The world around him was real, and he saw, eye-focused, and saw all flaws. He saw it all. The cracks in the black stone, the body that was weak. He tried to move, and howled at the wrongness of his muscles moving. He was bound, unable to move nearly at all, unable to get through to himself. Black tendrils that misted with smoke held him tightly, keeping him upright. He was imprisoned again. He focused, bent his will against his skill, forcing it under control. It lessened the effects. His mind was still focused. It still looked for flaws everywhere around him, and he tried to ignore it. Then a voice broke through to him. "Zach, you are awake," it said, the words sending him spiraling back down. The voice was wrong, flawed. He closed his eyes and tried to move his arms to cover his ears, the bounds around his limbs preventing it. Voice flawed. No air passing through the vocal cords. Sound generated at the back of the throat, coming from nothing, transmitted through still air. Wrong. Flawed. He grimaced and took a moment to gather himself. The voice kept talking, but he ignored it. It only made things worse. Zach then realized part of the problem. His body was weak. It was tired. His mind was tired. A weight of thousands of years lived. He couldn't handle the price he was paying for his skill always working. He could feel himself slipping into sleep, into unconsciousness, and no matter how much he wished to experience that again, he resisted. He focused on his body, he bent his will, and the world obeyed. Perfect, tireless body. His body changed, his will dominating it, and the fatigue was gone. The world cleared, the flaws still apparent, but he could listen. He opened his eyes and met the eyes of the voice's source, blank eyes that couldn't see, flawed, dead flesh stretched over bones, a corpse animated by something inside, a vessel. "Zack, quick, can you break the chains? You need to release us," the corpse said. It knew his name, the name that he had in the dream. Zack looked around, saw the night sky, saw the grand courtyard covered with black stone. There were other people around him, all strung up by black tendrils that grew out of the stone, misting with black smoke, holding them all. Black lines pulsed beneath their skin, crawling beneath the surface. Beyond he saw a throne, and a figure in yellow sitting on it. Hatred welled up inside of him, the words on the wall coming to his mind. The name, title, something. King in yellow. Enemy. It was turned away from him. He needed to... Zack. The corpse pulled his attention away. The flawed voice that was wrong. He looked at it and narrowed his eyes. "Are you real, corpse man? Is this world real?" Zack whispered, his own voice making him shiver. Gravelly, stiff, coming through a throat that hadn't spoken in a while, dry. How long had his body been here, he wondered. He glanced down, saw that he was wearing armor, flawed. He saw where a blade could strike, could widen and break through the microscopic crack in the metal. It would need to... "Zachariah," the corpse said again. "I don't know what happened to you, what the Dome Leader has done to you or the others, but I know that there isn't any time. We've been here for 3 days. The others will not last for much longer. If you can, you need to set me free. It is our only hope." Zachariah didn't understand, not really, but he hated being trapped, imprisoned. He looked down at the tendrils holding him. They were perfect, not real as everything else around him was, but they were forged of will, a will that he recognized, the wall that had kept him all alone. He reached out with his will, and nothing happened. He frowned. He should be able to... His will bent reality itself. It was his right. Mind over matter, will over reality. It wanted something from him, the thing that made rules, the framework. Zachariah understood. He focused his will again and created what it wanted, gave a conduit to his will. Perfect telekinesis, my will made manifest. The framework wanted to give him something, for him to choose. Zachariah didn't care. He let the framework choose, as it had for the skills he had made before. His will manifested in the world and squeezed the tendrils around him. He pulled and ripped them apart. His body hit the ground as he was no longer held. "Quick," the corpse said. "The others are still wearing their amulets. I can break them out. You must hurry before the monster wakes." Zack grimaced at everything around him, all the flaws, his focus shifting from one to another. Everything was so... He shook his head and stood up, walking over to the talking corpse. He raised his hand and focused his will on the tendrils holding it prisoner, pulling them apart. "Good," the corpse said once it was free. "There is hope still." Chapter 74. Freedom. Erasmus watched the young ranker stumble toward him, his hand reaching out. He didn't know how he had escaped Hastur's mental prison, and there was no time to wonder. They had been entrapped the moment they stepped through the portal from the ethereal realm. The others had all fallen under Hastur's mental attack within seconds of arrival. The countermeasures that Erasmus gave them were not enough, not when he couldn't bolster them. He had underestimated just how powerful of a mental attack they would suffer. He had keyed it for the low-intensity but constantly building attacks, not one massive strike. As the others succumbed to the mental attacks, black tendrils had ripped out of the ground, physically restraining him and the others, silencing his powers. His undead fought for a bit, but in the end they had been ambushed. His undead destroyed, so much wealth and preparation, worth nothing in the end. The Dome Leader had taken them all to the center of the city, tendrils that stretched across the city carrying them. Hastur had never moved from his throne, and Erasmus had only seen a glimpse of him sitting. He did understand what the Dome Leader was doing. He was converting the others to Taken, and he kept Erasmus imprisoned. His vessel had mental wards inscribed on its skull. Every part of his body had protections. Not even the Dome Leader could get through. Erasmus had wished that the Dome Leader made the mistake of trying to kill him, but somehow Hastur knew or suspected. In case of the vessel's destruction, his soul would be ripped back to his home, protected in the transit, with the knowledge of what had happened. By keeping him imprisoned, the Dome Leader had neutralized him as a threat. He was trapped inside the vessel, unable to move his soul out on his own. Their imprisonment happened 3 days ago, and Erasmus had spent that time watching, listening. There had been no signs of any monsters in the city, nothing but silence and the Dome Leader sitting on his throne. Something was wrong. He just had no idea what. There should be monsters here, generals at least. There were none. Erasmus kept his eyes on Zack. Whatever the Dome Leader had put him through had taken its toll. He was obviously confused, his eyes wild and changing focus as if he was trying to understand everything around himself. He had asked him if he was real, and that worried Erasmus, the gravity of what he had to have gone through to not be sure. But he was free, and now there was hope. Then there was another thing. Zack's willpower was billowing around him, almost a physical thing. The air around his body was twitching, as if struggling to understand what he wanted from it. Erasmus felt it, even through the silencing effects of the tendrils gripping him tightly, which shouldn't be possible. And then the tendrils were broken apart, and Erasmus frowned. Zack shouldn't have any skill like what he just used. For a moment he worried that he had succumbed to the Dome Leader's mental powers as well, that he just didn't realize it, but then he pushed that thought out of his head. His formations would not be easily overcome, and certainly not without him noticing. Zack stood there, his eyes now studying the sky. He seemed as if he had no care in the world, as if he was content to look around and explore everything that surrounded him. "The others," Erasmus whispered. "Quickly now." He looked around at the other prisoners. Then he moved. His willpower extended to all of them, and Erasmus saw the tendrils starting to crack under pressure. He focused on himself. Without the tendrils sapping his power and disabling his items, he reached into his storage ring and pulled out formation plates. He threw them around their position, and immediately they activated, creating a barrier that surrounded them and shielded them. Next he pulled out a blank plate and his engraving tools. He focused his mind, and with perfect precision activated his skill, perfect engraving, my touch, memory of opus. The formation came into being, his deft movements carving into the plate. Once finished, he placed a hand on it, activating it and feeding it his chi. He pushed as much as he could, urging it to go faster, emptying more than half of his core. Soul chi went in, charging the formation. He couldn't afford to miscalculate, to come up short. He was weakening himself for the fight, but if he didn't, there would be no fight at all. He looked up, seeing that the others were about to be free. He stopped the flow of his chi, then used his greater mind link to touch every mind around him. The formation pulsed beneath his palm, attaching itself to the formations on the amulets. With one big exertion of will and power, he triggered the formation. It was a brute thing, but he had no time for anything else. The amulets around their necks exploded with light, and he channeled the attack on the mind prison through his own mind. It struck at their prisons and broke through from the other side, freeing them all. He wrapped a bubble around their minds, protecting them from further attacks. It wouldn't last for long, but hopefully just long enough. The others started to wake, slowly, their eyes fluttering open, looking around in confusion. And then Hastur, the king in yellow, stood up from his throne. Neha. Her eyes opened as she felt her body drop to the ground. She caught herself on the ground, confused, her mind foggy. She felt as if she had just woken from a deep slumber, her mind filled with fading memories of a dream. Pieces of it were flashing before her eyes, but she couldn't focus on them, couldn't remember them. She shook her head as she got a handle on herself and remembered the last thing she did before waking up. They had come to attack the Dome Leader, entered his city, and then something happened. If the state of her mind was anything to go by, they had suffered a mental attack. She raised her eyes and saw Zack standing above her, his eyes looking down at him with no recognition in them. The others were around them, each in the same state as she was. "Zack, what happened?" she asked him. His eyes had no recognition in them. Her blood froze as he leaned down, picked up her face in his hand, holding her chin, and looked at her eyes. "You know me?" he whispered. Then he reached out with his other hand and traced a line down her face, from brow, the bridge of her nose, and over her lips with two of his fingers. Then he tilted his head. "Neha, yes. Are you real?" Her head struggled to come up with the right words, with any words, really, to answer him. She opened her mouth to speak, but then the ground shook. She looked around and saw tendrils smashing at the glowing sphere of light that surrounded them. Beyond, through the wild swinging of the tendrils, she saw a figure dressed in yellow. Celia. She woke up slowly, the dream fleeing before the waking world. Her body struck the ground, but she could barely care. Her heart ached. She felt a sense of loss, but she didn't know why. The bond inside her head mirrored her feelings, intertwined so deeply that she could barely tell where she started and where he ended. "Ryun? What?" I don't know," Ryun sent back to her. She looked around, finding him nearby on his knees looking at her. Something intruded, a sound, and both of them looked away at the same time, saw a glowing barrier and tendrils trying to get through. "The Dome Leader," he said. It came back to her. They had come to kill Hastur, had entered the city. Then she couldn't remember how they got here. Her head was a mess. Pieces of a dream that she couldn't quite recall were stuck inside her mind, fleeting, getting fainter with every moment that clarity rose to the surface. But the emotions remained, something lost. She turned around, saw Urdania next to her, and forced herself to move. She stood up and walked over to her, helping her stand. She felt drained, and felt the same from Ryun. "Celia? What? I don't know. We have to have been attacked when we came into the city. Put under a mental attack." Celia paused as the barrier around them shook, and then it broke, tendrils heading for them. She cycled her chi, but already knew that it was coming too slow. She was sluggish, her power barely able to keep up. Then another barrier came into place just in time. A moment later, a voice spoke. The light of the amulet around her neck intensified, and then something slammed into her mind, making her scream in agony. Erasmus. The dome leader, Hastur, the king in yellow, walked toward them as tendrils that had exploded out of the ground tried to get through his formation. Hastur wore a tattered yellow robe filled with holes, some that had been stitched together, others not. He was limping. Half of the wooden mask that hid his face was cracked. He did not look anything like what Erasmus had imagined. The others were in the process of waking up, but they wouldn't be ready. He could see. He tried to prepare his domain, but the tendrils were too fast, too powerful. They broke through his barrier, but Erasmus threw down another, buying them more time. And then a voice thundered, "No, you are mine." A wave of mind essence left Hastur and smashed into the others. He felt it through the amulets he was still connected to. The others weren't ready, and even with what he had done, the defenses weren't going to be enough. He was going to break into their minds again and take them. And Erasmus couldn't let that happen. He saw his amulets glowing, everyone fall to the ground as their minds were attacked again. Only Zachariah remained standing, and he just looked around almost as if he was confused by the struggle of everyone else. Erasmus roared, all of his will, all of his chi flowing out of him and through the formation still in his hand. All that he had went into the amulets. He felt the attack, the power of it, the will that surpassed anything that he had ever felt before. It smashed into them, into him. He struggled. His conduits burned as he inscribed, adapting the formation in his hand, changing it. Faster than he ever had before, he crafted. Still he was too slow. An amulet cracked and burst into pieces, followed by another. Erasmus focused his will, improving on his design on the fly, faster and faster. Another amulet shattered, and then he was done. A great work, the greatest he had ever wrought. It would not last. They won't have much time. But it was all that he could do, and it took all that he had. He only hoped that it was enough. Ryun. He shook his head, trying to dispel the dizziness. His mind was fuzzy, as if he had been asleep for a long time and had been woken up from a deep dream state. Celia felt the same. He was looking around, seeing that others had suffered the same thing. Erasmus and Zach were the only ones standing, and he could see the lines of power stretching from the undead to each of them, touching the amulets around their necks. Zach was... Ryun couldn't explain it. The essence around him was different, as if it was moving with his body, as if the reality itself feared him, feared even touching him. Ryun felt a powerful will just simmering beneath the surface. His study was interrupted by the tendril attacks breaking through, a second barrier springing into place to protect them. The dome leader, Hastur, stood outside of it, and then he spoke. The attack hit Ryun like a mountain. He felt the pressure on his mind, and knew that that will could crush him, that it wanted to take all that he was, and he knew that it was going to succeed. And then something was fighting it, helping Ryun defend. His chest burned, but he couldn't focus on that. He could only sit and wait as a battle was fought for his mind. It felt like an eternity of struggle, and then, like a blazing white sun, something snapped into place around his mind, a shield that protected his mind. Ryun stumbled, then opened his eyes, following the glowing line of essence that had attached itself to his amulet and his body. He found Erasmus, the undead body smoldering as if it burnt from the inside, not with fire, but something else, death and soul chi. He saw a bubble snap into place around something as the body fell, a sphere that ensnared a soul. And then essence flashed, and the soul and its protective shell were gone. Ryun raised his head, looked around, and saw the others around him all on their knees, and beyond them, Hastur, the king in yellow. Light glared from behind his cracked mask. He raised his hand and pointed at them, then spoke. "Kill them." 3 figures rose and turned their eyes on everyone else. Chapter 75. Fight. 3 figures rose, and Ryun saw their eyes. A black substance, almost alien to the essence that his eyes could ordinarily see, pulsed beneath their skin. The lines interacted with the essence of their bodies, making it denser, more powerful, or at least that was the conclusion Ryun reached. He pushed himself to his feet, got ready. This was going to be a fight, and the dome leader was still there, waiting, looking at them with black tendrils coming out of the ground surrounding him. The amulet on his neck was glowing and burning with heat, and its temperature was rising. He assumed that it was protecting their minds, and that it wasn't going to last long. "They are taken," Celia sent to him. "We need to hurry," Ryun sent. "Get to the dome leader. Kill him before the others can stop us. The amulets will not last for much longer." He pulled out a potion from his storage and downed it quickly, feeling at least slightly better. The 3 took a step, their weapons ready to fight. Hyannis glared at them. 2 spectral hands appeared at her side, made out of will. 2 swords appeared in them, and she pulled 2 more for her regular hands before pointing them at all of them. He saw Celia glance at the Empire's ethereal expert, Anashi, and then speak to her. "Anashi, can you get us out of here?" she asked. Anashi looked shell-shocked. For a moment she just stared at the 3 and then looked back at Celia. She closed her eyes and focused, then winced. "No, something is blocking me from opening a way to the ethereal realm." Ryun knew that they couldn't let this get drawn out, and since they had no way of escaping, they had to fight. Celia understood his sentiment. "Everyone up. Erdania, slow the 3 down. The rest are with me. We hit Hastur with everything that we have," she told them. Everyone stood and took a few steps back, getting some more distance from the 3. Ryun took a deep breath and let his mantle envelop him. Vryle held his staff tightly in his hands. Meleatus had 2 daggers in hands. Erdania hit her fists against each other, and Anashi stood uncertainly among them. The only one missing was... He saw Zack and Nehemasa standing next to each other, not moving. He heard their words and didn't understand. Zack raised his head, glanced at the 3, then met Ryun's eyes. Something was wrong. He could tell in the way that Zack was standing, holding himself. If he didn't know it was him, if he didn't see him, but only just sensed him, he wouldn't have thought that it was him. He tilted his head and whispered Ryun's name. Then the 3 moved. They attacked the group, and before Ryun could react, others did. Vryle blocked a wave of fire with a wave of void, Anashi caught in some kind of a stream. Hyannis somehow made her turn around and exit back where she started her dash. Celia sent a dozen spears at Gentle Touch as he fired a wave of green light at them. A quick exchange, and then they separated again, staring at each other from a distance. Zack and Neha spoke all the while, his words not making any sense. Then Eric spoke. "Surrender. Join Hastur. There is no point in struggling. You have already lost. Hastur can give you whatever you desire, can make it so that you never fear anything again." Zack looked at the 3 and then frowned, and before anyone could answer, he stepped in front of them. Zack. He looked down at the woman, Neha. He remembered the things that he had carved into stone long ago. She was important. She knew about the dream of his childhood. He needed her to learn. He needed her to make sense of the first steps of his existence, the origin that he didn't remember. "Zack, what's wrong?" she said. "I know your name, but I don't remember you. You will help me learn what I've forgotten," Zack said. Even the sound of his own voice was strange to his ears. Everything around him was filled with noise. There was no silence. The flaws were not so hard to take in now, but they were still there. It was, in a way, exciting. He did not remember feeling this way before. So much was happening, so many things that he had never experienced before, or didn't remember experiencing, but had only read on stone walls. He looked at the others, and his eyes paused on one of them. Just like with Neha, he had a feeling he knew who it was. "Ryun," he whispered. The two of them, Ryun and Neha, were important. They knew him. He needed them to tell him. And then a fight broke out. He followed it, saw the three people that had black lines stretching beneath the skin. It reminded him of the wall that had kept him imprisoned. He turned his eyes on the being in yellow. Hastur. Enemy. "Zack, we need to help, to fight. We're here to kill Hastur, do you remember?" Neha spoke behind him. He didn't, but he remembered the words he had carved. They were the same. "We're going to die if we don't fight." Zack frowned. Death was not a concept he was familiar with. He never died, no matter what he tried, but that was in the world of the mind. This, here, perhaps there was a danger of this thing called death. He only knew what he had written about it, what was mentioned on his screens, an end. But dying? No, they couldn't die, not before he learned what they knew. Hastur, King in Yellow, that was who had imprisoned him, and the three were linked to him now. The lines of black made it certain. "Surrender," one of the three, the one with red hair and blue fire on his hands, said. "Join, Hastur. There is no point in struggling. You have already lost. Hastur can give you whatever you desire, can make it so that you never fear anything again." Zack frowned. They wanted the others to give in to the... Zack remembered the wall around his mind, the perfection of the mind prison, the endless solitude and existence that was... No, never. He stepped in front of the three, glared at them. "You," the one with 4 arms, 2 wrought with will, and 4 swords in her hands, spoke. "There will be no glory of Hastur for you. You will die. Go silently, and it will be quick." Zack would never accept anyway. He did not break. That was one thing that he knew deep down, one thing that was at the core of who he was. He was battered, he was bent, his mind confused, and his life was an existence of agony, but he did not break. He looked at the three. The light was dim, the night overbearing. His darkness sight not enough. He leaned his will on it, forced it to be more. The framework obliged. Perfect darkness sight let him see more, see better, and he saw their flaws. The one in the middle, the being with 4 hands and 4 swords, was the one with the fewest flaws. Her stance was nearly perfect, a thing of glory that he would be hard-pressed to replicate, but impatient. He saw them come to a decision and spring into motion. Blue fire enveloped one of them, and then he was to Zack's right. His hands extended, 2 gems set into his palms, held by straps, burst with light, and then blue fire surged forward, straight at Zack. He let his will out, searching for the tools he needed. He had forgotten much, but his screens were one thing that had always been present, which had been a solace in the silence. He knew them intimately. There was no thought. He acted. His perks activated. Phantom Avatar, Lord of Grace and Woe, Last Sovereign of Terror. The voices, the whispers came, as they had in the mind realm. But now he knew that they were real. The others had been just an imitation, flawed. These guided him, and he felt as if 1,000 hands moved with his own. He activated one of his items, and a barrier of light surrounded him. Not enough. It broke as the fire surrounded it, as it flew down its sides before breaking through. He had already blinked away. Instincts of the spirits inside of him guided him, helped him remember battle. He didn't have the time to react as the Blade Master found him. She arrived low, her attack already heading for his head, her will layered over the edges of her blades. He saw her flaws, but still he was too slow. His hand morphed, changed into a blade. Even with the knowledge of the thousands in his head, he was too slow. A blade through the neck. Another pierced the armor and found his heart. The third pierced through the visor and the eye. The fourth in his thigh. Rewind. His will billowed out. He wasn't fast enough. Second chance wouldn't matter. More. He needed more. Perfect phantom train. No. Perfect phantom comb. Not enough. Perfect phantom no. Perfect training not this one. Perfect mind training analysis. This one. Mind essence ruled. Time stopped, and he slipped into the world of his mind's making. What he saw of her he remembered, and an image of her appeared. She came at him, and he saw her flaws. He moved, saw how her flaws would make her react. Dead. Again, move, react. Dead. Again. Perks. Dead. Again. No. Dead. Too slow, no matter what. He looked through his screens, his new skill perk, chosen by the framework, not him. Again. Dead. Again. Move faster. Acceptable. The mind essence left him, and time resumed. She came, and he used telekinetic armor, a layer of will shrouding his body. Strikes came, and slowed just enough, his time strikes protecting what he planned to do. He moved his head, the blade piercing through his will, and he moved enough, a glancing hit drawing blood, a scratch. Second attack, his blade rose and blocked, a whining sound of metal scratching metal. A gash from chest to shoulder. The third missed the head, the fourth pierced his thigh. He grimaced. No time to waste. Her will shook the air. She was trying to overpower his blade, turn his edge against him. His will was greater. There was a moment of hesitation when she failed. He twisted his leg, trapping the blade, pulling her with it and off balance. Blade to the neck, a sword block. Change form, frost blade. He pushed forward, 2 attacks, 2 blocks. Frost spread over her limbs. Slowing, frozen liquid and air, more weight to throw her attacks off, but not enough. He focused his will. Technique set, temporal tempest, 3-fold strikes. 3 movements were always required, but all else was malleable through will. His will billowed out, striking 3 times. She blocked 2 strikes that came at the same moment. 4 hands, 1 trapped, 3 free to defend. Annoying. The last strike arrived, and she let go of her sword, danced away with frost on her limbs, but not fast enough. He carved a line through her armor and skin, a line on her hip. The moment she was free, the fire arrived. Heat singed his body through the holes in his armor before he blinked away. He glared at the man in the air and reached out with his hand. Perfect telekinesis, my will made manifest. He grabbed him as if with an invisible hand wrought of will and smashed him to the ground. He turned around and saw the Blade Master near the last one, a touch on her shoulder, the wound mending. Shapes moved around him, over him. The others were heading to attack the figure in yellow. He ignored them for now, as none were attacking him. A shadow moved behind the blade master and healer, and 2 daggers stabbed into the healer's back. He roared, and the blade master moved, her will billowing out. Zack took a step. He saw what was going to happen. Neha wasn't fast enough. He needed her. She couldn't die before telling him what he needed to know. He reached out with his will as he had against the fire user. He grabbed Neha, and with a hand made out of will, and pulled her back. She flew through the air as swords nearly ended her. He grabbed her from the air and put her on the ground. She opened her mouth to speak, but he ignored her. There were threats near. The ground shook as tendrils around Hastur defended him from the other's attack, and Zack blinked. Ancient heritage. He raised his blade as the blade master dashed for him, her will billowing out as he swiped down. Her sword was raised to block, but it found no purchase. His blade passed through hers. She paused, then evaded at the last moment as his real attack came, delayed. A scratch across the shoulder. He pushed her with temporal fighting, spreading frost across her body, slowing her down. She got the rhythm of the battle quickly, and he switched his blade to blood form. She tried to block, but metal did nothing to liquid. Blood splashed over her shoulder, the wound he made, piercing through, burrowing inside. She screamed, and a light enveloped her, the healer healing her. Unfair. He blinked away. The healer raised a staff, and Zack blinked again, behind. Reforming his blade from the blood blade to the wind song blade, he stabbed into the healer's back. Mental? No, Hastur's influence could probably resist. He triggered the attack. Shattering song. The body started falling apart from the inside, vibrating, tearing to pieces. A green glow enveloped the healer, keeping the body together. The blade master was coming, her swords stabbing around the healer. He twisted his blade and pulled with all of his willpower, breaking through. Greater rift tear. The space ripped apart, blowing the healer to pieces. Wind exploded out, sending both him and the blade master flying. He laughed as he let the wind carry him, slashed the air again, and used Unleash Arsenal. A gust of wind smashed the blade master mid-air, and he laughed with joy. No more silence, no more nothingness. He hurt, but not of hunger and thirst. There were others, and he did not know what they would do. It was everything. He twisted and landed on his feet. She smashed against the ground and rolled across the stone. The fire user landed near her, one hand crushed to paste. Both glared at him. He looked around, saw a battle against a massive monster of clawed tendrils and gaping maws. Eyes upon eyes and insanity. He turned his sight away. Have to hurry. Couldn't let Neha and Ryun die. They were the only ones who knew. Kill them. They came for him first. Fire came, and then Zack's armor turned to slag. His hand was burned nearly to the bone. A blade came from the fire. He blinked away, pain in his shoulder. Fire followed. He unequipped the armor, and the burning stopped, but the wound remained. His left hand was useless. The fire user flew above, sending blasts of fire at him the size of houses around the square. He ran, the wind carrying him away. The blade master followed. He turned and slashed with his blade, sending a blast of telekinesis that staggered her. A moment of time wasted. Fire gathered above him. A shadow rose from the ground beneath the fire user before he could release it. He saw a dagger flash, and the fire user became surrounded by blue flames. She screamed, and he blinked into the air just next to him. He couldn't let her die. It was the only thing that mattered. He swung his blade, focusing his willpower into a sharp blade. Fire was too annoying, too destructive. Had to stop him. Greater ceiling crescent. No, Perfect nullifying slash. The attack passed through him, and the fire was gone. The look of surprise and shock on the fire user's face as he fell to the ground, hitting hard. Zack blinked, caught Neha. Her hand burned. He blinked again and left her on the ground as she pulled potions out of her ring. She saved him and nearly died. End it quickly. The attack came. He turned and twisted. Perfect spatial evade. He kicked, enforcing with telekinesis, sending her flying back even as her swords carved 2 lines along his leg. She landed and glared, focused, her swords pulled back. Will raged around her. 1,000 blades made out of will appeared around her. She whispered to herself, "I cut 1,000 times." He saw the floors, the room to escape, the blades that had to be blocked. He raised his hand, focused his will. His skill buckled. It wasn't enough, not nearly enough to contain his will. He pushed. No time to choose, only improve. Perfect greater parry. His hand flashed, parrying blades as he walked, following the flaws, the safe areas in the onslaught. The ground around him ripped and churned. The air cracked and space bent. His body was cut, shallow and deep cuts, from those that he couldn't stop. A long moment, and one that had to come to an end. It stopped, and he was in front of her. He saw her shock, moved before her. First, perfect telekinesis, my will made manifest to hold her in place. A hand gripping tightly. Next, blood blade. He stabbed her in the chest, through the holes in her armor. Arsenal infusion, soul, into sanguine burst. Blood exploded out of every hole. Her body was destroyed from the inside out. She slipped to the ground, the soul dead. He raised his eyes and saw that the other battle was nearly done too. He walked toward it. Chapter 76. Conclusion. The 3 attacked, and Zack, it was so quick. The will that made the essence around him shook and twisted. Ryun couldn't understand it. Something was different about him. He changed, got stronger, and yet, how? In the time they had been imprisoned? And the way he spoke, the things he said, something was wrong. There was no time for him to try and figure it out. The fighting had begun, and the amulet on his neck was becoming hotter. "He will hold them," he sent to Celia. "We need to go after the dome leader." Celia moved immediately, a silver disk made out of chi forming beneath her feet, and he sensed her activate her evolved form. Then she spoke as the disk raised her in the air. "Go after Haster, now!" Everyone followed. Ryun ran after her on the steps he created, gaining altitude over Zack and his fight with the 3 who had been taken, and immediately they were attacked. Black tendrils, made out of will but having no less substance because of it, attacked them. Ryun dashed into the air, lessening the pull of gravity on his body. 100 spears made out of chi flew through the air, heading for the dome leader. More tendrils grew out of the ground, slapping Celia's attack away. Then a pillar of void fell from the sky right on top of Haster, engulfing everything. A moment after the attack ended, Ryun saw and sensed tendrils wrapped around Haster's body, protecting him. Ryun was about to activate his evolved form, but then realized that he couldn't take the amulet off. It was hot now, enough so that he could feel it through his robe, and the temperature was increasing. In his evolved form, his body was made out of the void. Items could generally change size. Rings and amulets could, at least, though changing their shape wasn't possible. Even if the amulet could remain around his neck, it would not survive touching his skin, not for long. He couldn't use one of his strongest perks. He was certain that the only reason why they weren't under Haster's mind control now was because of what Erasmus had done before. They had to finish this fight before the amulets crumbled, and his sense told him that the material would not handle this for much longer. The other amulets were the same. "Celia, we cannot delay this," he told her. "The amulets are not going to last for much longer." He felt her fear and her conviction. She relayed his information to the others as Ryun moved to get a better position in the air above Hastur. While Celia and Vryle attacked Hastur, he got higher and took the opportunity to drink more potions from his storage. His mental and physical stamina were drained for some reason, and the effects of all the potions that he drank before they exited the ethereal realm were gone. They had been here for a while, it seemed, though judging from the state of his body, he knew that it hadn't been more than a few days. His sense told him that the city around them was empty. There was nothing living or dead anywhere within the walls. There was nothing even beyond it. The fort outside on the hill was abandoned too. It was strange, and it posed some questions, but there was no time for them now. After he drank several stamina regeneration potions, along with a couple stat-boosting ones, he turned his attention back on Hastur. He moved his stats to his wisdom and prepared, then used his avatar of the Reaper. Creating a copy, he had it craft void armor and did the same. Then he immediately sent it away. Each cube step that the avatar created to move through the air drained his core, but he still had his essence to replenish it once. The others fought with Hastur's tendrils, trying to get closer to him. Anashi was doing something that made the tendrils slow, but she couldn't do it on more than a couple of them at one time. He knew that she couldn't get into the ethereal realm, and he knew that a lot of her powers relied on that. She did have some powers that could manipulate space, though, which he assumed she was using, but he could tell that she was barely holding on without access to her full power. Ryun studied their opponent. Hastur didn't move, but his mask was cracked. Ryun could feel the flesh beneath, or at least something that had form. He couldn't penetrate beneath the skin, though. The state of their opponent was interesting, but he didn't have the time to try and figure out the reasons. He had to figure out if it gave them any type of advantage. His avatar reached the place where Ryun wanted it, and both he and it pulled on his chi, shaping a technique. He followed the battle. Vryle threw void blasts and sent down pillars from above. Celia threw spears, while Erdania stood in front of her, battering the tendrils away with her great staff. He triggered total knowledge and saw how everything moved. The tendrils and the air, the attacks of everyone else. He saw an opening and pointed his hands at Hastur, aiming with target mark, his avatar doing the same. A moment later he released his void beam. Through the chaos, two beams passed without anything blocking their way. Hastur saw somehow. He moved, new black tendrils rising from the ground to block. His void burned through them, will against chi, and his chi won. His avatar missed, tendrils stopping the beam for long enough that Hastur managed to get out of the way. Ryun followed. Hastur was too slow. His beam hit the dome leader in the shoulder, getting through the robe and flesh beneath. Every tendril around went wild, smashing without control, and more still grew out of the ground. A dozen appeared beneath both Ryun and his avatar, rising high and grabbing. Ryun jumped, getting out of their reach with pouncing rush. His avatar wasn't fast enough. The tendrils grabbed hold of it and squeezed, crushing through the void armor in less than 2 seconds. He lost the avatar and a big chunk of his chi, but now he knew how long he had if the tendrils caught him. Hastur was glaring at him, even as his tendrils fought the others. Ryun could feel his attention, a will that was focused on him. His amulet shook. For a moment, Ryun worried that targeted focus on only him would be enough to crack it and break through. But then Meleatus appeared in the air above Hastur. He had one hand pointed down, and the very space below him trembled. Ryun couldn't explain exactly what happened, only that for a moment his sense of that area went insane. Then a building, a 2-story house, occupied that space. It fell down, faster than Ryun knew it should. He realized that Urdania had increased the pull of gravity on it somehow. Tendrils rose to stop it, even as one manifested beneath Hastur, and then it launched him away. The building smashed into the ground, but Hastur's body had already reached the edge of the square, and he landed among the buildings. The tendrils around them fell apart into nothingness, and everyone moved. Meleatus disappeared, and Urdania leapt after him, while Celia flew on her disk and Vryle landed near Anashi, who did something to the space in front of them to make them faster. Ryun launched himself through the air, leaping from step to step after the dome leader. Building on your left, Ryun's sense told him exactly where Hastur was, and also, "He is slow. Injured?" he sent to Celia. Hastur's physical ability hadn't been remarkable so far. His tendrils were strong, but even made out of will, they weren't something that they couldn't handle. Was it that he was just focused on mental powers? It seemed so. They had to end the fight before he had a chance to break through their protections. He saw Urdania speed ahead, her body growing into her evolved form. In just a few seconds, she towered over the buildings. Celia yelled at her, relaying the information, and Urdania smashed into the building. Tendrils rose from all around, grappling with her, but she was stronger. She ripped through them, a sphere the size of a bus orbiting her and smashing into everything around her. Celia's spears flew around Urdania, hitting the ruins and exploding on impact. Then there was a roar, a tone that made Ryun's entire being tremble. He felt something pulling from him, not from his mind, but his soul. It formed next to him, too fast for him to react. He turned around and shaped a wall. Too slow, too weak. Lightning smashed through the wall and hit him head-on. His armor cracked, and then it was in him, burning him from the inside. His core drained as he regenerated the damage from within, dipping fast. He raised his right hand, hoping to add at least some more protection, but it burned through it, the void inside bursting apart, his hand disappearing in moments. He burned through his rapid regrowth in order to save chi, and just as it regenerated fully, he smashed into the ground. Just before he hit, his eyes saw the shape far above him. He recognized it. A Varial, Lord of Lightning. It was stronger than he remembered. Celia. She felt something pulling from her, and then, before she even had a chance to fully comprehend, something came for her. She sprang into action immediately. She activated projection armor, and a suit of armor surrounded her, silver and layered. She placed Improve, increasing its durability, spent one charge of her boost object to increase that durability by another 30%, then used Reinforce, increasing the total durability by another 200%. From her construct library, she pulled a design and then used Recreate. She fashioned a tower in between herself and the attack, and it rose from the ground. She was trying to get out of the way, but it didn't matter. A tail smashed through the tower and then hit her, sending her flying from her disk and to the ground. She smashed into the stone, cratering it and sending debris flying. Her armor held, but she felt her bones crack. With sanguine silver flowing through her veins, her regeneration was greater, and she was already healing when the second attack came. Her chi moved through her body, preparing several techniques. Her evolved form allowed her to use up to 8 techniques at the same time, and so she released the same technique 8 times. Then, Presence of the Eternal Huntress. 24 spears formed above her as she used sanguine silver spears. Her attacker spread his wings, tried to bank away as she focused her will on the sanguine silver chi of the spears and fired them up at it. It evaded most of it, but a couple pierced the fold of skin between his left wings. The monster fell to the ground, and her aura hit it as it rolled before coming up to its feet. Familiar eyes glared at her, and she narrowed her own. Durkal, Cloud Guardian. The dragon was the same one that she had helped kill long ago. But that attack with the tail was far stronger than it should have been. The dragon was undoubtedly stronger now. Behind it, she saw Erdania being pulled by dozens of tendrils the size of houses, trying to take her to the ground. Vriel and Anashi were attacking something among the buildings, and Meleatus was above them, removing buildings and tendrils by switching space. A screeching and the sound of thunder came from behind her, but she couldn't look. From the bond, she could feel Ryun's surprise. He was fine for now, though, and she had her own opponent to deal with. She couldn't afford to waste time. She shaped technique after technique, filling the air with spears. The dragon's body was twisting, clouds forming around it as it prepared an attack that she remembered. She sent the spears flying, and the dragon blocked with a plume of cloud-like breath. She jumped out of the crater, shaped another disk, and used her will to control it. Then she used inner body forging, increasing her wisdom. She shaped a single spear, then layered a technique on it from her secondary path. Pulsing impact filled it, and then she sent it flying. She let her class armor go and formed another one with her class as she flew behind the spear. Sanguine silver armor covered her, and she unleashed her fruit technique, goddess of metal. All of her spears on the ground, near the dragon and her, moved, everything following her. Her spear hit the dragon as it tried to evade, and then it pulsed, sending the impact deep. The dragon was thrown to the ground, impaled. She arrived, landed near it with all the metal of her spears above her. She let her branch technique out, and with inverted sanguine silver sphere the metal moved. It hit the dragon from above, a spherical storm that shredded it to pieces. It turned to black mist and dispersed. She had expended more chi for that than she should have, than she had needed even, but they had no time. The amulet on her neck was so hot that it was burning her now. She layered her aspect manifestation, sanguine silver cloak, over herself. It protected her mind, but she knew it wasn't enough. She only hoped that it would help keep the amulet whole for a moment longer. She glanced back and saw a bird-like monster in the air, throwing black lightning down at Ryun as he reached out to touch it. She took a step to help him, but then the ground shook, and a few seconds later, a sound unlike anything that she had ever heard filled her ears, making her grimace in pain. She turned her eyes around at the fight with Hastur and saw insanity. Ryun. The monster was definitely stronger than it had been when he'd fought it last. Its essence was tainted with the black substance that Hastur's tendrils were, the will of the king in yellow. Ryun grimaced. His robe hadn't survived the attack, and its effects no longer worked. He unequipped it, then equipped a different copy from his forge before recreating his armor, this time in its mist form, and dashing away from another attack. His sense told him that the fight with Hastur was still going on, and that Celia had been attacked as he had. Far behind them, he felt Zack's fight, and even though he couldn't focus on it, he knew. Something had changed with Zack. Something had made him far stronger. He pushed that out of his mind as a Varial attacked again. He dodged, but the edge of the attack hit him. His armor defended him, but a chunk of his chi was depleted in the process. He moved, shaping steps as he ran up to the monster. He charged his technique and dodged attacks coming from above. After his technique was ready, he switched half of his wisdom to his other stats, preparing in case he was hit again. He was close to Averial, and it screeched, lightning forming all around it. Ryun took an inevitable step, and then presence of the eternal hunter. As his stats rose, his opponents were lowered. When he was close enough to touch Averial, he used his item. A spherical barrier surrounded them, blocking Averial as the monster tried to beat its wings and get away. The feathers on its body released lightning, and he let his staggered end go. Lightning essence filled the area as void essence did, the two at war. He was scorched. His sense became filled with so much noise that he couldn't tell what was happening. His chi dropped as his armor protected him, and then his chi ran out. Lightning ate his body, his essence, as he tried to limit the damage with his will, lowering how much it could hurt him. The second and third wave of his void exploded out of him, and no lightning touched him again. The barrier burst, and he was falling, his body nearly destroyed. He converted the essence in his core to chi, filling it back up, then healed. Half of his core had to be spent to heal all of his injuries. He turned mid-air and then landed on a shaped cube. His amulet was glowing white now, burning his robe and skin with every moment that passed. And then everything changed. A sound filled the air that made him tremble, but it was what his sense told him that made him feel fear. Hastur grew, his body turning into a monstrosity that towered over buildings, even over Erdania. Tendrils and tentacles and all kinds of other different appendages appeared over it, each with hooks and claws and talons. A dozen massive tendrils, like those of a squid, were at the bottom, each the size of a house. All along the body were smaller ones, tendrils that were thinner, but still filled with hooks. He turned his eyes and saw a being not made out of essence, but he didn't know what. It was as if he had his old vision back. That was how clear the monster was to him. It was madness. A shape of odd angles and 1,000 eyes, 1,000 maws, and with a scar running down the middle. He moved, a tendril the size of a house smashing a rooftop where Vriel and Anashi were attacking him from. The void's sphere. Ryun saw and felt a flash of the void, but then the tendril landed and he could no longer feel them. Erdania struggled as tendrils made out of will were joined by those made out of flesh. Hastur reached for the sky where Meleatus was dropping chunks of stone on top of it. He grabbed one of the falling pieces and threw it back up. Then his will billowed out like a giant cloud to envelop Meleatus. Ryun felt his shock, the widening of his eyes as the stone smashed into him and sent him flying into the sky. For a moment, Hastur's will had to have stopped him from teleporting away. Erdania pulled on the tendrils that were biting into her. Hooks were ripping through her skin, and her blood was flowing like a stream down her body. Soon after, the ground beneath her feet cracked, as if she suddenly weighed several times her usual weight. Then, reflective harmonization. The entire area around her fell into a crater, as if the hand of a god pushed them all down. Hastur's massive body fell, but only for a moment. The black mist that was somehow tied to his will flashed over his body, and Hastur stood and caught Erdania with more tendrils. Ryun fired beams of void, too far yet for his aura to reach Hastur. His attack hit the tendrils holding Erdania, wounding them, but not enough. Celia was close enough that her aura touched Hastur, and Ryun felt himself get faster. He ran as she crafted a spear the size of a tree above, and a moment later more appeared, each an exact copy. 1,000 spears were fired down. They hit Hastur, tearing chunks off of his form. The tendrils were pierced and stuck to the ground as spears stuck into its flesh. And then they exploded, the entire area filled with power. Ryun saw chunks of Hastur missing, but it wasn't enough. He was too big. He moved, throwing himself on the massive tendrils beneath him, faster than Ryun had thought possible for a being of that size. Erdania followed, dragged by tendrils that were squeezing her, piercing her. Hastur went for Celia, and she wasn't fast enough. A smaller tendril caught her, hooks pierced her and let her blood out. He wrapped a tendril around her arms and torso, one around the legs, and the last around her head, squeezing, but her armor was holding for now. Ryun knew that he couldn't damage the tendrils fast enough to release them, not before Hastur broke through and crushed them. He ran, faster and faster, moving stats, and then he was close enough for his aura to reach him. His stats soared, and he blasted through, firing void beams to cut the tendrils holding the two of them, even as he shaped armor around himself. Hastur's will billowed out, and black smoke covered them, protecting them. He knew that he could burn through, only he could feel Erdania struggle, could feel her losing too much blood. At the same time, he could feel Celia's armor starting to crack. His step came back from cooldown, and he stepped as he charged his technique. He arrived next to Hastur, and tendrils tried to grab him. Two touched him, and he pushed all of his stats, his own and what he had stolen from Hastur, into his wisdom, so much so that he felt that he would nearly break his core. Staggered End exploded out of him, blasting the reaching tendrils to nothing. Hastur's body disappeared before Ryun's eyes. A giant hole in the monster that was the size of buildings. Other, smaller ones marred his body, inflicted by Celia. He saw and sensed that Erdania's attack had flattened parts of it, that some of its tendrils didn't move. They had all wounded him terribly, but it wasn't enough. He shaped and jumped into the gaping hole in its body. His chi was nearly all gone. He used his perk, and Field of 1,000 cuts straight inside the monster. Space twisted and cut, tearing chunks of the monster from the inside. Something caught him and pulled him out of the hole. He saw a last glimpse of a gaping hole in Hastur's side. Too small, too little damage compared to its side. A tendril wrapped itself around his neck, around his torso and legs, and squeezed. The armor on his head cracked, and a hole opened up that let him see out, let him see 1,000 eyes staring at him, each eye different, each showing a glimpse of something that instilled madness. He sensed Celia and Erdania, knew that they were close to death. He would follow close behind. He knew that it wouldn't work, that he couldn't do it, and he tried anyway. Conclusion dominance. Another perception blossomed in his mind, and he knew. His will was not enough. He tried to touch the string of the tendrils holding them, and knew that it would take all of his will just to make them stop for a second. It was not enough. His ideal was not suited to fight against the monster whose will was the core of its being. A crack appeared deep inside his amulet. A moment or two more. They had lost. Then someone blinked close, just above Hastur, and Ryun turned his eye up to meet Zack's gaze. One of his arms was in ruin, his armor gone. His blade was raised high above his head, his will blazing around it like a sun. Hastur's attention turned to Zack, and Ryun saw his tendrils reach up for him. Ryun focused his will and his chi one last time. Zack. The monster, the king in yellow, Hastur, was unmistakable even in its current form. Its will was the same. It was holding the others, killing them, and they wouldn't last for much longer. But Zack saw the one whose name he remembered, Ryun. He couldn't die. He needed him, needed his memory. Zack blinked across the distance, up above the monster that was the size of a small mountain. He had nothing to stop it, and he raised his blade anyway. He saw the flaws in it, the wounds. He needed to end it quickly. It was squeezing the others. Ryun. His armor was cracking. Haster's will billowed out, striking at Zack's mind. It did nothing. Its ability to trap him had long since become defunct. Even the amulet around his neck would not change that. The tendrils were closing in, but Zack focused his will on the blade. Haster saw that its attack wasn't enough. It knew, somehow, what Zack planned, and it was afraid. He saw it change focus, saw its will fill its tendrils. It was going to kill the others before he could do anything. No. He needed him, needed to know what he knew. I need to learn. He triggered time stop and focused. His skill was not enough. 3 movements too much. They took too long. He needed one, fast, strong. He needed more. He needed to reach through time to this person who knew the origin that he had forgotten long ago. His will trembled. Not fast enough. Time resumed just as the tendrils reached him. Ryun. Zack's blade was flickering, and Haster's tendrils had nearly reached him. The Dome Leader's attention wasn't pointed at Ryun anymore. His will was focused on Zack. Now was the moment when he could cut the strings of the tendrils holding the 3 of them, free them, and Haster would catch Zack. The 3 of them were injured. They wouldn't be able to finish him. But Zack's will was... Ryun made his choice. He let his technique out, and 100 shaped void spikes hit Haster from all sides, piercing and keeping him in place, depleting his chi fully. His will sharpened. He reached for the strings, heading for Zack, and he snapped them. For one moment, his will was greater. The tendril around his torso cracked his armor, squeezed his flesh, and tore him in half. There was no chi, no regeneration. The tendril around his neck smashed through the armor there, tearing his head off. The last thing he saw was Zack's blade coming down. I strike through time. His blade came down. A line appeared over Haster's entire body, splitting him in half. The edges of the line frayed, then fell, as if turning to dust. The monster fell apart, 2 sides falling to the ground, flattening buildings. Zack watched as the wind carried him down. He touched the ground and closed his eyes. He hadn't been fast enough. He had died before his eyes. He would never learn what he had known. A bright light caught his eyes, and he turned, seeing the man he had fought stand to the side. He looked at the dead monster, then met Zack's eyes. He was still tainted with black. A moment later he burst into fire and disappeared. He felt someone put a hand on his shoulder, and he turned. Neha was standing there, her expression not something he could identify. "You did it." "I failed," Zack said. "He died, and I will never learn what he knew." "Ryun?" Neha asked. "He had immortality. I didn't see the monster pull his soul from the ethereal realm. He will come back in time." Zack tilted his head. Immortality? Yes, he had something like that too. The others approached. 2 women the monster had nearly killed, holding each other. 2 more, then 1. Something intruded on Zack's vision, a box filled with words, and he frowned. Celia. They had nearly died, had nearly failed in their mission. Ryun had... She couldn't tell a lot of what happened at the end, but they had done it. She looked at Zack. She didn't know what had happened to him, but he was not the same. Ryun was... His immortality would save him. It might take a few years, but he would be back. She could still feel him through their bond, so she knew that he was alive. His emotions were... It was as if he was sleeping a deep slumber, muted. They returned to the others, and she saw that all of them had survived. It was more than they could have hoped for. A notification flashed in front of her eyes, through her filters, and she read it. Hastur, the King in Yellow, defeated. The spread of corruption limited. Kill achieved. Erasmus Prideborn, the Lord of Death. Zachariah Gardner. Riun Noct, the Witness of Journey's End. Celia Hajan, Mistress of Sorrow. Erdania Jijan, Mistress of Gravity. Vriel Klar, the Void's Chosen. Meleatus Ennis, Master of Area. Nehemasa Plain Runner. Anashi Vikos, Mistress of Paths. Rewards granted. The gate to Erlier is now open. A light flashed behind them, and Celia turned. She saw a tower appear where Hastur's throne had been, tall and with a large gate set in its center that was filled with blue light. There was always more. She turned around just as chests appeared around them, each with a lock on it and a symbol. There were exactly 9 of them, one for each. She sighed and leaned her head against Erdania's shoulder. "It'll be okay," Erdania said. "We will go to the sect and wait for him." Celia gave her a smile and nodded. Then someone spoke. "Something is wrong." Celia raised her eyes and saw Anashi holding a white orb in her hand, a far-link orb. "What is it?" Celia asked. Anashi turned her head to meet Celia's look. "No one is answering me." Celia frowned and pulled her own orb. She tried it, hoping that Sigmund would hear. She tried for several minutes, but there was no answer. Erasmus. His soul traveled across the world, nearly instantaneously. A grand teleport. He couldn't create many scrolls because of resources, and also because most of what he did gather he used for his vessels. He couldn't have his soul travel for a long time. He filled another vessel back at his home. His fortress welcomed him, and he opened his eyes. Then the formations activated. Messages stored, filtered through, and he frowned. Too many. He scanned through them, then felt fear. He stood and walked out of his grand chamber into one of the side chambers. A notification arrived, and he felt elated. Hastur was dead. The others had succeeded. He glanced at his interface, at the messages there. He turned away from them and accessed his fortress and realized the truth. They had prepared. They had had a person able to influence it. And still it had been the trip through the ethereal realm, he whispered to himself. It took us 3 years. 3 years for Hastur to do whatever he wanted across the world. He glanced at his messages again and saw. They hadn't saved anything. Interlude. 3 years ago. Rayla walked on top of the wall. It was a great honor being here, standing on top of these walls, protecting the heart of the Empire. It was something that she'd dreamed of when she was young, that one day she would become strong enough that she could be trusted to protect places like these. Now that she was here, though, all that she could feel was resentment. She knew that it was wrong of her, that she shouldn't feel this way, but she couldn't help it. She wasn't here because she earned it. She was here to support someone else, a footnote in someone else's story. She glanced ahead at one of the command centers on a wider section of the wall. Her sister stood there, others looking up at her, waiting on her word and commands. She had an ideal now. She had power, and all that Rayla had ever wanted. She turned her eyes away and looked over the walls, at the desert beyond the shield protecting the city. There were no monsters coming. There were only the mountains of the dead ones that had come before. She saw torchlights moving around, harvesting the monsters that had been piled up there for years. The atmosphere on the wall was relaxed. People felt hope for the first time in years. The wall hadn't been attacked in 6 months. She heard the whispers, the rumors, people believing that it was all over. Rayla knew that a team had been sent to try and kill the Dome leader a few weeks before the attacks had stopped. She also knew that the Empire's leaders were nervous. She had overheard that the team was yet to report back. She had seen the worry on her parents' faces, and it wasn't hard to figure out that Eric had been the one to go. Their family had been tasked with protecting a piece of the wall on their western border, but the Emperor had called her mother to the city only a few days ago. Only a few family members had accompanied her, while the rest remained back home. Rayla saw Naira talking with the few of the royal guards, gesturing and sending them away. Rayla envied her that, and resented the fact that Naira didn't even care for it. She acted as if it was all a bother. The trust that her mother had given her, that the Emperor had given her, to be in command of the wall protecting the heart of the Empire, even if only during the night, it was a grand honor. Perhaps it was the fact that Rayla had done everything right, that she had stayed and taken the punishment meant for her, that she had been thrown out of the order, that she had lost respect and hurt the family, all by doing what she had always been taught to do. Her sister, meanwhile, had disobeyed, and in so doing had gained everything that Rayla had ever wanted. Naira walked over the edge of the wall and leaned on the parapet, her blood-red armor reflecting the light of the gemstones around her. It was masterwork armor, a gift for what she had done in battle, as if such a thing should be given so lightly. Rayla shook her head. She was being petty. Her sister had earned it, had done more than Rayla ever could. Rayla had seen the guides and instructors gushing over what Naira could achieve. She had seen the projections. In the right circumstances, Naira could touch the levels of their mother, of the greatest in the Empire, could hold the same power as they did. With the new perk that they'd had her take from the dead, she could even survive holding that much power. They called Naira the Daughter of Dawn now, the name of her ideal, and seeing her twitch every time they gave her honors made Rayla want to scream, as if gaining a level of power few ever managed to gain was something bothersome. On the other hand, that power meant that Naira could do whatever she wanted to, act however she wished to act. Her words still echoed in Rayla's head every time she went to sleep. Every time she tried to do something, to show her family that she too could live up to the family name. Who do you want to be? Rayla feared the answer. She hesitated for a moment, but then she walked over to her sister. As always, just seeing her armor up close filled her with envy. Red plates covered her upper torso and back, and black chainmail peeked from beneath. The dress hanging from her waist a mix of long bent plates, hide strips, and chain link. One arm was fully armored in plate, with a tall shoulder guard, while the other was almost bare. It was a set of armor that the family had given her from their vaults, worn previously by some of the old family members of House Orne. She turned her head away, looking in the same direction as Naira was. "Do you think it's over?" Rayla asked. Naira turned her head, and Rayla felt her gaze. "No," Naira answered. "They haven't attacked in months," Rayla added. She knew that Naira had more information. She had been spending more time with their parents, taking the role Rayla had always dreamed of having. "They are still out there. I know it," Naira said. Rayla didn't say anything after. A part of her was relieved that there hadn't been any more attacks. She didn't like the fighting, didn't like seeing people around her dying. So many had lost their lives, people she had known growing up, and she couldn't do anything to prevent it. She wasn't strong enough to stop the monsters, not like how Naira was. "This waiting, everyone is on edge. It reminds me of back when we first joined the Order. Do you remember?" Rayla said, then turned her eyes to meet Naira's. Naira tilted her head, her golden eyes narrowed. She had advanced her cultivation and had gained new eyes. They had no pupils, but were just orbs surrounded by white. Her irises didn't have a fixed color. At night they were golden, and as the sun grew brighter they started to glow until they had an orange gleam to them. Her sister's eyes were just one more thing that separated them now. "Our first mission?" Naira asked. Rayla nodded. "We were stuck on a hill, watching the town of a small frontier kingdom." Rayla closed her eyes. "And I remember feeling the same as now. Just this overwhelming anticipation, this fear that we could be discovered and attacked at any moment." "We were children," Naira said, though not dismissively. Rayla could almost see a hint of a smile on her face. "Do you remember how close we were back then? Not even half a day could pass without us speaking with each other," Rayla reminisced. "We were children," Naira repeated, and this time it was an answer that told her what Naira thought about the two of them. Rayla closed her eyes. She missed what they'd had, and she knew that it was in part her fault that it had happened. Neither one of them was without blame. "I never meant to force you away," Rayla told her. "I never meant to make you feel like you were less worthy, to make you feel like you had to run away because you weren't the perfect daughter." Naira laughed. "And look at me now." She gestured at herself, at the armor she was wearing. "The daughter of dawn. I tried so hard to escape that, and here I am, standing on the walls that protect the Empire." Rayla shook her head. "You were always that, Naira. I'm sorry. I know it was hard seeing me pull ahead, that it made you resent me, but what you've achieved now is the testament to what I've always known." Naira shrugged. I used to resent you for being better than me, for being the golden child, for our superiors and trainers at the tower taking me aside and pointing at you, telling me that I should be more like you. And it only grew because no matter how much I tried, I was never able to catch up. And they never let me do more, and I felt like I had to do something big to prove myself. That's why I started making mistakes." She chuckled to herself. "And why I messed up on that mission so long ago. It's almost enough to make you think about fate, the fact that I ended up in the sect of the other 7th iteration ranker, and that both of them came here." Rayla saw Naira's smile turn sad. "I resented you even more after that, when I decided to stay. I resented you and the family and the Empire, because the moment I was on my own, the moment I had the opportunity to grab for more power, I succeeded. True, the sect helped me, Ryun helped me, but in the end, I burned my way through a monster swarm. I survived where too many others died. It all made me think about how everyone here was stifling me, preventing me from gaining strength because they wanted to mold me into what they wanted me to be. I have no doubt that what they had envisioned for me would have been worthwhile, but it wouldn't have been mine. I would have been like you." Naira met Rayla's eyes. The perfect daughter, following the instructions of others and letting them choose who I am supposed to be. And you? I resented you for staying with the family, for being weak when you could have been strong. But time is a healer of all wounds, it seems. I don't resent you anymore, Rayla. I understand, in part at least. Duty, loyalty. I am here, after all, even when I could leave whenever I wanted. Naira turned around and looked at the city. These people here they are so weak, many of them. I can protect them. I have that power. It is what Onrush would have done, and what Ryun does, though he is not a good man.
He protects what is his, and perhaps that is enough. A good man might have died long ago. The Empire is not my home. House Orne is not my family, but I stay because I know that I can do good here, because they need me, and because being here will keep my true home safe." Rayla glanced in the same direction that Naira was looking at, seeing the city filled with light and the citadel at the center of it all. A towering structure that was the symbol of the Empire. It was made out of yellow and brown stone and adorned with plates of gold that reflected the light of the city. It shone as a beacon in the night, a symbol of perseverance, a monument to the people that survived in the desert, a people who endured. She glanced at her sister and saw her people reflected in her face, in her eyes. Naira didn't see it, didn't understand. No matter what she said, the Empire and House Orne were her people. She had the blood of survivors, and she inspired them. Rayla wanted to tell her all of that, but couldn't find a way to get the words past her lips. How could she tell her? It was so hard after so long. They had become strangers to each other. How could she say that she loved how she stood on her own? How could she tell her that she admired that she didn't bow to anyone, that she was willing to fight against great odds, how she didn't stop and kept fighting on? She wanted to say that and so many different things. She wished that she was like... Then the ground shook and night turned into day. Rayla turned her eyes back at the city and saw rising clouds of red fire. Entire sections of the city had blown up. A piece of the citadel exploded outward, showering the city with debris. And then the great barrier surrounding the city fell. Sounds of horns filled the air, alarms and calls to arms. "Oh, no," Naira whispered, and Rayla turned, saw that her sister wasn't looking at the city, but over the walls. She followed her sight and didn't see anything but darkness, and then she realized that the shadows on the ground were moving, a wave crossing the ground and a cloud across the sky. The dome monsters were back. Karia looked out at the city from one of the citadel's balconies. The lights were shining brightly in every imaginable color. It was a sight that inspired, that kept the Empire together. They had endured much, had sacrificed a lot, made deals and compromises where they'd had no choice. She herself had done things that she wasn't proud of, but in the end it had all been worth it. They had built something that would last, or at least that was what she had thought before. Now, she looked at the city, the people living their lives without a care in the world, or at least pretending to. They all knew that just beyond the walls were monsters, as well as their dead, scourged land and fallen cities. The wall was now the border of the once great empire. And just as they had prepared for the fall, prepared for their final stand, the monsters stopped coming. Somehow, the only thing that she could feel was dread. "They failed, didn't they?" Ericale said as he joined her on the balcony, placing his clawed hands on the railing and looking over his city with her. "We can't know that," Karia said, but her words rang hollow. Her son... The ethereal realm is a fickle thing. It could have taken them longer, even with the Nashi's perks. Ericale didn't answer. He knew how unlikely that was to happen. A few moments later he spoke again. "Our scouts haven't returned, not through the ethereal realm or through the desert. You know as well as I do that this is all just the calm before the storm." It was her turn to remain silent. "I am so tired, Karia," Ericale said. "I never wanted to rule. So many years spent trying to build an empire that could take on the core. So many years spent in hate." "Hate helped us survive," Karia said. They had needed something to cling to, something to aspire to, and hate was a powerful emotion. She had made them hate. She knew that, but the alternative was worse. She remembered how bad things were and where they had headed. An Italian and she had done what they did to save them from a war of madness. They had caused the deaths of many, perhaps too many, but she still believed that it was better than what would have happened if they hadn't killed off those who were truly mad. "Hate," Ericale whispered. "It is because of hate that the world is fractured. It is the reason why we haven't been able to defeat the forces of this dome. If the world was united, a fool's dream." "We have gotten a reprieve, at least, and we really can't know for sure. They could have succeeded." Ericale gave her a long look. "I know that you worry for your child, that you wish that— No, I am sorry. You are right. We shouldn't lose hope." Suddenly the ground shook and light filled the sky. Caria saw parts of the city explode, immediately knew that those were city garrisons where most of the defenders were resting. Horror gripped her heart. Something deeper shook the citadel, and she saw a part of it explode outward, and then the barrier protecting the city fell. "Heavens," Ericale whispered. Soon after, his wings unfurled, and he was up in the air. A moment after, Caria followed. She looked from the sky, saw the burning, the garrisons, the hangars with their airships. Only a few of those were currently in the air, their defenses crippled. They flew, heading toward one of the explosions while horns sounded and alarms were being raised. The defenders, those who had been on the streets, mustered. They saw fighting, and Caria realized. "Taken," she said as she saw her own people fighting against the defenders, those who fell to the enemy. "It came, finally," Ericale said. His tone was almost grateful, and she understood. Months of waiting, of anticipation, of having no eyes on the enemy. Caria heard a specific call, the two long sounds of a horn, an incoming attack, and she turned to the wall. Far in the distance, she saw the monsters coming, more than any time before. "Black glass," Ericale told her. She met his eyes. "We are the only high-tier people in the city, the only ones who can do anything. If we do that—" "We have no choice. We stop that army. If there are more, we are doomed anyway." Ericale kept his eyes looking beyond the wall. Caria nodded, and they flew toward the wall. Naira was yelling orders, having people man the lower walls. The communication from the city was pure chaos. The garrisons had been hit, and the wall wasn't fully manned. There was nothing that they could do about that now. The enemy was coming. Rayla stayed close to her sister, waiting for her orders. She was in her element, not commanding like the generals of the Empire, no. She was like a sect leader. She sent people in small groups, each given a broad mission and left to their own devices. The monsters were coming, and the people outside of the wall were running back inside. It was a tide of darkness, a cover that was being dragged across the sand. It had to be hundreds of thousands, maybe millions. Too many for them to stop, not when they were caught off guard, not when the barrier was down. She saw a dozen airships open fire from above, blazing lines of light hitting the aerial monsters, and didn't slow the tide at all. Too few, too little firepower. Naira yelled, and the wall's defenses opened fire. It was as if a wall of light was suddenly falling on the monsters. It was blinding. And when it was over, the mountains of corpses were gone, toppled and burned. Over the remains, the monsters were still coming. She could see it already, a wave that was going to crash against the walls. They were about to die. Then the ground rumbled, and the sand beyond the wall flowed like water, rising up in front of the wall, rising up like a wall of its own, higher and higher above them. She looked up and saw two figures, the Emperor, his armor glowing with lines, and her mother at his side. Oath of the Dunes, beloved of the sands. The sand moved with his will, and it was terrifying. It looked as if all the sand from the ground had risen, up so high that it covered the sky. And then she saw the Emperor gesture. The wall of sand moved forward like a tsunami, a wave that crashed down on the monsters, catching even the flying ones and taking them down from the sky. She saw the sand fall, covering all, as far as the eye could see, burying the monsters beneath the weight of the dunes. For a moment it settled, and all was quiet. Then she saw a head break the surface of the sand, the massive maw of a general, roaring with tones that vibrated the sand around it. They were burrowing to the surface. Then a sun blossomed in the sky, a painting of red hues. Rayla raised her eyes to the sky and saw a wave of red fire coming down. Red dawn. Her mother's ideal. The fire moved like liquid, splashing over the sand. The heat wave exploded in all directions, hitting the wall and forcing Rayla to turn her face away, feeling her skin burning. The sound of it was unlike anything she had ever heard before. A crackling of glass and fire, an ocean hitting the shore. It lasted for a long minute, and then it was over. Rayla looked back and saw a scarlet plain. The sand turned to melted glass, rapidly cooling. Cracks filled the scape, and the sound of breaking filled the air. She lost her breath, seeing that, an army of so many, gone in an instant, buried beneath scorching sand turned to glass. "Oh, no," Rayla heard her sister whisper and frowned. And then she saw it, too. More of the monsters were coming in the distance, an endless wave. The sound of breaking glass intensified, and then the glassed ground straight in front of them buckled, then broke. A general, its skin smoking, mangled, pointed an arm at the wall, a glowing ball of the deepest blue growing in the center of his palm. And then Naira grabbed her. She was wrenched up, wings of fire carrying them up just as the general fired. The ball of light smashed into the first wall, its protections not activating. It exploded, continued, smashed through all three walls. And then the shock wave hit them, and they were falling down. Rayla closed her eyes and gripped her sister tightly as they crashed to the ground. Karia saw the general destroy the wall. The defenses had been turned off. Taken or cultists, it didn't matter now. An army was marching. More attacks against the walls came, breaking more holes in their defense. The city behind them was in flames. "Erikael, we need to—" "Retreat," he said. Karia paused. "What?" He pulled out a white orb, twisted it, and then spoke. "To every soul that can hear this, retreat. Abandon the city." "Erikael, what are you doing?" She grabbed his shoulder. He didn't move his eyes from the death that was marching against them, the clouds of monsters flying. "It is no use," he whispered. "What can we do? They've finally come to end it." Karia opened her mouth and then closed it. He was right. "Go, Karia. Lead them to safety. I'll buy you time." "I can do it just as well as you can," she told him. "You are the Emperor." No. Erikael shook his head. "I am tired. You will do a better job than I, anyway." He closed his eyes and sighed as explosions shook the city walls beneath them. "I always mess up. If only I'd had the courage to do what was needed. If I had stopped my brother before—" Karia's heart stopped in her chest. "He couldn't have." "You knew," she whispered. Erikael shrugged. "I figured it out later. It was too late by then. I saw what you had seen. I understood.
So much could have been different. The things that could have been.
You don't have to do this, Karya told him. We can retreat and fight, survive as we always have.
After 1,000 years, Karya, I am tired. I was never meant to sit on a throne. This, here, is the heart of my power. Here I am the greatest I can ever be. Here I can hurt them. They can replace their monsters, but they cannot replace their generals. Look, they've sent most of them here, and this is where I will bury them.
Karya closed her eyes, then flew to stand in front of him. I am so sorry for all that I had to do.
Goodbye, old friend, Ericale said.
Goodbye,
Karya said as she flew away.
Ericale looked at his enemies, knowing that his death was near. The monsters were coming. Some were breaking through the glass, as the few generals that had survived had shielded some of the horde. Most of them had nevertheless been killed. He saw some enter the city, but there were too few for him to bother with. He needed to stop the main body, the wave that was now marching across the glass. The flyers were getting close, and he beat his wings. A gust of wind, powerful enough to shear bones, flew across the sky, hitting the monsters and sending them flying back. He reached out to his skills and perks, and the sand sang to him. Glorious army of the dunes. The glass broke, soldiers of glass forming and rising. From beneath, the sand surged up into the shapes of giants. The air twisted among them, dust and sand forming shapes of drakes and humans, of Cthulhu and Skreen, Demacy and Minotaurs, of every race he ruled over, worms made out of dirt and rock, and monsters that flew through the sky, an army of hundreds, of thousands, of more. He looked at his enemy and sent them on their way. They hit the ground hard, and Naira barely felt it. Her armor absorbed all its force. They landed on top of collapsed building debris showering all around them. She held her sister close, shielding her with her body. And once the shaking stopped, she stood up and looked around. The death was... Her power rose with every death around her, but she saw no bodies. She realized then that they were beneath her, that the building had collapsed. How many? Hundreds, at least. Her main stat had skyrocketed to over 15,000, her others not far behind, almost 500% for every stat. If her family hadn't insisted on her taking the adaptable perk from a dead soldier, she would have had some issues handling that. Now she could barely feel it. Then a voice spoke inside her head. The Emperor. "Retreat," Rayla whispered after he was finished. "Come," Naira said, leading them down the street. She could hear screams, could sense people running. They had already been moving away from the wall ever since the initial explosions. The two of them were behind them, and they needed to catch up. She could sense monsters coming from behind them. She moved her chi, used her mantle of the rising mists to increase her stats, and prepared her scorching blast. They ran down the streets, heading away from the battle in the wall. It was lost. If the Emperor had called for a retreat, she couldn't imagine how dire things were. Her battle knowledge saved them. She pushed Rayla away just as a claw swiped through the air. She evaded, then moved and attacked with arc swipe. Risav sang through the air and caught the monster across the shoulder, barely leaving a scratch. It dashed away and glared at her. It was a dome monster, the size of a large lion, prowling, with black leathery skin, thorns along its back, and violet claws on its front paws. She recognized it immediately. It was a general, the smallest type ever reported. She hadn't seen it herself, but they had reports on all the generals that were encountered. These were small and with less strength, but were in some ways far more deadly than the others. They called it the Soul Render. Its claws burned the soul directly with every attack. Only people with the strongest resistances could resist, and still they usually suffered some form of soul damage anyway. A single strike against her flesh, even a scratch, would do too much damage to her soul. It was described as a corrosive effect, one which burned the soul directly. It excelled at getting ahead of the other monsters and killing the Empire's generals. Now it came for her. 3 of this type had been seen, and 2 had been killed. This could be the last one. She needed to kill it. All around her was death, some in the range of her perk. Her stats were greater than its were. "Run, Rayla," she told her sister. She wouldn't stand a chance against a general. "I can't leave you to fight it alone," Rayla said. It was a sentiment that might have warmed her heart once. Naira saw Rayla use her perks, everything that she had. Her soul sanctuary, creating a field around them that healed and protected souls. Wings of a phoenix, dawn spirit aegis, to protect her own soul, and other perks that increased her stats. Naira knew that none of it was going to be enough. She changed into her avatar form and charged the general. The quicker she killed it, the faster they could get to safety. She unleashed her perks: Battle Trance, Lady of Battle, Dawn Spirit Cry, Valkyrie's Might, Valkyrie's Swiftness. Then she used her abilities. Dawnfire Mirage into Dawn Dash, and she was in front of it. Dawnfire Immolation had her already fiery form surrounded by golden flames. She swung with her spear, Resav connecting as the general attacked her mirage. Her strength pushed the spear through, piercing the monster's side. It screeched and swiped at her, but her armor absorbed the attack, then reflected it, and sent a concussive blast back that staggered the general. It recovered and attacked again, and she took the swipe on her shield. The death around her fueled her death empowerment. The power of it filled her, and she knew that there was little that could stand against her now. In moments like these, on the battlefield filled with dead, there were few that could match her in stats. Ryun could, perhaps, though where he gained strength from more opponents, she gained strength from their deaths. Great lunge, and she scoured the monster's side, then used Shimmering Burst again to stab it in the side. It tried to move her, its violet claws trying to pierce through her armor. They were unable, and she was so much stronger than it now. She pushed it to the ground and twisted her spear. The fire of her abilities and avatar burned everything around them. Then a wave of dark energy exploded out of the general, sending her stumbling back. She pushed forward with her shield hand and unleashed her scorching blast. A wave of mist blasted forward, scorching the monster's side. It dashed away as the light shone from somewhere behind her, the light of dawn. Then a large pillar of light fell on top of the general, bathing it in dawn fire. Her sister's perk. The ground cracked, and then a pillar of light fell on top of it. Naira saw that it did nothing. Her sister didn't have enough power to even injure it. The general stood and glared at Rayla. It jumped forward, flashed through space. "No!" Naira blinked, golden fire exploding out of her as she arrived. The general stabbed its claws forward, and Rayla tried to block, her willpower shimmering around her, perks activating. Not enough. The claw pierced her chest. And then Naira's fire washed over them both as she stabbed the general through the midsection. Her wings beat, and she picked it up, pushed it away from Rayla and across the street in a second, before pinning it against the wall. Her chi moved as she let her aura out. Death empowerment made her strong as high rankers. The general was almost as powerful, but not quite. She cycled her technique and then let out a charged mist of the scorching end. Her chi washed over the general, burning and destroying its body. It tried to escape, but her spear held it in place. Finally, it stopped moving, and she turned around, flying back to her sister. She let her avatar go and knelt next to her. Rayla? Her sister was pale, dark lines rising from beneath her chest armor up to her neck to disappear beneath her helmet. She pulled it off and saw it spreading up. It was attacking her soul. Quickly, Naira pulled out potions to help regenerate the soul and poured them down her sister's throat. The lines slowed, but didn't stop. She heard monsters approaching, dozens of them charging at her. "Hey, Rayla, do you hear me? Sister, please, you need to focus. You have skills to help your soul. Focus!" Rayla's eyes opened, 2 emeralds staring back at her. Once their eyes had been identical. Her face was Naira's face. How much they had changed, both of them. She put her palm over Rayla's cheek. "Hey, try. For me?" But she already knew. Rayla was... Her sister smiled at her. Everything hurt. Through the pain, through the burning agony that was spreading from her chest, she raised her eyes to meet those of her sister. Her golden eyes looked down on her, so beautiful. She envied that of cultivators, that they could have such a visible mark to demonstrate their power. Her sister's eyes were wild, afraid. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. She could see them through the hole in her helmet. Naira had killed the monster. She could have run, but in the end, she wished that she was like Naira. She wished that she could have fought a monster like that and won. Her sister shone so brightly it almost hurt Rayla's eyes. I wish that I was like you, my sister. So strong. Her voice cut off, her throat cutting off. Everything hurt, but she wanted her to know. Naira was everything that Rayla had ever wanted to be. She stumbled, had lost herself, and had made mistakes, but in the end, all those things were her own. She tried to smile at her, to tell her somehow that it was all right, that this was not her fault. Some souls shone brightly, and some were snuffed out before it was their time. Rayla reached out through their bond, speaking directly in her sister's mind. "I love you." She felt the last piece of her soul give out, and then there was nothing. The perk inside her head went silent, the place where she had always been since they had been children, the power of their bond, of their perk. Her sister's body didn't turn to ash, as her immortality required. It remained marred, with black lines and her eyes staring ahead. Her sister was dead. She screamed and unleashed death as the monsters drew near. Karia flew over the city, killing the monsters as they came in, searching for people and helping them move and escape. Ericale was holding the bulk of them, but some still managed to get through. A monstrous wail caught her attention, and she turned and saw an area of the city near the wall being enveloped by a tempest. A black maelstrom was twisting around, a storm of death that was swallowing up the monsters that were coming in, feeding on the death around it. She recognized the perk as Naira's death maelstrom. It ripped apart buildings. It destroyed the ground and the air and everything else it touched. It moved forward toward the wall, swallowing the monsters that were trying to get away. Thousands of them were dying every moment as the storm of death spun. She flew toward it and saw the souls of warriors standing as if they were an honor guard. And then she saw Naira sitting on the ground, holding a body in her hands. Karia landed and knew. Ericale fought alongside his creations, killing monsters, generals, everything. He moved into the city, letting them think that they were pushing him back. He made sure that he only moved after most of his people had left that part of the city. He couldn't account for everyone, couldn't save everyone, but their lives were the bait. The dome monsters were coming and killing everything in their way, and he let them. At last he reached the citadel, the seat of his power. Most of it had been evacuated, but not all. He could feel them moving, their feet hitting the sandstone. He wept for them, but he had no choice. The enemy generals had moved into the city, the bulk of the force following them, millions of them. They had entered their tomb. He took a deep breath and reached out with his will and perks, touching the stone that he himself had placed on the foundation of the city. From stone to sand. The stone crumbled. The citadel turned into a giant pillar of sand, the buildings around it following. He was in the center of it all, as there was no other place to be. As it all crumbled down, drowning the enemy army, he focused on his greatest perk and turned it on all of that sand. Destroy essence. Naira flew after her mother, still holding her sister in her arms. They flew over the fleeing people, across the farms that stretched behind the city. They were so far away now that they could barely see it. A bright light shone from behind, and she turned around. A blinding sun rose, a dome of white light that grew until it filled the horizon, rising above the dunes, above the tallest mountain ranges that Naira had ever seen. The sound of it crashed over them, an explosion that shook the world and rattled her bones. The heart of the empire had fallen. Interlude. 1 year ago. Onrush stood on the open field, her shield on her left hand, and her long sword stabbed into the ground with her right hand leaned on the hilt. The snow was falling lightly around them, the ground covered in a sheet of white. A winter territory, a poor choice of meeting place by their guests. The arrogance of the sects, she understood. They believed that forcing her to pull back here to a place that was symbolically related to her power would mean something, a victory and a gain of face. It was, frankly, insulting. They hadn't even bothered to send spies to learn more about the Twilight Melody sect, more about Onrush, but she had grown used to it over the years. Many sects were fleeing the core and the constant war there, trying to establish other territories and the frontier. Taking over other sects and the infrastructure that was already in place there was logical. In most cases it did work. The mid- and large-sized sects that were coming in from the core easily conquered the smaller sects in their way. The Twilight Melody sect, though, was different. They had fought off attempts like this one a few times over the last few years, but somehow there was always someone who thought they would be different. Onrush kept her eyes forward, but she wasn't really looking. Her meditative mind allowed her to be in a state of mind where she focused on the tasks that were important for her position as the sect leader and acting sect head. Their guests were late on purpose, trying to rile them up. It didn't matter to Onrush. Time passed quickly with her mind. She saw them coming, her mind registering it while she didn't react. They were a group of 6, more than Onrush had brought. She had come with Lesemetrius and Vero, one of their sect commanders. She had expected this sect to try and bully them, but her numbers illustrated a point, their lack of fear. She was sure that they would see it as weakness, but the way an event was perceived didn't matter at its beginning. What mattered was how it ended, and how it was remembered. Onrush had learned a lot about navigating sect politics. Finally, she focused her eyes on the figures in front of her. They were 6 warriors, all dressed in armor with fur pieces added as an extra protection from the cold. Onrush's armor looked bare in comparison, though the cold didn't bother her at all. In fact, it made her stronger. She didn't move, didn't react at all to their arrival. She just stared at them, waiting for them to make the first move. She saw them glare at her. Their leader, a human with dark skin, was giving her a look that she knew very well. It was a matter of will, of patience, and she wasn't going to be the first to speak. They were here on her sufferance, even if they thought otherwise. She saw their patience run out. It always did with people like them. Tali had been right. Onrush had forgotten how ordinary people worked. She had spent so much time living surrounded by giants, by titans who eclipsed everyone around them. She used to think that she was weak, and now she understood that she was not. She had only become used to comparing herself to true monsters. "Let's not waste time," the man said. Kiao, the leader of the Wailing Mist sect's advanced scouting force, was tall, but not as tall as Onrush was. "Your sect head is absent. You are a frontier sect. You cannot dream to match our forces. Surrender, and we will accept some of your command structure into ours." Such arrogance was no longer surprising to her. Sects were fleeing the core, fleeing war, and they believed that the frontier was a place that could be easily tamed. Once, perhaps, that would have been the case. Now, though, the Wailing Mist sect was powerful, one of the upper-tier sects, but it was obvious that they hadn't done any real information gathering aside from the most superficial of probes. Knowing that Ryun was gone was not news. It had been years. Onrush had long given up on her worry. She knew that he still lived because the sect interface told her he was. As to how he was doing, well, she had to hope for the best, but she had a sect to lead. No, these people were so arrogant that they hadn't even tried to learn more about the Twilight Melody sect. If they had, they would have heard a story from a few years ago of a battle against a necromancer and his undead, of the sky breaking apart. In the end, though, knowing about Tali wouldn't have mattered. Onrush was here alone, and she understood her place in the hierarchy of power. These people were strong. If one looked at the average of the entire core, then they were above it. But when one talked about hundreds of billions, how many of them were immortal? Not a large percentage, no. Kiao was immortal, and he was 120 years old. He followed a combat path, the path of the Wailing Mist, as was the name of their sect. He was nothing out of the ordinary, however. He was just another immortal stuck in that realm. He was distantly related to the main family in charge of the sect, and had been sent here ahead of their population to prepare the way. He was to make sure that they had a place to settle, territories, cities, food, and water. He wasn't going to get any of that. Onrush was not strong enough to walk side by side with the giants, was not someone who could shake the entire world. But for this? Yes, she was strong enough. "No," Onrush replied. Kiao's eyes narrowed at her, and 2 gauntlets appeared on his hands. "I don't think that you understand what disrespecting me means. Please, you are not even worth my disrespect." She saw his nostrils flare, his fingers tighten, and the 5 warriors behind him tensed. Lesemetrius and Vero didn't react at all. Onrush pulled out her sword, Kagehime, out of the ground and placed it resting against her shoulder. The blue metal of her Frost Mountain shield reflected the dim sun, and she felt the air around it cool even more. "Let's do this. I don't have time to waste." "I don't know if you are brave or stupid," Kiao said. Onrush rolled her eyes. "You know how this goes. The 2 of us fight, I win, and you go back to your people. I am sure you will not prove honorable enough to have it end there, but, well, when you send someone stronger, we will just have to deal with them, too." That clearly angered them all. Kiao didn't respond, but as she saw him getting ready, she already was. Her defensive stance was active, and she moved as soon as he did. She stepped forward as he flashed across the distance and swung. She anticipated his movements, moved her chi, and used Arctic Onslaught. Then she raised her shield. Frost Block caught his gauntlet, A blast of mist and a wailing sound splashed against it as ice spread across the shield and dampened the attack. She winced as the wailing ruptured one of her eardrums. His other fist was coming for her face. With deflect, she twisted, pushing it away from her with her shield, and as she finished her spin, she raised her sword and then brought it down. Fighter's strike improved her attack. It came faster than the man expected, and she saw his movements before he made them. Her attack passed through his attempts to block, and Kagehime smashed on top of his collarbone. His armor bent. She heard his collarbone crack and heard him scream. She took a step and bashed him with her shield. Its passive effect, the weight of an iceberg, amplified the force and sent him tumbling across the ground to land next to his warriors, unconscious. They had their weapons out and ready. Onrush dismissed Kagehime and stored her shield in her ring. "Well, that's that, then." She turned around and started walking. After 2 steps, she glanced over her shoulder. "Let your people know that... You know what? I doubt they'll listen." "So, you think that was cool or something?" Onrush winced as her newly healed and slightly sensitive hearing caught the loud voice. She could have taken a healing potion, but when you were a sect leader, you thought about everything, from the fact that resources were finite and there was never enough of them, to the fact that your healers needed practice, no matter how easy healing an injury was. She was sitting in her office, though not at her table, of course. Tali had occupied her seat. Instead, she sat on the couch and tried very hard not to yell at her for messing up the organization of the papers on her table. "It was pretty cool, Honored One," Lesemetrius whispered. Tali gave him a withering glare that made the poor boy wilt. "Spare me your opinion, child. You still haven't earned the right to voice it." Onrush cleared her throat. "I apologize, Anatolian, if I am lacking. I am, of course, always willing to hear your advice." Tali turned her eyes back at Onrush. "You could have ended that fight before he even hit you. You rely too much on your defense stance's anticipation. You knew enough about that man's fighting style to know what his opening move was going to be. You should have ended the fight before it started. Now they will go back and they will tell their leaders what happened. You did not come out looking strong out of that. He managed to injure you. They will simply send someone stronger next time." Onrush bowed her head. Of course, Anatolian was right. Onrush owed everything to her. She was what was keeping the sect together, and Onrush was well aware of the fact that if she wanted to, she could take over the sect. It still surprised Onrush that Anatolian had that much loyalty toward Ryun. Still, having someone like her, a rancor that was so old and so powerful, a cultivator of the highest caliber, be a part of their sect was nothing short of miraculous. She could rule, but instead she spent her days training the children or meditating. She was recovering still after all this time. She wasn't quite yet fully healed, though that hardly mattered at all. There wasn't anyone powerful enough in the entire frontier to threaten her. "I'll do better," Onrush said. She had tried very hard to accept her lessons, especially since she still remembered the old Tali, the one that had been the slave who hadn't seen anything of real worth in Onrush. Things had changed once Tali had regained her power. She had taken Onrush almost under her wing, teaching her how to rule and how to navigate sect politics better. "You'll do better?" Tali asked. "You are lucky that you have the opportunity to learn, that you have me here, and that your mistakes don't matter. If I wasn't here, you—" I know, Onrush interrupted her. "Do you really?" Tali asked. "I do," Onrush answered. "Fine, then," Tali said, and stood up from behind the table. "The next person that will come will be their sect head. You are strong, Onrush, but you are not that type of strong. Will you— Yes, I will slap the upstart down, Tully said, and Onrush sighed in relief. Look at me, Onrush. She raised her head and met Tully's eyes. You understand what your mistake was? You remember what I taught you? Onrush nodded. Perceived power matters more than real power. By letting them see her bleed, see one of their weaker warriors injure her, she had revealed something. She had pulled back the shroud of mystery and power. She was stronger than him, she knew that. She could have stopped him before he managed to injure her, because she had taken the time and effort to learn about him. She had sent spies, had bought information, had prepared. She knew all that he could do. She was stronger, but not that much stronger. Yet, if she had defeated him cleanly and overwhelmingly, without their people being able to realize how strong she was, then the sect would have reservations, would have doubts. They wouldn't know what the Twilight Melody sect could do. True, they still didn't. They were idiots who were so arrogant that they hadn't even bothered to learn about them in the first place. If they had, they would have known that members of what remained of the Zhenxuan sect were guests here, and they would have known about Tully. She felt sorry for them. Tully was going to slaughter them if they showed her the same disrespect that they had shown to Onrush, but ultimately that was on Onrush too. If she had been better— She knew her worth, knew her strength. She just needed more time to master her power, to learn how to use it effectively. She knew that having Tully was a gift beyond what she deserved. Try to remember this lesson next time this happens, Tully told her as she left the room. Onrush noticed Lesametrius look after her with barely contained look of awe on his face. Even after all these years, she still had the same effect on him. So cool, he whispered. Onrush sighed. She missed Ryun. He was insane, but he, at least, didn't care for politics. Her attendant entered the room hastily. Sect leader, she said quickly. One of our scouting groups have returned. We have a problem. Onrush closed her eyes. Another problem. Of course there was. She followed after her attendant, hoping that whatever the problem was, she could deal with it herself. She didn't know how much longer Tully was going to tolerate her failing by just a hairbreadth. Interlude. 1 year ago. Onrush stood on top of a hill, looking into the distance, at the procession heading their way. It was a lot of people, thousands, perhaps tens of thousands. They had many different races among them, and had some semblance of order to their march. Her scouts had observed them as closely as possible, though they were pretty sure that they had been noticed. They had their own scouts running around, and obviously they had allowed some of them to be seen on purpose. It was the dance of two sides exploring each other, without giving too much away, though the manner in which they had conducted themselves indicated that they were not in fact here for any type of attack, or at least not one that would come as a surprise. 2 airships trailed above them, keeping pace with the main force and flanking what looked to be a flying garden. It was bigger than the airships, and she recognized it as something that Naira had spoken to her about, a flying palace. The scouts had told her that there were more groups behind this one, spread out in all directions of the frontier. Some, they said, were obviously preparing to go to war and fight. This one, though, was heading straight for her sect, and they made sure that they were seen as they arrived. They hadn't separated their warriors from their non-combatants, which calmed Onrush's nerves a bit. Not that she was truly nervous. The Twilight Melody sect had expanded. They were a power in the frontier and beyond. She had done her best to make deals and nudge the smaller sects in their neighborhood to join them, and she had succeeded. Their armies outnumbered the procession she was looking at, and that was just counting their warriors, but everyone in the sects knew how to fight. No, she wasn't afraid. They had Tali, who was standing next to her, with Lesametrius and 24 warriors behind them. She had their guests, the Zhenxuan sect members that were back in consequence. They had 2 immortals beside Tali and Onrush, too, wandering cultivators who had migrated from the core. True, they had joined the sect and were providing a service in return for a place to belong, but Onrush hoped that she could eventually gain their true loyalty. "The 3rd iteration," Lesametrius whispered. "This isn't good, is it?" Onrush grimaced, understanding his reasoning. "It is not," Tali was the one to answer him. "If what the scouts report is true, then they have abandoned their empire. A whole lot of refugees will be coming this way. Some will look to conquer, and at the worst possible time, too, with the core focused on their wars and the attacks by the fallen." Onrush took a deep breath. The tournament territories, taken by the monsters, had finally shown itself. There were armies of taken and monsters. It was horrible. They were moving and conquering those weakened by wars, taking their populations and turning them to their side. She turned her mind to the matters that she could influence, to the people heading for their territory. It was surprising, in a way. The Twilight Melody was not on the direct path from the Empire to the frontier. The Golden Coast and the Grey Marshes were. So either there were too many people fleeing in that direction, which would be a problem all on its own, or they were headed here on purpose. There was only one reason why anyone from the Empire would come here, and Onrush tried not to let herself hope. They had sent someone ahead of their group, after they had noticed them here, probably. 2 figures were flying through the air, and as they grew near, Onrush felt her heart start to beat faster in her chest. They landed, 2 women, both wearing armor and holding their helmets in their hands. Onrush didn't speak. She took a step forward, and the woman with the blood-red hair across from her did the same. They met in the middle and embraced. "I've missed you," Naira whispered in Onrush's ear. "Me too," Onrush said back. She had known that Ryun would fulfill his promise. She had long since stopped doubting him. But he wasn't here. After what felt like a few minutes of embrace, she pulled back and smiled at Naira, seeing the changes. Her eyes were golden now, her hair just a bit longer, and her face, her expression was tired. Naira gave her a weak smile, then took a step back and composed herself. She looked back at the golden, blonde-haired woman standing behind her, wearing golden-red armor. Her eyes were familiar to Onrush, but before she could place them, Naira spoke. "This is Onrush Kesh, sect leader of the Twilight Melody sect," Naira said, and then she turned to look at Onrush. "And this is Karya Orn, one of the heads of House Orn, my mother." Onrush blinked. Naira's mother. She hadn't expected to meet her today. Of all the things that had gone through her head, that possibility hadn't ever even entered her mind. She was wearing armor, looking ready for war, and that wasn't how she had imagined meeting her parents. She shuffled, then inclined her head, not knowing what to say. The woman, Karya Orn, gave her a soft smile, and then her eyes turned to look at the woman standing next to Onrush. "It's been a long time, old friend," Karya Orn said. "I see that life hasn't been easy for you either." Onrush blinked, then looked at Tali. She had been mostly healed, but faint scars still remained on her skin. She returned Karya's smile, but only for a moment. It was replaced by a serious expression. "No, things rarely go the way we plan them to. If you are here, Something went wrong. She then turned to look at Naira. Ryun? We have a lot to talk about, Karya said. But the Empire is gone, and the team we sent to kill the Dome leader hasn't reported back. We have no idea what happened to them. Onrush closed her eyes. She knew that Ryun was still alive, but there were worse fates than death. I assume those are your people. Onrush pointed at the line in the distance. They are what remains of our house, and those who had joined us along the way, Karya said. We have come to seek refuge. My daughter assured me that we could find it here. Onrush glanced at Naira. She is a sect leader of Twilight Melody sect. She has a say in the sect's rule in the absence of our sect head. Onrush was the one who was technically in charge, as Ryun had put her there, but still. Of course, I will send for people with supplies and our healers. They will guide you to our territories. Thank you, sect leader. Karya inclined her head. Onrush took a deep breath. It seemed like there was no chance of her getting any rest. 6 months ago. The piece of paper in her hand felt heavy. The message was not a good one. Too much had gone wrong. She held the paper out in the open, not worried that another person would read it. It was made by a high-tiered scribe and was meant to be read only by one person, her. It was rare to see such messages, or at least in this form. The written word was not as important when one had powers that could do so much more. In other ways, though, it was simpler, and it was a good way of communicating if you couldn't exactly speak. She glanced at the message again, skimming the first part that talked about the state of the core, which only depressed her. She got to the more important part and began reading again. Hayor didn't kill him. He is searching. The speaker for the blind is nowhere to be found, and his people have scattered. My own network hears nothing. The last place he was seen was near the City of Invention, Dal Devor. Hayor believed that the city council was helping him hide. He nearly burned the city gates down before a truth-seer confirmed that they were speaking the truth. He fell back but remains unconvinced. He remains in the city, searching. I fear that Kale has fled into the under and the ethereal realm. We both know what is down there, though what he is hoping to achieve is unknown. If you have a chance, I would like you to go and check the dungeon. I understand that it is unlikely that you will be able to do so by the time this message reaches you. If you do not respond, I will send someone else. S. She closed her eyes, then sighed. So many things going wrong. She raised her head and looked at the sky, at the 3 floating islands of the heavenly cloud kingdom, the jewels of the sky, the mountains that floated high above the ground. Each was a city with high towers and glowing crystals, each built out of a different type of stone. All shined with a different light. She was on the main island, the City of Light, with its white walls that reflected the clouds around them. It made the city look as if it was made out of them, a city of clouds. It saddened her to see war mar their great cities. Black shapes surrounded the cities, besieging them. Flying monsters, small and fast, attacked their airships, while larger ones besieged their walls. Others, double the size of their airships, were carrying on, and in them was a landing force. The cities had been besieged for months now, but the enemy hadn't been able to breach inside the walls. It didn't really matter, though. They were trapped here. They couldn't leave. Even if they could evade, they couldn't escape. She looked to the side, studying the ever-present clouds around the 3 islands. She saw glimpses of black moving through the air, a shape that even from this distance looked enormous. It was a general, a monster that was so large that it could wrap itself around one of the islands. It was flying in circles, a great black-scaled serpent, a leviathan that tested their defenses now and then but never pressed. She didn't know what it was waiting for. It had to be one of the more powerful generals the enemy had. It hadn't gotten through the portal in the tournament city, that much she knew. It was unknown how it arrived here, though. It could have probably just flown over from the dome. Princess Fenera. She turned around and saw the guard commander standing there. She hadn't even noticed. He had to have called her several times before she answered. "Your Highness," he continued, "you should retire inside. It is dangerous being in the open." Fenera chuckled. She was on the palace balcony, in the heart of the city. If something reached here, they would have far more problems than they had now. She shook her head, looked out at the siege. Fire streamed from all 3 cities, fighting the monsters trying to reach them, to land troops and disable their defenses. "I am as safe as I can be here, Jenu," she told him. The air shook with a roar that clapped like thunder. Fenera turned around, looking in and seeing the great leviathan break through the clouds. The serpent's maw opened wide, roaring. She readied herself, and then the general banked. The clouds behind it turned crimson with fire, and she watched in amazement and terror as the general's scales burst, wounds opening up all over its body. It slithered through the air, running away, and bright lances of light pierced through the clouds behind it, carving pieces of its body. A swarm of glowing blue spheres flew out of the clouds, then cracked open, sending glowing spikes of light that followed the general and struck its body, exploding. It was screaming now, falling to the ground. The cities opened fire, the army sieging them trying to turn and go after their general. A shape broke through the clouds, a massive beast made out of metal. Its shadow fell on the city. It was the size of a mountain. It looked like an elongated wedge, with turrets lining its surface. Long tubes the size of towers were pointed at the general and fired beams of light. She saw the crest on the front of the vessel, and she knew. Smaller vessels followed behind it, and she looked in amazement as they, alongside with the defenders, broke the siege and exterminated the enemy forces. That is the memory of stars, isn't it?" Jenu whispered. Fenera nodded. "Yes, the flagship of the exalted fleet. A ship capable of flying through the sky, of submerging beneath the oceans, of traversing the void above them all, the flagship of the Herald of the Machine." Now. The city was burning in the distance. The screams were filling the air. She turned away and walked back inside, past the corpses whose white cloaks had been stained with blood, past the broken bodies and dead monsters under her command. The bulk of her forces were the Taken. She had been granted the great honor of being able to command both them and the monsters. Her task was to take more, to show them all the glory of Hastur. It was true freedom, the release from the bonds of their mortal making. She had struggled with that before she became his servant. She had thought that she had to be something that mattered. Now she knew that there could be no true peace, no true order, unless all followed the same will, the same law. She made her way through the rooms and corridors until finally she entered one that was familiar to her. Another of the Taken was there, her second in command. He was not as useful as Bera had been, but one couldn't really pick and choose. She opened her mouth. She froze, and her second froze. The armies in the citadel and the city froze. She felt it in her core, the link severing. Hastur was dead. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It had come to pass, what Hastur had feared. There would be no more Taken. There would be no more monsters spawned, no great will leading them. But they remembered. They would take up the mantle and ensure that Hastur's legacy endured. Urel Ansi, chosen of Hastur, walked behind a desk and took a seat as the citadel burned around her. Chapter 77. Zack. Reward. Silence. Over his long life, he had often wondered what it would be like to experience a noise that had not come into being by his own hand. He remembered the days where he had done nothing but cause noise, when he'd had to chase the silence away. Yet, as time passed, he had stopped, as just knowing that it was he who created the noise was a pain to him. Silence and noise. Opposites. Oh, how he hated the silence. It had always been there, surrounding him, embracing him, telling him that nothing mattered. It wanted him to give up. It wanted him to go still, and there were times when he had. There was nothing outside of himself in the world that had been his home for so long. He had sometimes spent days sitting in the same spot, not moving a muscle, not thinking about anything, silent and empty. Yet there was this thing deep down inside of him that raged in its cage, that wanted him to struggle and get out, that despised the silence. And he had listened to it, had broken out. Now he was here in this world filled with noise and flaws and impetus. He had spent lifetimes without having to make choices, without anything influencing him but his own will. And now he was surrounded by noise and madness. The wind touched his face, forcing him to choose if he wanted to move. Others were people who did not think like how he did. Noise and questions. It was overwhelming. He felt as if he was on a raging ocean, thrown in the directions it wanted him to go, without him being able to steer at all. It was annoying. He missed the silence. He had hated it, despised it, and now he could weep from everything that was around him. This new world was filled with things that were beyond his control, and yet it was all too much. Now that the king in yellow was dead, now that he had broken his prison and killed the one who had put him there, there was nothing really for him to do. Yes, he wished to know his past as he needed to. It was required for him to understand himself fully. Yet, how did one go about learning? A woman sat across from Zack. She had long black hair, 2 slim horns on top of her head that curved back, eyes like stars, and skin hued red-pink. Her arms were covered in scales from the elbows to fingertips, and a tail curled behind her. He saw through it all. It was not a body she was born to. He saw the flaws, the pieces that were added to the whole, but were not perfectly aligned. He didn't know how to fix it, but it grated on his mind. Everything did. This world was no different in many ways from the one that was his home, but that one was perfect in the way that it was made to look flawed, having been mind essence perfectly crafted into an image of reality. This was different. He had to actively force his mind from trying to see it all. There was something at the edge of his understanding, just waiting for him to grasp it, and he knew that it would be too much to even try. His willpower wasn't regenerating, which did make things easier. He didn't get as overwhelmed as he had at the beginning. He had time to adjust. His active skills were barred from him as well, for a time, he felt, and he knew that it was his price to pay for his strike. Zack? He blinked, then focused on the woman in front of him, Neha. He tilted his head and realized that she had been calling his name. She had pulled him aside, found a secluded spot for them to sit. The others were arguing, a few panicking. Something had occurred, but Zack didn't know how or even if he could help. The battle was over, they had won, and he had failed. One of the two he somehow still remembered was dead, perhaps not permanently, but a few years was nothing to him. He could wait. "Are you all right, Zack?" she asked. She was so impatient. She needed to talk, to ask questions. Already Zack felt exhausted by them. How could they move so much, talk so much, do things? He remembered her name, but nothing beyond that. She was important, that much he knew. She could tell him about his infancy, the time that he no longer remembered. "You know me?" Zack asked. Her expression changed, but he hadn't seen another person in forever. He didn't know what it meant. "Yes," she whispered. "Tell me about everything," Zack said. She looked at him without blinking, and then she spoke. You don't remember?" Zack closed his eyes. "My first memories, those that I remember at least, are of the unending hunger and thirst, of the silence. I know that a dream existed before, a life that was this, here, in the world around us, but it is a dream that I do not remember. I know because of the carvings on the walls done by a child who grew and turned into me. I am not him. Whoever I was before was lost ages ago." She shook and turned her eyes away. He remained still, trying to focus on her rather than all the things that fought for his attention around him. He wanted her to tell him about the past, those few years when he had lived in this world. He felt like he needed to know, to put in perspective who he was now. But for some reason, she had difficulty saying it. Still, patience was one thing that Zack was very good at. If he had to wait days, months, even years to learn, what was that compared to the ages he had lived alone? She paused, then took a deep breath and met his eyes. "You were my partner, my love, my world." Zack didn't say anything. That was a lot to think about. This person was important, he knew that. He wouldn't have remembered her otherwise. Still, he would need to understand what their relationship meant, and what it would be in the future. She spoke again, interrupting his thoughts. He missed the silence, the time he had before. Everything and everyone here moved so fast. There was no room to breathe, to think about things. "You don't know who I am," she said. You don't love me anymore, do you?" Zack blinked at the question, then tilted his head. "I think that you and those in this world cannot understand. I have lived for ages. Yes, I do not know you, and yet, across the ages, a time enough for me to go mad and go sane again, time enough to forget lifetimes. I have never forgotten your name. Love? I do not know if that is love, but it is something." She nodded and looked away. For a few minutes, no time at all, she sat there without moving, and then she stood up. "We should join the others, see what rewards we've gained." Zack watched her go. It took him a while to remember that the trailing drops on her face were tears. There was a chest for each of them, sitting on the black stone. Golden and silver, the chests were without flaws. The others had already opened theirs and were looking their rewards over. Zack hesitated. He'd had access to the framework, or at least an appearance of it, in the prison. He had items that he didn't remember getting. He could study them. His armor was now gone, destroyed in the fight. Somehow, though, his knowledge of the framework had always remained with him, even though his memory of using it was gone. He looked at Neha kneeling before her chest, which had a lock that was a circle filled with swirling shadows and shapes that constantly changed. He saw her place her hand on the lock and saw the chest opening. He saw that it was filled with items within. In one corner was a box filled with crystals, each flawless and filled with a dark swirling mist. There was a small rack with 3 potions, a ring, 2 orbs, and a circlet made out of twisted, dark red metal. He turned away and looked at his own chest. The lock was a circle, a plate, the same as everyone else's. His was blank, a silver plate with no markings, no flaws, and yet he could feel willpower filling it. He reached out and touched it, and then it changed, the silver plate taking on the properties of different essences, swirling together. And then it vanished, and the chest opened. He took in the contents, and then started on the left side of the chest. He reached down and touched the box filled with the essence crystals. Each held 10,000 immortal essence, and there was a couple dozen of them in the box. The essence inside of them was different than what was in Neha's. These had several different types. Some were time essence, others soul essence, and the rest wind essence. They were the aspects that he had in his arsenal. Such crystals weren't that useful to him, as he wasn't a cultivator, but he could trade them. Or perhaps there was a use that he hadn't discovered yet. He, too, had a rack with potions, and he picked them up each in turn. Eternal Elixir of Aspect Enhancement. Drinking this elixir will boost the effectiveness of an aspect of your choosing by 100 times for 1 hour. Eternal Elixir of Pure Willpower. Drinking this elixir will fully replenish your willpower and increase its effectiveness by 100 times for 1 hour. Eternal Draft of Attunement Upgrade. Drinking this draft will improve an attunement of your choice to a tier equal to the Eternal Tier 9 class evolution choice. They were powerful, a good thing to have in his reserve, and there was one to improve his class. He looked beyond them to the next item. Ring of True Recall, plus 2,000 to intelligence, plus 1,000 to wisdom. The Ring of True Recall allows you to place 3 markers anywhere in existence. By activating the ring, you will be able to instantly teleport to one of the markers. Cooldown is 1 hour per teleport, and 24 hours per marker. Each individual marker can be changed once every 1 year. He didn't know how useful the ring would be to him. After all, Zack had nowhere to be, nowhere to go. This world was... A part of him was frightened of it. He knew nothing about it. He only inferred things from the words he had read on the walls in his prison. Did he have a home? A place that was his own? He didn't know, and he needed to learn. He glanced at Neha, saw her studying her circlet. She was the only thread that he could pull, the only one who could fill him in and teach him. Ryun was also, and if Zack had to wait, he would. Time mattered little to him. Yet everyone around him seemed to be in a rush. They wanted to move and leave this place. Zack still hadn't figured out why. He turned back to his chest and picked up the 2 orbs. Dungeon Core. Using this item will create a respawning dungeon at the place of activation. The type of dungeon will depend on your surroundings and the quality of the essence available there. It will take control of all nearby monsters and incorporate them into the dungeon. Activating the core in a wild dungeon will turn it into a respawning dungeon. Essence Castle. Using this item will allow you to create an essence castle. The castle will be a fully functioning building with a size dependent on your combined tiers of power. It will be made out of all the essence types available to you, the tiers of the essences available to you, their power, and your mastery of them will impact the end result. The castle can only be created in a territory that you own. The benefits that the building will provide will depend on location, your power, and the tier of your territory. Something inside of him was content with this. It was something that he had forgotten, a goal that he had once had. It didn't matter now, though, as he had no goals. He needed to rediscover them, or else find new ones. The items were— he didn't know how good they were, another thing that he would need to learn from someone else. He looked at the last item, a sword sheathed in an all-black sheath. He drew it and studied it. The sword was as long as his arm, with a thick blade that didn't have a narrow point suitable for stabbing. Instead, it had what looked like an axe head turned upward. The bottom of the blade's surface, near the guard, had a hollow. About the size of his fist, the ring of it was lined with a prismatic layer that changed colors constantly. The blade itself had a strange, dull color that he couldn't quite place. It was gray, or dirty white at times, and it, too, almost seemed like it was changing color every time he looked at it. The guard was the same prismatic color as the ring around the hollow, and it seemed to simply exist to hold the wide blade and not to really add any real protection to the hand. The hilt was long enough for a hand and a half, with a bland, spherical pommel at the end. It did not impress, at least not visually, though he could tell that it was flawless. He was starting to understand something about his sight. The things that had little or no flaws seemed to be high in tier. He would need to learn more about that in time. He picked it up and immediately felt the power of it. Sealing Blade of Learning, plus 1,500 to intelligence, plus 1,000 to strength, plus 1,000 to dexterity. This blade can be infused with any soul, spirit, or shade. Once infused, the holder of the blade will slowly gain the knowledge and mastery of the infused soul, spirit, or shade. In the case of souls and shades, the mastery and knowledge gained will be regarding their most knowledgeable field. In the case of spirits, the mastery gained will be regarding their dominant aspect. The user can consume the infused soul, spirit, or shade to gain a temporary mastery and knowledge from the infused dominant field or aspect. If the infused soul, spirit, or shade is not hostile toward the wielder, the knowledge and mastery will be gained faster, and the blade will also provide a power bonus based on the infused soul, spirit, or shade. While holding the blade on your person, your learning speed will double. The blade was interesting. It could allow him to learn, something that he desperately needed and wanted. It would be useful, that was certain. With the last item retrieved from the chest, it disappeared, and Zack looked around. The others were still studying their items. He knelt on the ground and settled in to wait. He would need to speak with each of them, to learn more about the situation he was in now. But for the time being, he was content to wait. He had more than enough patience for it. Chapter 78. Neha. Reward 2. Neha looked at her chest. The lock on it had a symbol of a constantly shape-shifting hand holding a dagger made out of shadows. She didn't know if it meant something more than what it was. Was that how the framework saw her? A shadowy dagger and a shifting hand? It was part of the truth, anyway. She opened the chest and then went through the items inside, a reward for a feat that they had achieved. She didn't feel elated, happy, relieved, or grateful. She glanced at Zack and saw him opening his own chest. He had been changed. She had hoped that it was just the after-effects of whatever mind attack Hastur exposed them to, that it would go away, but he remembered everything and what he had told her. She and the others didn't remember anything about it, like a dream that had already been forgotten. She had a few feelings still left over from it, but nothing else. For her, there was no time in between passing through the portal to the ethereal realm and waking up trapped. Zack, though, had lived through it all. He remembered thousands of years, so long that he had forgotten his past. He had forgotten her and everything that they had been trying to do. She didn't know what to do with him, how to approach him. It hurt to see him look at her and not know her. Yet, after all that time, after all that he had forgotten, he still remembered her name. That had to mean something, at least. She set those thoughts aside for a moment. They were in a peculiar situation. They couldn't contact anyone in the Empire or the settled territories, which was strange. Anashi had told them that she was unable to open a way into the ethereal realm for some reason, too. The others were taking a moment to go through their own loot, hoping that something would happen before they had to make a decision. She was doing the same. Picking up a rack filled with potions, she looked through them. Eternal Elixir of Shadows. Drinking this elixir will boost the effectiveness of shadow aspect by 100 times for 1 hour. Eternal Elixir of Pure Willpower. Drinking this elixir will fully replenish your willpower and increase its effectiveness by 100 times for 1 hour. Eternal Draft of Attunement Upgrade. Drinking this draft will improve an attunement of your choice to a tier equal to the Eternal Tier 9 class evolution choice. Eternal Potions. She had never seen one before. They were beyond rare and worth more than she could even imagine. That attunement upgrade one could buy her whatever she wished. Her and Zack's dream, or perhaps just hers now. She was afraid to talk to him, to learn more. She was afraid that the Zack she knew was gone, and that he would never return again. She knew that she shouldn't, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. She shook her head again, focusing on the items. Ring of True Shapeshifter Identity. Plus 1,500 to Intelligence. Plus 1,000 to Vitality. Plus 1,000 to Endurance. The Ring of True Shapeshifter Identity will fully change your screens to those of your form in such a way that nothing will be able to see through the deception. You will also gain access to 3 of the form's abilities/techniques/skills, highest tier focus, while in that form. With this one thing, she had just gained a way for her shape-shifting forms to be perfect. There were many things that she could do on her own, change a shape, imitate their mannerisms and speech patterns, but she couldn't replicate someone else's powers. Now she would be able to use at least some of their power to truly sell the lie. The ring was a shape-shifter's dream. She slid it on her finger, then looked into the chest again. Peace of Night. Using this item will immediately turn day into night inside the territory you are currently in. It will also transform shadow essence of any tier in the territory into Tier 9 shadow essence. Can be used once every 3 months. Advent of Image. Using this item will allow you to create a nascent skill image before acquiring 9 Tier 9 skills. The image will not be fully formed, and it will be weaker until you reach the end of the skill focus path. She didn't know what an image was, but based on the wording, it seemed like it was something tied to the end of the skill focus. It was important and probably incredibly powerful. The Piece of Night Orb was an incredible tool, especially since many of her skills were tied to shadows. She had been moving in that direction for a while now, imbuing all of her skills with shadows where she could, at least. These 2 orbs were priceless. She placed them in her storage and looked to the next. The last item was a circlet of red metal, 3 strains twisted together to make 1 ring. It had what looked like tiny leaves on top and what looked like teardrops on the bottom. She picked it up and immediately felt power seeping into her. Circlet of True Mirrors, plus 3,500 to intelligence. This circlet makes all of your attunements twice as effective when worn. You may create up to 2 true illusions around you. They will appear fully real to anyone looking at them, along with full screens. They will have substance and will be able to interact with the world around them. The illusions are controlled by your mind, and they can take any form you can imagine. She wasn't quite sure why she had been given such an item as a reward, but she could see many uses for it. Distraction, and even combat, would be significantly easier with it, especially since the illusions would be real, more like a manifestation of her mind. She wondered how powerful they could be. She would need to test it. She put it on her head and then looked around. The others were all still looking at their own loot, and so she settled in to wait. Once they were done, they would all be forced to face reality. Something was wrong, and they needed to hurry and find out what. Celia looked at the glowing gate and the tower in the middle of the square. The gate to Erlier. She didn't know what it was, but it appeared like an entrance to a dungeon to her. Another test, another obstacle in their path. She shook her head and turned away. The others were looking through their loot, and she glanced at the 3 chests near her. Erdania was looking at her own rewards, her chest already open. Celia walked over to one of the chests and looked at its symbol. It was just a black nothingness, a void. It was Ryun's reward. His immortality would have sent his soul to safety to recover, to rebuild his body from scratch. It was going to take some time. He had done more than most of them had. In the end, he had chosen to give Zachariah the chance to kill the Dome Leader, even though it had cost him time. Zachariah. She glanced at the man, still feeling the great power of will from him, though a bit more subdued now. She wasn't sure what had happened to him, and there had been no time to find out. She turned away from him and placed her hand on Ryun's reward and put the chest inside her storage. She couldn't open it, but she could keep it safe for him. Then she turned to her own chest. Her symbol was many forged objects floating in a silver sea. Her cultivation path relied on her shaping her chi into weapons, duplicating and enforcing them with her class. She used her will to shape and control them, and her chi improved her ability to do so. She wondered what she had gained. She reached down and opened her chest, then looked inside at the first of her rewards. Eternal Elixir of Sanguine Silver. Drinking this elixir will boost the effectiveness of your sanguine silver aspect by 100 times for 1 hour. Eternal Elixir of Pure Willpower. Drinking this elixir will fully replenish your willpower and increase its effectiveness by 100 times for 1 hour. Eternal Draft of Attunement Upgrade. Drinking this draft will improve an attunement of your choice to a tier equal to the Eternal Tier 9 Class Evolution choice. Powerful potions. 2 that were single-use trump cards. They lasted for 1 hour, too, enough that she could do, well, retaking her sect would not be impossible with even 1 of these elixirs. The last one was incredible, too, being an elixir that would improve one of her attunements. Both of her attunements were incredibly important for her build, and so being able to improve them would be amazing, though perhaps she should wait. She did plan on leveling her class, evolving it further, and so she could improve some of her future attunements. She would need to think about that. She wondered what Urdania had gained. She didn't have a class, so that meant that she had probably been granted something different. She turned her eyes back to the chest and pulled out 2 orbs. Shrine of Sanguine Silver. Using this item will create a sanguine silver shrine at any location. The shrine will generate Tier 9 sanguine silver essence, which will be accessible only to the user and anyone they deem acceptable to enter. Will-shaped cultivation core. This is a fully functional cultivation core. When used, the size of the core will be copied from the user's core. Using will, it can be filled with any type of essence, which it will then turn into chi of the equivalent tier as the essence put into it. The user can draw chi from it when holding it, in the same manner that a cultivator can draw from their own core, and then use the chi for their techniques. Can only be used by cultivators. The shrine was something that she had been looking for a while. Her sect had a source of it, but she didn't have one of her own. Without her sect, she had no access to the essence she needed. She hadn't really cycled in a long time, true, but she did think that she could figure out how to move to the next realm. Ryun's ideas had pointed her in the right direction, or at least she felt they had. But the second item was far more interesting. It literally gave her a second core. It would double her chi reserves, allow her to create twice the amount of objects. Put together, the 2 orbs were instantly 2 of her most valuable possessions. She placed them in her storage, and then continued looking. Next, she pulled out a small ring. Ring of the Mind Forger. Plus 3,500 to intelligence. The Ring of the Mind Forger increases the efficiency of all your mind creation-based powers by 100%. While worn, your overall speed is increased by 80%, and your resource costs are reduced by 50%. The constructs you create gain plus 80% to their durability, and their offensive and defensive power is increased by 50%. Once per week, you can create a mind construct free of all costs. It was a perfect item for her. She hadn't doubted that it would be. The framework's rewards for this feat had been genuinely incredible, and she hadn't even had the chance to look through her notifications yet. There were many of them. She had glanced at her class and knew that she could evolve it. The evolution was obviously a direct reward for their feat. It was called Glorious Projection Mindsmith and was a relic class. She hadn't ever heard about a class that had glorious in the name. The direct evolution of her class was Grand Projection Mindsmith. She suspected that it was a special version. She would need to try and find information, if there was any, about such classes before evolving it. She placed the ring on her finger, which left only 1 item in the chest. She had left it for last on purpose. It was a blank face mask. It didn't feel like the other items did, and she had a suspicion as to what it was. Slowly, almost tentatively, she reached out to it. Awakened mask, shard of all sorrow. An awakened object. She had searched for a long time and had never been able to find one that fit her, that she felt comfortable with. She knew that the framework rewarded them only rarely, but that always they were shaped to fit the one that they were given to, at least at the time they received them. This was an awakened object that would fit her, and yet she hesitated in taking it up, in bonding to it. The name was what frightened her. After all this time, after all that she had been through, was sorrow all that she was? She wasn't sure if she wanted to know the answer to that. She picked it up, but didn't do anything with it. Instead, she simply stored it in her ring. This wasn't the time. She looked around, saw that the others had finished going through their own rewards, and she could almost feel the looming conversation coming. It was what they had ignored since they defeated the Dome Leader, the wrongness of the situation they were in, and the fact that no one was answering their calls. Celia had tried to call Sigmund, but he hadn't answered either. They had taken a few moments to heal and rest, distracted themselves with their rewards, but now was the time for reality to reassert itself. She stood up and walked up to the slowly gathering circle. She was not looking forward to this conversation. Chapter 79. Zack. Purpose. As the others looked through their rewards, Zack turned his eyes on the flashing notifications in the corner of his eye. He hadn't seen one, not ever. He had known about them, not because he had carved it in the stone, but he just knew. The matters concerning the framework were always clear in his mind. He wondered why. He opened his notifications and took a look at them all. He had gained new titles, several of them, each with great rewards. Some of his old titles had improved, too. He took a deeper look at the rewards for the most important ones. First, greater crucible of the mind. First, to endure a uniquely harrowing mental experience in the infinite realm. Plus 500 to base intelligence and wisdom. Plus 5% to all stats. Pure enlightened. Perk change. 5,000 immortal essence. Pure enlightened. Title perk. Your mind is immune to all mental effects unless you allow them to impact you. A new perk, an improvement on the one he'd had before. That perk was the reason why he had seen through Hastur's deception, or at least that was what his younger self had carved into the walls. The Zack present now had no way of remembering. This improvement gave him something, a power that would allow him to resist such attacks in the future. He would never again fall to such powers, never again be imprisoned in the same manner. There were other perks, too, skill perks that gave him more power, and one more title perk, a reward for killing the leader of the 11th Dome. 11th Dome. Defeat the leader of the 11th Dome. Plus 500 to base intelligence and wisdom. Plus 10% to all stats. Key to Chamber of Treasures, Irlie. 10,000 immortal essence. Key to Chamber of Treasures, title perk. Your soul is marked with a key that will open a certain door. A part of him was frightened. He found himself lost in a world that he knew nothing about, surrounded by strangers that he feared losing, in a way. He did not want to go back to being alone, and yet he didn't know how to be with others. Neha. He had made her cry, and he hadn't realized her sadness until later. He had noticed that he was slower than them all. When he wasn't fighting, he took his time to think. He was used to thoughts and ideas lasting for days in his mind. Now he had to think quickly, to react to others' inputs immediately. And he just couldn't. He knew much, the things that he remembered from the walls, but as with this title, he understood nearly none of it. His younger self had written phrases, some explanations, but they hadn't been enough. Perhaps he didn't, or couldn't, imagine forgetting, or perhaps madness had taken him before he could even begin. Half of the things he had read on the walls were ramblings which made no sense. He had known that Hastur was his enemy, that he had trapped him in the world that had been his home, and that Hastur was a dome leader. But he didn't know what that was. He had no understanding of what a dome was, and because of that, he understood very little of what had happened since. He didn't know why they were here to fight, not really. He knew what had been written, that they were here to save lives, but understanding? That eluded him. Zack turned his eyes on the others, only to see them inspecting their gear. He still had time. He looked his screens and tables over, taking in the changes. It was interesting to him, since they had been the same for as long as he could remember. Zack Character Sheet Chapter. Titles. First Kill. Kill the first monster in the framework run world, 5,000 essence. First to 10. First person in the world to reach level 10, plus 10% to all stats, 10,000 essence. Adventurer. Hunt more than 100 monsters, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. Hero of Promise. Save more than 10 people with a single action, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. Chief. Create an outpost, plus 3 to all stats, 1,000 essence. Leader. Upgrade an outpost to a town, plus 3 to all stats, 2,000 essence. One against many. Fight against more than 10 opponents and win, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. First to 60. First to evolve their class in the world, plus 10% to all stats, 100,000 essence. Class Evolution 6. Evolve your class for the 6th time, plus 150 to all stats, 50 greater essence. True Understanding 11. Evolve a skill to Tier 6, plus 20 to all stats, 20,000 greater essence, per Tier 6 skill. Apprentice Bounty Hunter, Wardens. Complete 10 faction tasks for people no more than 2 tiers of power below you, plus 5 to all stats, 1,000 greater essence. Crucible of the Mind. Go through a harrowing experience to improve your mind by forging it in the harshest conditions possible based on your mind state. Plus 500 to intelligence and wisdom, plus 2% to all stats. Enlightened, mind perk, 50,000 greater essence. Beyond Understanding 5. Focus and specialize your understanding of a Tier 6 skill, plus 250 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence per focused skill. True Link, Nehamasa Plane Runner. Attain a true link with a type of being, plus 100 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence. World Feat, Closer of Rifts. Close a rift spanning most of the known world, plus 200 to all stats, plus 2% to all stats, perk improvement, 1,000 celestial essence. Journeyman Bounty Hunter, Wardens. Complete 25 faction tasks that are no more than 2 tiers of power below you in difficulty, plus 25 to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. Elite Bounty Hunter, Wardens. Complete 100 faction tasks that are no more than 2 tiers of power below you in difficulty, plus 50 to all stats, 10,000 greater essence. Master Bounty Hunter, Warden. Complete 200 faction tasks that are no more than 2 tiers of power below you in difficulty, plus 100 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence. Combined Understanding 2. Combine 2 of your Tier 7 skills, plus 50 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence, minus 1 skill slot per Tier 8 skill. Skill Lord. Evolve 3 skills to Tier 6. For every 3 skills evolved to Tier 6, gain plus 2% to all stats. Immortal Skill Master. Achieve 3 Tier 7 skills, plus 50 to all stats, aging process halted, 100,000 greater essence. Eternal Understanding 2. Improve a Tier 8 skill, plus 50 to all stats, 10,000 celestial essence per Tier 9 skill. Isolationist. Spend 100 years without speaking with or seeing another living person, plus 20 to all stats, 10,000 greater essence. Recluse. Spend 1,000 years without speaking with or seeing another living person, plus 200 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence. First Greater Crucible of the Mind. First, to endure a uniquely harrowing mental experience in the infinite realm, plus 500 to base intelligence and wisdom, plus 5% to all stats. Pure Enlightened, perk change. 5,000 immortal essence. 11th Dome. Defeat the leader of the 11th Dome. Plus 500 to base intelligence and wisdom. plus 10% to all stats. Key to Chamber of Treasures, Ilye, 10,000 immortal essence. Dome Supremacy, first to defeat a dome leader, plus 1,000 to all stats, plus 15% to all base stats, 20,000 immortal essence. Through Will, Body. Forge your body with your will, infusing it beyond skills, plus 500 to base vitality and endurance, 5,000 celestial essence. Through Will, Mind. Forge your mind with your will, infusing it beyond skills, plus 500 to base intelligence and endurance, 5,000 celestial essence. Perks. Riposte, class perk. Once per combat, gain the ability to execute a lightning-fast attack after being damaged. Speed of returning strike equals double dexterity stat. Wind's Mark, class perk. During combat, every strike with your weapon sends a gust of wind in the direction of your choosing. Wind powers are 20% less effective against you. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Wind Master, class perk. In combat, wind swirls around you, blowing in any direction you choose. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Consequence, class perk. Every kinetic attack you block stores a part of its energy. Once per combat, unleash all the stored kinetic energy. Amount stored depends on strength stat. Second Chance, class perk. Once per combat, upon taking damage that would kill you, you may heal yourself instead. Healing speed depends on vitality stat. Lightning Body, path perk. Your body's reflexes are enhanced, able to utilize your maximum dexterity at a moment's notice. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Lightning Chi, aspect perk. When using techniques, your chi passively enhances you. Gain plus 30% to dexterity while any technique is active. Quickened Mind, path perk. Your mind is quickened, able to think faster than an ordinary human's. Strength of effect depends on intelligence stat. Last Sovereign of Terra, class perk. Once per week, you may call upon the Spirits of Terra, which grants you the combined knowledge, talent, and expertise of all the sword masters who had ever lived on your earth. The Spirits of Terra imbue you with heightened senses, doubling your total stats 150% for the duration, and lowers the stamina requirements and cooldowns of your abilities by 30%, 45%. All sword-based skills level 5 times faster. You may pull out up to 3 Spirits of Terra to fight at your side for a short duration. The Spirits of Terra will have half of your current total stats, and each will be able to use up to 3 of your perks, currently designated 0. While they are using your perks, you are unable to. Upon Spirits of Terra's ending, you will be unable to use abilities for 30 minutes. Duration and cooldown depend on your highest stat. Formless Core, path perk. Your chi core loses its shape. Instead of containing your chi, it now lets it move freely through your body. You can now use your techniques at a 50% faster rate. You gain plus 10% to wisdom, and your chi passively enhances your body based on your lightning aspect, giving you plus 10% to dexterity. You are no longer able to enforce your core or upgrade this perk. Ancient Heritage, class perk. Once per combat, you may activate this perk to borrow the power of all of your ancestors, increasing all of your total stats by 120%, 180%, for 6 seconds. Duration of effect depends on your highest stat. Ethereal Blade, class perk. Summon an ethereal blade in any shape you desire. It lasts as long as you want, but drains you mentally while it is active. The sword deals 20% of its damage as soul damage and 80% as physical damage. As it is ethereal, it can endure only 60%, 90%, of the force that would break an ordinary blade. The quality of the blade depends on your wisdom stat. Dazzling Strike, class perk. Twice per combat, execute a strike that will blind the target for 1 second if your weapon connects with anything in direct contact with their body. Double Aspect Strike, Class Perk. Once per combat, execute a strike that will copy itself. The copy depends on and will be boosted by one of the aspects from your arsenal. The strike follows behind the first one on a 0.5 second delay and deals 50%, 75% of the original attack's power. The aspect that is used cannot be used again until all others are used. Gate Fisher, Class Perk. Once per 10 days, cut through space with any weapon and open a rift gate that will allow you to fully step into another plane. The fissure will remain open until the gate is destroyed or until you close it. Phantom Avatar, Class Perk. Transform into the Phantom. You gain plus 50% resistance to physical and special damage, and your total stats are doubled. If used in the ethereal realm, gain an additional 20% to all stats. Lasts until cancelled or until your mental stamina has been completely drained. Enlightened, Title Perk. Your mind is highly resistant to mental effects and can function at peak condition in all states, even after it is damaged beyond the point where most would falter. Shade Reaver, Unique Perk. You have gained the Shade Reaver, a soul weapon. It grows stronger with you and allows you to take power from the shades and spirits you kill. Your soul weapon can have at most 9 forms, each with its own unique power. Forms are made from the most dominant aspect of the shades or spirits you take it from. The stronger the target, the stronger the power and form. You can use Source Drain to drain power from shades and spirits. Doing so on living spirits and shades will grant you 10% of all the essence they had ever used in life for advancement, along with all of their unassigned essence in the case of shades, and in the case of spirits, 10% of the essence that comprises the spirit's power. Planar Mantle, Class Perk. Gain a passive bonus depending on the last plane you traveled from, even when Phantom Avatar isn't active. Real Plane, plus 10% bonus to all stats. Ethereal Plane, plus 20% reduction to physical and special damage. Essence Planes, plus 20% bonus to essence damage of corresponding most dominant essence type. Stalwart Soul, Class Perk. Reduces any ethereal damage you receive by 30%, 45%, and increases your soul's natural regeneration by 30%, 45%. Aspect Blink, Class Perk. 10 times per combat, and unlimited outside of combat, teleport to any place in a 25-meter radius around you, or step through a weak rift in the plane you are currently in to blink to another plane. When the blink ends, you gain 15% resistance to all aspects in your arsenal. Essence Sense, Class Perk. Once per day you may activate this perk to gain a sense corresponding to the last essence plane you visited. Lasts 10 minutes. Essence Elemental, Class Perk. Once per week, you may transform yourself into an Essence Elemental for 5 minutes or until cancelled. To activate, you need to visit a part of the Essence plane that is of at least 5th tier. Your stats and power will depend on the tier and type of essence you take. Any wounds you have suffered will be healed. You will only be able to use planar abilities and perks for the duration. The transformation will store everything you are wearing in a special storage place inside your soul. Greater Rift Tear, Class Perk. Once per day, you may forcibly tear a weak spot in the plane you are in, releasing a blast of corresponding essence damage increased by 100% of your intelligence. Greater Rift Seal, Class Perk. Once per day, you may seal any type of rift or portal that is within 100 meters of you. Rift Shout, Class Perk. Once per combat, unleash a devastating shout that sends a blast of planar power in a cone in front of you. The blast will deal essence damage corresponding to the last plane you visited, and it will weaken the area in front of you, creating new rifts leading to the closest essence planes. Whirling Tempest, skill perk. Your My Art Whirling Tempest makes you unrelenting, and a fraction of that power bleeds into your ordinary movements. Slowing effects are 60% less effective against you. Gain plus 20% to dexterity. True Link, Nehamasa Plane Runner, class perk. Allows you to make a link with Nehamasa Plane Runner and enter a linked state. While in the linked state, you gain awareness of Nehamasa Plane Runner, and you gain a bonus of 10%, 15% of her stats added to your own. Allows for the activation of True Link perks. Picking this perk will make it impossible for any other mind-linking perks with other living beings or contract perks to be learned. Depth of awareness depends on your bond with Nehamasa Plane Runner. Warrior's Stamina, class perk. Your stamina regeneration rate is increased by 50%. True Link, Our Power, class perk. Allows your partner to designate one perk and share it with you. You will be able to use an active perk once per 5 days, or a passive one for 4. Once the perk is used, or 5 days have passed, a new perk can be designated. Both sides will be able to use the perk independent of each other. Cooldown depends on your bond with Nehamasa Plane Runner. Pillars of the Aspects, Immortality, class perk. You seek to understand the aspects, placing the basis of your being in their pillars. You are able to place 3 pillars anywhere in any plane in the infinite realm. Only one pillar can be in any given plane. Upon death, your soul will be sent to the ethereal realm, and you will retain the power of 3 perks: Gate Fisher, Last Lord of Terra, Rift Shout. You need to make your way to one of the pillars in order to be reborn. Every future direct class evolution of Lord of the Aspects class will give you 2 more pillars to place and 1 more perk to be retained. If all pillars are destroyed, your soul will move on to the afterlife. The rebirth process takes 3 days, during which time you will not be able to act. When you are reborn, you will not be able to use the aspects in your arsenal for 9 days. Unleash Arsenal, class perk. Once per day, unleash a powerful attack in front of you, dealing 12 times your intelligence in damage which is based on one of the aspects in your arsenal. Once you use up one aspect, you can't use it again until you use the others available first. Lord of Grace and Woe, class perk. Using this perk grants you a plus 50% buff to overall speed and plus 25% effectiveness to the powers utilizing the aspects in your arsenal. Enemies using the aspects in your arsenal have their related power effectiveness reduced by 25%. You also gain plus 100% stamina regeneration, while your mental stamina is drained at a rate of 5% per second. These effects last until turned off or until your mental stamina is drained. Time Strikes, skill perk. Your My Strikes rend time influences your attacks. Any anticipation and precognition powers of equal or lower tier that could detect and anticipate your attacks will not work against you. Gain plus 10% to dexterity and intelligence. Temporal Fighting, skill perk. Activating this perk makes your movements happen 0.1 seconds after they were executed. Drains mental stamina at a rate of 8% per second. Gain plus 10% to dexterity and intelligence. Arsenal Infusion, class perk. Activating this will infuse your being with a chosen aspect from your arsenal. While this aspect is infused, it cannot be used by any other power, and it grants you benefits based on the type of aspect. After the effect is ended, the aspect used will not be usable again until the rest of the aspects from your arsenal have been used. Soul. Your attacks deal 50% of their damage as soul damage, and your soul defenses and soul regeneration are increased by 250%. You can sense nearby souls. Costs 10% of mental and physical stamina per second, with every attack and every soul injury received consuming an additional 1%. Wind. Your attacks deal 50% of their damage as wind damage, and your overall speed is increased by 250%. You can freely control the wind around you. Costs 10% of mental and physical stamina per second, with every attack and every injury received consuming an additional 1%. Time. Your attacks deal 50% of their damage as time damage. Any damage you receive is delayed by 5 seconds. Effects of time-related powers on you are 250% reduced. Costs 10% of mental and physical stamina per second, with every attack and every injury received consuming an additional 1%. Exploit Flaw. Skill perk. Once per day, you may exploit a flaw in any object, decreasing its durability by 50%. Gain plus 10% to dexterity and intelligence. Always focused. Skill perk. Your mind is always focused on the task at hand, and you are unlikely to be distracted. Gain plus 20% to intelligence. Focused on flaws. Skill perk. Flaws in all objects you can perceive are always apparent to you, and their durability is decreased by 15% in your presence. Gain plus 10% to dexterity and intelligence. Clear of all flaws. Skill perk. All flaws on objects in your possession have their deleterious effects decreased by 20%. Gain plus 10% to dexterity and intelligence. Telekinetic armor. Skill perk. You may shroud yourself in armor wrought out of your will. This armor's durability will be equal to 7 times your intelligence, and up to twice that with the application of your will. Gain plus 10% to endurance and intelligence. Across time. Skill perk. The damage you inflict with your strikes inflicts its effects as if it happened 0.1 second before the strike lands. Gain plus 10% to dexterity and intelligence. Pure Enlightened. Title perk. Your mind is immune to all mental effects unless you allow them to impact you. Key to Chamber of Treasures. Title perk. Your soul is marked with a key that will open a certain door. Class. Lord of the Aspects. Relic. Level. 419. Combat ability. Aspect Whirling Wings. Movement ability. Aspect Wings. Support ability. Aspect Binding Chains. Additional ability. Aspect True Sight. Additional ability. Aspect Shutdown. Evolution Attunement Bonus. Ethereal. All ethereal-based powers are 10% more effective. All special attacks deal 0.5% of their total damage as soul damage. Gain plus 10% to strength and wisdom. Phantom Hunter. Gain plus 20% to stamina and minus 20% to ability cooldowns when fighting spirits or shades. Gain plus 10% to strength and dexterity. Planar. All planar powers gain plus 20% to their effectiveness. Change your abilities and relevant perks to planar-type abilities and perks. Gain plus 10% to strength and dexterity. Riftborn. Passing through a rift gives you a 20% bonus to total stats and minus 50% to all ability cooldowns for 20 seconds. Gain plus 10% to strength and dexterity. Aspect-born. You may choose 3 aspects that you have used before as part of your arsenal: soul, wind, time. All powers using these aspects are 50% more effective. Future perk choices will largely be influenced by aspects chosen. Perk and ability evolution. Gain plus 15% to strength and intelligence. Cultivation. Path of the Lightning Blade. Rare. Stage. Peak Foundation. Aspect. Lightning. Base technique. Calm before the storm. Branch technique. Charged focus. Fruit technique. Lightning strike. Passive skills. I focused and saw all flaws. Perfect darkness sight. Perfect tireless body. Active skills. I strike through time. Perfect spatial evade. Perfect nullifying slash. Perfect mind training analysis. Perfect greater parry. Perfect telekinesis. My will made manifest. Strength 74-53. Dexterity 77-70. Vitality 53-83. Endurance 55-17. Intelligence 96-96. Wisdom 76-96. Chapter 80. Zack. Purpose 2. There was something in the corner, something that he had always wondered about. It was part of the framework, so he knew what it should do, but it had never worked in the prison world. He knew, but he didn't understand. He had only the words carved on stone to go by, and they were the only thing that pushed him forward now. One of the carvings spoke about a purpose, about protecting, about crafting something called an ideal, a reflection of his life's path. It sounded like something that he would need, and it wasn't a bad place to start, getting a purpose, a meaning for his life. It felt right. He threw one last glance at the people around him, saw that they were busy, and then he mentally pressed the button. A sensation came over him that was almost familiar, but too soon it was gone, and he was someplace else. He was sitting in a dark realm, at a simple table, with a being sitting across from him, cloaked with an endless darkness within its hood. He looked around and saw perfection in all things. His skill, something was strange about it here, as if it both worked and didn't at the same time. It was as if his will was infringing on something. It was a curious sensation. Zachariah, the being sitting across from him, the deal-maker, greeted him. It's been a very long time. Zack tilted his head. You know me? There was a familiarity in the being's tone. I know all who have ever lived, all who ever will, all who walk this realm, and those who have walked before it have met me. What are you? Zack asked. I am a watcher of sorts. I keep watch over all of existence, though it is hard for beings like you to grasp the full extent of what I am and what I do. Nothing that the being said made sense. For a moment he wondered if he had been fooled again. Had he trapped himself again? Are you real? Is this place real? Such perfection! It reminded him of the mind essence that had crafted a world so real that his mind knew it wasn't. Was this something greater? Had he even left the prison? He started looking around, trying to bring his will to the forefront, and calm, the being whispered, and Zack stilled. This place is real, but it doesn't exist in the type of realms you are familiar with, which is what you are sensing. You escaped. This is not another trap. Zack glared at the deal-maker. He found himself trusting its words, which rung alarm bells in his mind. The being sighed. I see. It will take time for you to recover, as is only natural. You came here for a reason. Speak. Zack narrowed his eyes, then finally decided that there wasn't anything else that he could do. The life I lived before the prison, the things that my younger self had carved into stone, were they real? That was one of his greatest fears, that all that he had read, that what he believed to be true but didn't remember, was a lie, a trick, a deception from his captor. He didn't remember carving the words into the stone, or not all of them, at least. How was he to know that it was really him who had etched those words? How was he to know that it wasn't Hastur who had thrown in lies mixed with the truth?
Yes, it is all real. You had a life before the prison. What you wrote is the truth.
Zack closed his eyes tightly.
Such a long time. So much forgotten.
Zack was more lost than he ever was. Before waking up in this world, he had a task, a goal to accomplish. Get out of the prison. Now that had been accomplished, he had no idea what to do. He suspected everything, feared that everything was a deception. It was crippling. He had wanted to speak with Neha and Ryun, to learn what they knew, to perhaps find something to guide him in this new world. He hoped that perhaps they could make it all stop, could make him believe that everything that he saw was real, because he doubted himself. In the old world, the prison, he had no choice but to go forward. What was real and what was a lie hadn't mattered, and he couldn't die. Now, he had to live and survive on his own. If what he had written on the walls was true, perhaps it would make things right, if he remembered. Perhaps this being could— "I can return your memories to you, for a price," the dealmaker said, as if he had read Zack's mind. "But I must warn you that having those memories will change little."
"What do you mean?"
"You are the oldest chosen in the infinite realm now, Zachariah. The life that you lived before Hastur's prison, the blink of an eye. Even if you remembered the past, who you are now is measured in ages. A few moments will not make you someone else. You are who you are." Zack closed his eyes. He didn't really want or need to remember. The dealmaker was right. What were a few moments compared to the ages he had lived alone? But memory was not necessarily the same thing as knowledge. He didn't need to remember, but he did want to know. He didn't need the dealmaker for that. Neha and eventually Ryun would fill in the blanks. This was a part of it all, a part of life. He was on the road to discovering his purpose, of finding there was no need to rush and borrow from things that he had forgotten long ago. In time, it would come. He was patient.
"No, I do not need to remember," Zack said. "But there is one thing that I would like to know."
The dealmaker waved with his hand, and Zack wondered if he knew already, but just went through the motions to allow Zack to speak. It didn't matter. In the prison, my younger self carved into stone those things he believed to be important. Hastur was one of those things. Another was a name, Ra'azel Equinar. It seemed important. Who is that? The dealmaker tapped the table, then spoke. That knowledge will cost you 10,000 immortal essence. That was nothing. The reward he'd received for killing Hastur was substantial. He paid it immediately. Ra'azel Equinar, the runesmith, was born in a version of the framework that ultimately did not live up to its potential. He was the greatest of his kind, held more power than anyone else on this world, and as punishment for a transgression was imprisoned for all time. You ventured inside a prison and found him by chance. You made a deal with him. Your right arm is his gift. You released him from his imprisonment. He doesn't belong in this place, but he, like others of his kind, are given a chance at redemption. We shall see where his path leads him. If he was imprisoned by you, why allow him to be released in the first place? Zack asked. The dealmaker tilted his head. We don't control choices. All have free will, Zachariah,
to make choices, to fail or to succeed. All is possible, even for such as the runesmith. His imprisonment was long, longer than yours, but what choices he makes now will determine his fate. Zack's younger self had written that Ra'azel was dangerous, and that he was Zack's responsibility. It was something to think about, perhaps a path to finding a purpose. "You are not strong enough. Not yet," the dealmaker said, and Zack frowned. "I don't read your mind," the dealmaker clarified. "It is written on your face. The runesmith is stronger than you are now. In time, perhaps, you could grow powerful enough to face him." Zack nodded. Time was something he had no issue with. There was nothing else that he needed to know from the dealmaker, and he would leave him to whatever he did in this place. "Thank you for your answers," Zack said. "Always." The dealmaker's voice came as that world blinked away. Back in the real world, he looked around, seeing that the others were slowly standing up, talking. He could feel it in the air. They were gathering and about to make some decisions. Zack stood up, eager to hear what they had to say. Every word out of their mouths was a new kernel of understanding to him. For now, he had two goals. Firstly, he needed to get Neha to tell him all that she knew about him. Secondly, he had to start building on his purpose. These people were the only things he had to point him in the right direction. Chapter 81. A Decision. 3 days away from Hastur's city, and they still hadn't encountered anything living. They'd gone through several territories. Meleatus had used one of his perk cooldowns to transport them as far as he could see, and he could do it once a day, sending them days ahead at times. They had crossed a lot of distance, and according to Anashi, they had reached the Empire's southern border. Still, they saw nothing but barren land. There were withered oasis territories, others where even the stone seemed to have been drained of color. No monsters, dome or otherwise. That scared Celia. They had set out of Hastur's city immediately after they looted their chests. None of them had been able to get in touch with the people they had Farlink orbs for. Celia's connected to the one that was in Sigmund's possession, and no matter how many times she tried to contact him, there was never any answer. She wished she had one that connected to Erasmus's, but the man changed vessels so often that one couldn't reliably contact him. Anashi's orb was the same. There was no answer from the Empire. Something was wrong, and it made all of them nervous and terrified in equal measure. They had set a fast pace back, a running march. Though some of them could move faster, they had all decided to stick together, not knowing what to expect. They had won. The Dome leader was dead. And yet, things had not turned out the way they had expected. They were sitting on the ground in a small area hidden by tall rocks, resting for the first time since they had started the journey back toward the Empire. Celia looked at the Demacy woman, the sole survivor of the Empire's team, or at least the sole survivor who was still on their side. The woman had her eyes closed, obviously focusing on something. Celia could see Anashi struggling, her body tensing with effort, and then she sighed. "Anything?" Celia asked. Anashi opened her eyes and shook her head. "No, it is still... I can't explain it. My other powers work, even ones that draw from the ethereal realm. I just can't open a portal into it. It is as if something is blocking me from entering." Celia grimaced. At first they had assumed that her inability to enter the ethereal realm was because of Hastur, or his city. Now it seemed like there was something else at play. No matter how powerful the Dome leader was, there was no way he could have shut down the ethereal realm this far away and have the effect persist after his death. She couldn't imagine what could have the power to block the entrance to the ethereal
from everyone in the real realm. So far, their best theory was that it was a framework restriction, and that they were simply not being informed of it. A crack made her turn her head. She saw Zachariah sitting in a corner with a small rock in his hand. He was squeezing it in his fist, cracking and pulverizing it, turning it to dust. He had changed the most out of them. All of them had gotten the titles, gotten stronger with their new items, but he, even before the rewards, he had changed. His stats were so high naturally that he had crossed the threshold for most of the territories they were passing through. The territory with the dome had been high-tiered enough that they didn't notice, but 2 days ago they reached a territory where it became clear. His steps had cracked the stone he walked on, and the air was thrown away in gusts from the barest movement of his body. It was clear immediately that his stats were just naturally higher than the tier of the territory they were in, as using them fully just damaged everything. Not all territories were of the same tier, not all essence that made up the landscape was the same, and thankfully it wasn't something that he had to deal with in every territory they traveled through, only a few so far. Celia herself had to deal with it, though not to that extent. There were few territories in the Zhenxuan sect that were low-tiered enough that she had to move carefully. At least Zach had managed to keep himself back a bit, not utilizing his stats at their maximum all the time. His power was, frankly, surprising. 3 days. That was how long they had been in the Dome Leader's mind prison. None of them remembered it, but Zach said that he did, that he had lived for thousands of years inside of the prison, all alone. From that experience, he had gained strength there that boggled the mind. Celia couldn't imagine it. But he was different, that was for sure. Even she, who hadn't known him well before, could tell. She glanced at the woman sitting next to him, watching her partner testing out his strength on the rock, and wondered how she must feel. Not even he had been able to enter the ethereal realm. He could still open a way to other essence planes, however. It worried Celia. It was yet another thing that they didn't know. With everything else, it added more. They were all still feeling the after-effects of whatever it was that Hastur did to them. Often she would feel her mind spinning, though she couldn't find a cause. All of them were tired from the fight as well. Their wounds might have been healed outwardly, but something remained. You are correct. A will is keeping us at bay. Zach spoke, almost as if speaking to himself. Anashi and the rest of them blinked. What? He tilted his head, but didn't answer. Celia cleared her throat. You didn't think we should know as much? He turned and met her eyes. I only realized it today. Celia nodded. She didn't know how to talk with him, and she didn't know where he stood in the hierarchy of their group. Obviously he was incredibly strong, but he also seemed to have forgotten all about his life before they had arrived in the Dome Leader's city. He didn't give his opinion. Instead, he sat and listened. She had the sense that he was trying to piece things together from their conversations. Meleatus popped into space next to them with a sound of displaced air, coming back from scouting their surroundings. Found something, he said as he walked into the center of their group. Dome monsters, straight north of here. How many? Celia asked. A few hundred. I saw a general with them, or at least I think it's a general. They are pursuing a group of people into the ruins of a town. They are dying. Celia closed her eyes in regret. A general with a small force. They just didn't know anything. The fact that there had been no monsters anywhere near the Dome Leader had made her suspicious of traps. The people running away. And you just left them there? Zach stood up. Meleatus met his eyes. I know nothing about that general or the monsters with it. Even if I was fully recovered, It wouldn't have been prudent for me to try anything." Celia understood. The infinite realm was a cruel place, and while finding people that might be able to give them information was important, they were all needed back home. If the dome monsters were still active, still a threat, they couldn't risk themselves without a care. Zack turned his head, looking at every one of them, and then his right hand changed color and a gust of wind surrounded him as he dashed away before anyone could say anything. Hero ran into a collapsed building, looking frantically for a place to hide. The monsters had found them just as they entered the town. He could hear their roars and screeches all around him. His brother had told him to run and hide, and Hero did what he said. He knew he couldn't help, that he would only be a burden. He was 16 years old and only level 10. He hadn't even had access to the framework when the dome was opened, and by the time he had turned 15, his parents were dead, and his brother didn't have any essence to spare for him. All that everyone had went to those who could fight. He was terrified, but that was a familiar feeling. He had felt the same way for years now. Ever since the wall fell and the Empire collapsed, they had been on the run. Most people had run north, trying to outpace the monsters hunting them. Hero's brother and his friends had a different idea. They hid, waited for the hordes to pass, and then ran south, getting behind the monsters. It worked. They had been on the run for years, and aside from a few close calls, they had been able to avoid the monsters. The hope had been to find a new territory, someplace safe to settle. But they moved slowly, and had yet to leave the Empire's fallen territories. They barely even survived. The land was barren, and what they managed to scrounge up had been enough to keep them functioning, but never full. And now their luck had finally run out. They hadn't been found by mere monsters, but by a general, too. No one in their group was strong enough to fight one of them. They could barely take down small groups of monsters. Hero's ears were swiveling on top of his head, listening intently. He heard fighting, screams that weren't from the monsters, and he knew that the others were dying and he had no chance of helping any of them. His class gave him one ability, lessen presence, and he used it now. He hid behind a fallen beam in a house that had burned down long ago, but still smelled like ash to his nose. He hoped that it was enough to mask him. A part of him wished that he was stronger, that he could do something, but even if he could, he was too afraid to move. The screams outside stopped then, and then the only sound was his heart beating in his chest, pounding in his ears. Then a footstep, something heavy, approached and entered the building. He froze, looking through the rubble. He heard the wooden floor creaking, a shadow moving, and then it moved in his direction, getting closer and closer. Hero stopped breathing, put his hands over his chest as if that would somehow make his heartbeat less loud. The monster walked over, and he caught a glimpse of it. A four-legged thing with thick black skin, tendrils growing out of its neck, and an unhinged jaw that was filled with black bile dripping on the floor, each drip as loud as a hammer strike to Hero's ears. It looked around, and then turned its eyes to the place where he was hiding. It got closer, and then it reached over the beam and looked down straight at him. The bile dripped and fell on Hero's hand, soaking into his white fur, and he realized that it wasn't bile at all, but blood. It growled low in its throat, and then a low tone intruded, almost like a string being pulled, followed by a gust of wind that whistled. Together they were like a song. The monster disappeared before Hero's eyes, and he blinked. For a few moments he remained frozen, and then he slowly peeked out of his hiding place. The monster was dead, cut into pieces on the ground, and a man was standing above it. A human, with one hand extending into a blade. The air around him was twisting, making him look almost as if he was glowing. The man met Hero's eyes, and he felt A roar interrupted the moment. There were more monsters outside the house. The man glanced to the entrance as another monster charged in. Hero watched as monsters died. Neha reached the town first by slipping through the shadows. The others weren't far behind, but she couldn't wait for them. Zack had run off without a word, and she was terrified that he would get himself killed. As soon as she arrived, she saw the carnage. The dead monsters were everywhere, as were broken buildings and cracked ground. She walked, searching, using her true link to track him. She found Zack in front of a small wooden building, standing next to a white-furred ravzer, a young one. He had one hand on his shoulder as the boy looked at the dead monsters and the others, ravzers and humans. "I was not fast enough," she heard Zack say. "For that, I am sorry." The boy didn't say anything. His eyes just looked at the dead with a blank look in his eyes. Neha saw the general, a monster that Meleatus said was the size of a house. It was missing everything but its head, and she saw the signs of Zack's time-related power, Unleash Arsenal. "Zack," she said as she approached. The Ravzer boy didn't react, but Zack turned his head to look at her. "Carnage and death." He shook his head, then looked to the dead. Innocent lives lost. All that they knew could be lost forever, all because they didn't have anyone to help them, to protect them. She stopped next to him and looked in his eyes. She had been so worried that she had lost him, that Zack that she knew didn't exist anymore. But this, it was something that her Zack would have wanted to do, what he would have said. He wanted to protect people, but before, he had lacked the power to do so. He had forgotten, but at his core he was still the same. He didn't hesitate to move and try to reach these people, to help them. The only thing that had changed was that he now had the power to really change the world around them. She took his hand and squeezed it. He looked at her, and for a moment she was afraid that he was going to pull away, but then he returned the gesture. The others arrived behind them, but she ignored them. She shouldn't have doubted, shouldn't have let fear make her question and worry. Zack needed her now, and she had to be what he had been for her when they had met. She had to guide him, and teach him all that he must know. Perhaps now they would be able to achieve what they had dreamed of for so long. Chapter 82. Choices. 3 years, Erdania whispered. Celia couldn't quite believe it. The child that Zack had rescued had told them that it had been almost 3 years since the wall had fallen. Anashi had been able to pinpoint exactly how long it had been, based on some of the Empire's events that the child still recalled. 3 years. That was how long it had taken them to get through the ethereal realm. Something had to have interfered with their trip. That was the only explanation. Now, with the fact that none of them could even open a way in, it was too much to be a simple coincidence. They had no idea what was happening, but if it really had been 3 years, then why their Farlink orbs didn't work could make sense. A lot could happen in that time. She didn't immediately jump to the conclusion that Sigmund was dead. He was far too strong for that. But he could have lost the orb, or 100 other things could have happened. Celia raised her head and glanced at the other Demaci. Anashi, though, was the Empire. Gone. All of it. Just gone. She was not taking the news well. The child was sitting a bit away, with Nehemasa kneeling in front of him, whispering something, with Zack standing above them. She studied him for a few seconds, remembering the small abandoned town. He had killed all the monsters there before they had arrived, and they hadn't been that far behind him. Him going to help the child alone didn't surprise her. He was supposed to be a warden, after all, but she shook her head. There was no point in dwelling on what they had done. They had other problems now. "That's it, then," Meleatus said before she had the chance to say anything. Everyone turned to look at him. Vryle tilted his head and spoke.
"What is?"
"We did what we came here to do," Meleatus answered. "We killed the Dome Leader. We could not anticipate that it would take us this long. Obviously, something is wrong with the ethereal realm, but we've fulfilled our part of the bargain." Anashi looked at him with an almost uncomprehending look in her eyes. "We need to find my people, "That is what you can do, yes," Meleatus interjected. "We, on the other hand, have no connection to your empire. We have done what you've asked of us, even if we were late. If what the boy says is true, your people are fleeing north, pursued by Hastur's forces. What we saw in the village proves that the Dome monsters will not simply stop just because the Dome Leader is dead."
"What are you trying to say, Mal?"
Vryle asked. "We've been heading for the Empire, which no longer exists," Meleatus shrugged. "Our concern is the core. I have stayed with you because it was prudent, but now, without you all to slow me down, I can reach the core in a few weeks, compared to the months or years it will take me should I stay with you." Celia saw where he was coming from, and she understood. Meleatus was speeding their progress up significantly with his daily teleports, but alone he wasn't limited by just that single perk. The others among them could move fast, but not nearly as fast as he could.
"You will abandon us,"
Vryle said. "Let's not pretend as to why we came here, to find opportunities and power. We did so, while also doing this world a service. I've gained the requirements for my class evolution, and I know you have too." He was right. Celia had a new class evolution available, and she was sure the others who did have classes had one available too. "What would my staying here with you accomplish, aside from buying you a few months while robbing me of the same? I can be in the core and reach our friends and find out what is happening." Celia knew Meleatus well enough to understand him. He was still part of their group, so while he was always searching for more power, he would find Sigmund and the others. At least this way they would be able to send word ahead of their arrival. "You're right, Mal," Celia said. "There is no point in you staying with us."
"We are still in the middle of enemy territory, behind their lines. We are safer together,"
Vryle cautioned. Celia glanced at the people around her, then at Zack and Nehemasa. "I don't think we'll have to worry about that." Meleatus nodded, and then, with a wave and a pop of displaced air, he was gone. Celia sighed and looked around. "We go north." She met Anashi's eyes. "You can choose where to go once we find your people. As for us—" "Back to the sect?" Erdania chimed in. "Yes," Celia said.
"I'll come," Vryle said. "Not like I have any better option. And there are more things I wish to talk with Ryun once he comes back."
That only left Zack and Nehemasa, and she wondered where they would decide to go. Zack listened to Neha speak as the child, Hero, slept next to him on the ground near the fire. They had traveled with the others for a few months, until they had found the first refugees of the Empire fleeing north. Hero had refused to leave their side and go with the Empire's people. Zack didn't mind having him around, though the others had decided on going their own way. The child was slow, and they were all in the rush to get somewhere. A part of Zack understood that. They all had things to protect. They had split from the others, their responsibilities forcing them to move at a faster pace, and had been alone for a few days. For him, the only responsibility was the child and learning more about the past. Neha had told him many things, though he did know that she was fearfully holding some things back. He didn't press. It was hard for her, he could tell. Still, he did admire the way that she seemed to take everything in and never complain, like some of the others had. "The dungeon was in the ethereal realm?" Zack asked, keeping his voice low. "Yes, a prison," Neha said. Zack nodded. He remembered something about that, words carved into stone. "I found someone there, a yeti, Ra'azel Equinar. I wrote that he was untrustworthy, an enemy." Neha inclined her head. "Just so. He gave you your right arm. He created it. Then he left you in the prison to die." Zack blinked, then looked down at his hand. It looked like it was made out of metal or some type of organic variant. He could move it the same as he could move his other hand, but there was no doubt that this one was different. It was pale green, for one, and it changed color based on what type of power he held in it. It was one of his greatest tools. "Do you know why he gave it to me?" "Yes," Neha answered. "You set him free." "Ah. A payment for a debt, then." Zack shook his head, then took a deep breath. His willpower had fully recovered finally. Now, however, he was having some trouble. He always saw the flaws in everything around him. It was overwhelming. It had taken him a while to get used to it. "Where are we going, Zack?" Neha asked, and he realized that he had gone silent for a while. He did that often. Time slipped by him without him realizing. It wasn't that much of a problem for him, but for others, their lives all seemed to move so much faster than his did. "What do you mean?" Zack asked her in turn. "I mean, where are we headed? What do you want to do?" Neha asked. Zack met her eyes. She had told him about their trips, hunting bounties, saving people when they could, that they were part of the Wardens. She had told him about their dreams, their plans. They made sense to him. North, to this core. If what you've told me is true, there are people there, caught in between monsters and people who act like ones. We will go and help where we can." "Why?" "Isn't that what we have done before?" "It is, though then we understood that we didn't have the power to do much. I don't think you quite grasp that now. And are you doing that just because I told you that we used to do it? Because I said that we wanted to help people?" "Of course not," Zack said. He took a few moments to compose his thoughts, and she thankfully waited for him to gather himself. "I've spent a lot of time alone, Neha. I am uncomfortable here, being with people other than myself, but I am also grateful. You cannot understand what it means to live in a world where you alone are the impetus to everything around you. Other people, their lives, are precious. The ruins that we saw, the dead, it pains me, Neha. Everyone is so wasteful, so callous with other lives, so obsessed with their own growth. I see it in your words. I see it in the lands that we've crossed and in the way the others have acted. I can't understand why they wouldn't want to help, why they—" Zack shook his head. It was hard to find the words for his feelings. He had rarely needed to express himself in such ways. "We will go north, our way, and we will help those on the way because that is right and good, because feeling alone, like I was, is not something that I want anyone ever to know." Neha looked at him for a few moments, and then, finally, she smiled. There was nothing but the void, an emptiness without start or end or meaning. It was just there, the nothingness. It cradled him softly. It was in him and around him. It was him. He was part of it, a piece of something that he could grasp and understand more than he ever had before. But as time passed and consciousness formed, the understanding seeped away, leaving only an impression behind. When Ryun finally found himself, he understood that something was lost. He wished that he could grasp it again, but his thoughts were slow. He remembered. He had died. He didn't know if they had won, but in the corner of his mind he still felt Celia, far away, a sheen of something in between them, but she was still there. If she was alive, then, more likely than not, they had won. He was glad. He wasn't one to throw away his life for nothing. If they had killed the monster, then they had done what they had gone there to do. The danger to Ryun's sect would be lessened. He was in the void because his immortality had triggered. He had no body, which was a strange sensation. It was as if he was floating in nothingness. The void around him didn't hurt him, but then again it hadn't hurt him since he had cleansed his body of all non-Tier 9 void chi. He remained there, not knowing exactly what was happening, but faint sensations would spark from time to time, such that he assumed his body was being reconstructed. Time, too, was strange. He couldn't tell how much time was passing, and his mind would slip away from him, as if he had some grave head injury that was making him woozy. It was also boring. He couldn't know how long he had already been in here, or how long he still had to go. So in the times where his mind seemed steadier, he tried to think of ways to pass the time. It was not like him to sit still, to waste time, so he tried to take count of what he could. After a while he was able to feel parts of his body, bones, maybe, he wasn't quite sure. It didn't feel the same way as when he was regenerating an injury. This felt as if his body was far away, not fully connected to him. Perhaps that was it. With death, his soul was no longer connected to his body, and so he needed a new one. He wondered why he couldn't just recreate it from the void, why it took so long now compared to when he did so with his chi. Where even was a core? Was it inside of his body, part physical and part ethereal, or something like that? Obviously it was connected to the soul, and yet he didn't know, and that made him wonder. He would have to take the time and research. Perhaps others knew more than him. Still, he couldn't take it, just floating here and doing nothing. He was himself, at least some of the time, and so when he could, he tried to reach out to the void around him, to will it to speed up the process. Nothing really happened most of the time, until he wished that at least his core would reconstruct faster. That gave him an idea. Perhaps he couldn't speed things up, but could guide and choose what was recreated first. He didn't know how long it took him, but eventually the process started focusing on his core. He waited impatiently, his focus slipping a few times, making the process return to evenly reconstructing all of his body. It was hard, but it was working. After a time that almost seemed like an eternity, and yet may have been just hours, his core was back. It was empty, but it was there. He rejoiced inside his mind. There was a lot more of his body to be reconstructed, but now he could do something while it was recovering. Slowly, he let his will touch the void around him and started to pull in the essence. He filled his core, and then he was cycling. He had all the time in the world for it now. Chapter 83. Inspiration. He sat on the floor, cycling the essences of water and tranquility mixed together. It was close enough that it didn't matter. The room he was in was a shrine that had belonged to a spirit, one of the wardens of the prison. He had killed it a long time ago, so long that he wasn't quite sure how much time had passed. The ethereal realm played tricks on the mind, and even if it didn't, he was in a trance. Time passed differently for him than it had used to. He hadn't known just what had happened to him at first. He remembered clearly thinking that it was another trap from the dungeon, something that was affecting him. But it was not. He had achieved something that his teacher had mentioned to him only once, a state that some cultivators could enter at times of great concentration and enlightenment, when they felt closer to their aspect, when they sought inspiration. It was a state that could last for years, even decades for some. He had never experienced it before, but now he had never felt as in tune with his aspect as he was now. He was tranquil as he had never been before. And so he cycled, advancing his paths. He had been left alone. The shades and spirits that roamed the dungeon hadn't yet found him. They had hunted him since the moment he had entered the dungeon, and he had hunted them. The information he had gained was sparse. It came from the survivors of the initial attack from the dungeon and the expedition that had come after, all procured from the Unbroken Mining Company and their records. There was more there than what they had seen. There were accounts from a person only referred to as the Warden. Despite that, there was enough such that Cale could prepare. He had hoped to have some of his people with him the first time he entered this place, but the situation in the Corps and Hayor's pursuit had forced his hand. He needed power, and this place, it was one of the few options he had. He could have raided another high-ranker's vault, but with Hayor hunting for him, it was unrealistic for him to think that he would get away with it. There were a few dungeons on the island of dungeons that could have provided him the power he sought, but they all had the same issue. Hayor could find him. The ethereal dungeon was the only place that he was certain Hayor couldn't successfully follow him. Some of the accounts about the monsters in the dungeon mentioned a powerful spirit, the head warden of the prison. The accounts indicated that the spirit was one of the most powerful ever encountered, and they had some ideas about how that spirit found them once inside. Cale had bet his all on them being right. The spirit could somehow detect intrusive influences, the essence which intruded on that of the dungeon itself. Cale's tranquility was anything but intrusive. It calmed him and everything around him. Hayor, on the other hand, was his opposite. His very presence would disturb everything around him if he followed him in. He hadn't, or at least Cale hadn't seen any evidence of him. The dungeon was buried, but it was a tower that stretched deep in the under, and he had found another way in. Perhaps Hayor simply didn't know how to enter it, if he even suspected where Cale had gone. Cale had spent his early days hunting the spirits that roamed the dungeon on its upper levels. Some he had avoided. He was powerful, but there was no point in taking some fights. He had been taking advantage of his pilfering class, harvesting essence related to his aspect, cycling as much as he could. He looted what the shades were wearing, and even found a few rooms filled with secured items. He had found 2 masterwork items of great worth and power, a pair of armored gloves and a great axe. They weren't as useful for him, but he could always sell or give them to his people. Otherwise, he had found a dozen lesser items that could be useful. It had all encouraged him that there was more that he could find in this dungeon. The danger, however, was ever increasing. The shades and the spirits knew that he was inside, and they were searching for him. It had reached the point where he had tried to leave, to exit back into the real realm, and yet had found himself barred. The portal was closed, and the item he had couldn't open the way back. Something was wrong. Somehow the ethereal realm was cut off from the real realm. He had no choice but to remain in the dungeon, and hope that he would eventually be able to get back. His chi gave him some protection from staying inside the ethereal realm for extended periods of time, and he had a few potions that protected him from turning into a shade, but he would run out eventually. So he explored the dungeon further. As he moved deeper into the areas where the spirits had their shrines, he started to sense the change in him. The trance didn't fully materialize until he had found this tranquility-related shrine, but now he felt like he was on the cusp of finding his ascended inspiration. Most people misunderstood what inspiration was and how one should seek it. Inspiration was often similar between people, and that pattern was enough that others often thought it could be the same for multiple people. That was how they crippled themselves without realizing. It was unique for every person. Those slight differences mattered. An inspiration was tied to the cultivation paths and the type of essence that the cultivator utilized. Kale's immortal inspiration had been about pushing his body beyond its limits. His paths were at odds with his aspect, the path of the primal wrath and the path of the primal dream with the aspect of tranquility. While opposing ideas were not always incompatible, his were difficult to balance. Tranquility on the path of the primal wrath meant that he harnessed the wrath of his path, that he entered a state of pure tranquility and fury. His body moved with wrathful power while maintaining focus. It robbed his path of some power, but it also gave him control. He had pushed his body to the limits of what tranquility essence could do to it, forcing his body in a state of pure calmness, of balance. That had been his immortal inspiration, and it put him on the path to discovering the crucible of body later. His evolved inspiration was all about understanding how tranquility impacted his body, accepting the changes and adapting to the new reality. Immortalities were tied to the cultivation path or the aspect, and his was tied to both. Regeneration came through control, which came through a balance of opposites. His body was tranquil, in perfect control of all of its functions, yet able to move and unleash wrathful power. His next inspiration was at the edge of his understanding. It was so close that he was having trouble maintaining the trance. His eagerness to reach it was growing, and that, in turn, was threatening to break his tranquil state. He tried to control himself, as he wasn't in any rush. He focused on drawing in the essence and cycling it through his core, creating crystals. He had long since passed the amount of useful cycles, and the benefits were barely effective now. But there had to be a reason why the framework allowed cultivators to cycle as much as they wanted, and he did feel closer to his aspect, as if he understood it more. Perhaps the benefit wasn't just a tangible or physical thing? The ascended realm, the inspiration to achieve it, had to follow some kind of logic. There had to be something that he was missing. So far, all of previous inspirations were tied to the body, as cultivation was the improvement of the body at its core. His body was flesh and blood. Unlike some other paths, his forging of body and aspect simply put his body into a constant state of tranquility, allowing him full control over every part of it. It had many different benefits. For example, if he was injured, he could have his body stop regenerating most of the wounds and focus all of its efforts on one of the injuries, speeding its healing up. He never had to do that, of course, as healing potions were common. Alternatively, he could stop the function of his organs at will, decide how much fat his body stored or how much energy it used. All the little processes in his body were fully under his control. His body was near the peak of what flesh and blood could accomplish. Some cultivators had bodies wrought out of powerful essences which gave them great power or great durability. His body was lesser in some ways and more in others. Flesh essence couldn't compare to stone in durability, and yet his body worked in perfect harmony, making it greater than the sum of its parts. Blood and flesh and bone. It all worked together to make it greater than any single essence. His mind always came back to essence. Something about it made sense to him. To advance his path, he needed to somehow improve his body or his understanding of it, as he had done for all the previous inspirations. There was something there. His body was made out of essence, of course. With each advancement of his path, each stage and realm, the essence was improved. He had improved his chi to Tier 9 long ago. Mastery of his chi was something that he excelled at. But the body... He realized that he had relied on his path advancement to improve the quality of the essence his body was made out of. His body had to be made out of at least Tier 7 essence, if he assumed that with each realm it had increased by 1. Perhaps he needed to improve it on his own for the next realm? That thought resonated inside of him, and he felt like he was close to the answer. The question, though, was how one even did improve their body like that. His body wasn't just made out of a single essence type or chi, it was made up of many. He would need to improve them all. There were potions and elixirs, even techniques that could remove the impurities from a body, strengthen it. Perhaps he just needed to find a good alchemist, someone who could make a specialized kind of purifying potion for him. The world shook around him then, and he felt like he had found the answer. Then it shook again, and he realized that it wasn't the effect of his trance, that the shaking came from outside of himself. He opened his eyes as the doors leading into the shrine shattered into cubes that floated away, as if pushed by some unseen force to the sides. A spirit entered. Tall and with 4 legs and 2 arms, it had 3 faces, each facing a different direction. It looked down on him and gestured. His trance was broken, and he wasn't fast enough to react. White chains wrapped around him and pulled him to the ground as he reached for his ideal and found himself unable to touch it or any of his other powers.
Intruder.
The spirit, the most powerful being that Cale had ever encountered, the head warden of this dungeon, looked down on him. Cale struggled to turn his head and look up at the spirit, barely able to see high enough to gaze at its torso. There was nothing that he could do.
You thought that you could come in here, into my domain, and reap the rewards,
the spirit said.
Now you will remain here forever.
Cale opened his mouth to speak, but then a sound of something tearing came from behind him, and he saw the spirit tense and raise its arms. A wind howled through the room above Cale, and it struck the spirit. Chains of every color came into being and wrapped itself around it, pulling it back and out of the room. The spirit caught himself on the edges of the entrance, holding on as some incredible force pulled it back and the wind pushed. Cale could see the spirits' faces now, and saw that all 3 were twisted into a snarl.
You,
it spat. Me, a voice said from behind Cale. Then the spirit was gone, pulled out of the room. He heard footsteps. Something was walking around him. Then boots and silver armor covered in strange symbols came into view. He strained to raise his head and saw a yeti crouching in front of him, a mad glint in his eyes. He held a glowing orb in his hand that he moved closer to Cale, the light intensifying as it nearly touched him. "Huh," the yeti said. "Didn't expect you, but my work never lies. What do you want?" Cale managed to say. The chains were still holding him tightly, making it hard to even breathe. The yeti tilted his head. "What do I want? Well, In terms of priority, what I want is to leave this place. That bastard won't be delayed for much longer, and while I am recovered, I still would rather avoid fighting him. Secondly, I want you, apparently. We shall see how useful you turn out to be." The Yeti reached for him and picked him up with the chains still wrapped around him. Then the world twisted, and they were somewhere else. Chapter 84. Spirits. The ethereal realm was madness. It was harmony and discord. It was chaos. It was peace. It was all things and more. Sometimes it was a twisted reflection of the real realm, and other times it was incomprehensible. Its landscapes were as varied as the denizens that lived there and those that simply visited. The ethereal realm had its own rules. Often they were rules strange and illogical to those used to the real realm, but the same could be said in reverse. The ethereal realm moved at its own pace, sometimes faster, sometimes slower. Time was not constant. A part of the ethereal realm could move in sync with the time of the real realm, while all the surrounding areas moved both faster and slower simultaneously. A forest could grow and burn in ethereal fire in the time it took someone to blink in the real realm. An entire generation of people could be born, grow old, and die in the real realm, while barely a moment passed in the ethereal realm. It was also malleable in a way that the real realm was not. Thoughts and wills changed it, influenced it. In a way, the ethereal realm was the realm of dreams and emotions. It was shaped by those who were present in it. Or at least that was all what most people believed. The truth, however, was a different story. Airclaw knew the secret. He knew the truth, and knowledge was power. He felt himself seep into the aspect of the hunt and void, the unending hunger that sought to consume everything, tempered by the need to honor the prey, to stalk and find something that was worthy. He had learned much of himself and his power. He was tied to the framework just as much as any chosen. He might have started as a monster, but he had transcended through his contract. Even monsters had ways of advancing through the framework. Once he had believed that his focus was a mix of class and cultivation, as he had something similar to abilities and techniques, and he had perks. Now he knew that his focus was a mix of all three. In the ethereal realm, in this spirit-like form, he had learned what his skills were. His focus was in some ways more primitive than that of the chosen, or at least that was how it appeared to be. A skill was an action, usually something that a being was already capable of doing, only improved. For him, skills were his natural capabilities, his sight, his smell, his hearing, his strength and speed. With willpower, he could improve them all. He did so now, as he skulked in the shadows of the trees that filled everything above him, that cast an eerie blue light down on the forest floor. He carefully moved, avoiding fallen branches of bone-white trees, stepping gently on orange and green grass. He was hidden by his perk, a part of his powers tied to the void, a perk that gave him his stealth, that devoured all of his presence. He stalked through the forest, following the scent that he had been tracking for days now. His immortality required him to hunt, and he was getting closer and closer to fulfilling it and being granted a choice. The prey was a worthy one, they all were, so he did not underestimate it. Finally, after days of stalking, he reached a clearing, a circle of trees with no branches to cover the sky. For the first time in a long time, Airclaw could see the sky. He saw another forest above them, a mirror of the one he was in. In the center of the clearing above, just like the one in front of him, was a lake. He saw a waterfall on his side, water falling upward to spill into the other lake. His prey was at the edge of the lake, drinking from the sparkling silver water. It was a majestic stag, with pure white antlers and a coat of gold streaked with green. There were many different types of spirits. Some were elemental spirits, others were spirits that embodied ideas, or spirits of emotion, or spirits that were amalgamations of many different aspects. Some were capable of speech, spirits with their own drives and desires, but could also be reasoned with. Others were fully consumed by their natures. The stag was a wild spirit, in tune with its nature and the forest around it. Airclaw had been tracking it for a long time. Now he waited for the right moment, and, just as the stag dipped its head down to drink again, Airclaw pounced. His body burned with power, and he flashed across the clearing, the hunt filling him and the void eating the space between them. He reached the spirit before it had the chance to react. His void claws sunk into its neck, and his teeth into its throat. He felt the blood hit his tongue. The heat and the power of it was intoxicating. He pulled the stag to the ground, held it close as its life left its body. It deserved that, at least. It had been a difficult opponent to catch. Airclaw had spent months trying to keep up with it, always close, but always just barely out of reach. He felt it die, and something pass from it to him, another piece to feed his immortality. Soon, 1 or 2 hunts more, and Airclaw would be able to become something more, or return to the real realm. The trip back didn't take long at all. The ethereal realm changed by the wills of those living in it. All Airclaw had to do was wish to be somewhere else, and the ethereal realm warped around him. True, it only worked for spirits, and those whose will was great, and Airclaw didn't fulfill either of those requirements, but he had something far better. He had a will greater than anything in the ethereal realm looking out for him. He felt the attention, and then the pulling as the ethereal realm obeyed and pushed him all to the peak of the great mountain. Airclaw landed on gray stone, a bit away from the center of the summit. He immediately saw why he had been placed there. In the center, 9 spirits stood in a circle, facing a green and yellow scaled dragon. Each of the 9 spirits were different, and each was grand in its own right. 9 grand spirits, each a pillar of the ethereal realm, each representing one of its facets. Airclaw had learned a lot in the last few years, but seeing them, learning about them, they terrified and inspired him in equal measure. The 9 grand spirits in many ways were the ethereal realm. The territories and the shifting of this place were tied to their nature. Without them, there was no ethereal realm. The closest to Airclaw was the elemental spirit. As tall as a mountain, he was a giant made out of rock, with molten cracks streaked through one side. One of his hands was water and wind, twisted around his squat-domed head. The next grand spirit, just looking at it, turned Airclaw's stomach. It was a spirit made out of twisted flesh, gnarled limbs growing at odd angles out of a mass of fat and hanging flesh. Metal hooks and chains pierced the flesh, creating oozing wounds that let pus and blood trail and drip onto the stone below it as a constant stream. The spirit of horror was not a kind being. Next was a spirit that resembled a hunched figure wearing a cloak that obscured its entire form. The cloak was made out of strands of purest moonlight woven together, beautiful and without a mark. The Grand Spirit of Mysteries was its name, and Airclaw knew little about it. The Grand Spirit of Nature and Nurture sat on the ground, a spirit with a female body and the head of a doe. She wore a dress of leaves, with adornments made out of nuts attached to long strings. Next to her was a constantly changing ball of shadows, the grand spirit of change, who changed form what seemed like every other moment. Airclaw had never seen it settle on one shape, but he had glimpsed it in the shapes of animals before. The grand spirit of war was as tall as the elemental spirit, and Airclaw had seen it manifested as a different race every time he had seen him. Today, the grand spirit of war was a drake of black scales with a red glow beneath them. Adorned in armor and carrying a great axe on one shoulder, he had a tubular weapon of some kind strapped to his waist and thigh, resembling a rifle. A pillar of golden light was the grand spirit of light, so bright that Airclaw couldn't even tell what it looked like. Next to the light spirit was a tiny shape, a bird of white and black feathers, no larger than Airclaw himself. Compared to the others, the grand spirit of transition was not very intimidating, but she was one of the most powerful. She, along with change, governed over the nature of the ethereal realm. The last of the grand spirits looked old, a bear as large as the dragon. Its fur was gray and weathered. The grand spirit of knowledge was the wisest of them, and as Airclaw had found, the kindest. The last being in the circle was the dragon, the explorer's soul, a being that was not a spirit or a shade, but rather a soul that was somehow bound in the ethereal realm. He was, as his name implied, the soul of an explorer. Airclaw knew that the dragon was equal in strength to each of the grand spirits, perhaps even greater. The ethereal realm loved the explorer's soul in a way that Airclaw couldn't quite grasp. The grand spirits were the pillars of the ethereal realm. They were parts of it, and could influence it in ways that other spirits couldn't. And yet, the explorer's soul was just as great, and the ethereal realm itself loved him. The dragon himself was like a grand spirit. Airclaw stood patiently, not able to hear a word of what was being said, not that he would understand it if he somehow could. The spirits did not talk in any language or manner that he could comprehend, though they were capable of doing so, some of them, at least. Not long after, Airclaw saw the grand spirit of war wave his axe about angrily, and then the other spirits stirred. Something was said. War cut down with his axe, and then they stared at each other until finally War turned around and left, a black and blood-red gash opening in the world and swallowing him. The other grand spirits followed not long after. Each departed in their own way, a flash of the elements, a beam of light, a few more portals. After they were all gone, and only the dragon remained, Airclaw approached. "How was your hunt?" the explorer's soul asked. "Fruitful, master," Airclaw answered. "Good," the dragon said. "How many more, do you think?" "1 or 2, perhaps." "So, soon you will have a choice to make." "It is already made," Airclaw told him. "Do not worry about me and what I want. It is your choice, and no others." Airclaw shrugged and kept his eyes at the shifting sky around them. They were on the Dragon's Mountain, a peak that towered over anything that existed in the real realm. It was a domain of the explorer's soul, with areas that were imprints of the territories that its other half had explored in life. The dragon did not remember his life in the infinite realm, as it remembered nothing since the moment he had been split. One half, a soul, had been sent to the ethereal realm to slumber, dreaming of a life in the real realm, waiting to awaken. Airclaw did not quite understand what the dragon was, but he was his teacher, his protector. "Did something happen?" Airclaw asked, indicating the places where the grand spirits used to be. The dragon tapped the ground with his claws. "No, they don't fear the Ancient One, but they don't want to fight him. I understand their misgivings, but he is only getting stronger. Eventually,
he will find a way to reach out through my block and leave the ethereal realm."
Airclaw shivered at the mention of the Yeti, the being that had nearly killed him to harvest his aspects. The Yeti was a terrifying force, a shade that was more monstrous than anything Airclaw had ever encountered. It butchered spirits and other shades, taking only parts of them that he thought were useful.
"Surely they can see the danger."
"They are spirits, young wolf, and the Yeti is trying to escape. They care nothing for what the Yeti could do in the real realm." The dragon bowed his head and shook it. "They want me to allow travel between the ethereal realm and the other planes again. War is the only one who wants to fight him, but his reasons do not align with the rest, and fighting him alone, War could lose, and no one knows what that would mean for the ethereal realm. They are frightened." The explorer's soul was just as strong as the Yeti. Airclaw knew that he could win, but he also knew that they were so evenly matched that victory was not guaranteed, and that made all the difference. Still, the explorer's soul was opposing the Yeti as much as he could. "He moved again," the dragon said after a few minutes of silence. "Not alone this time." Airclaw tilted his head, and the dragon closed his eyes. "I can't sense where he went, but he is with not a shade or a spirit, a being from the real realm." Airclaw blinked. The ethereal realm had been closed to other planes for years, but time didn't move at the same pace here, so it was possible.
"He is still looking for a way out."
"He is always looking," the dragon said. "I have power, I have will, but I lack the knowledge of such things. The spirits are hardly any better. We need something, a way to trap him, to imprison him forever. He is far too dangerous to be left alone." Imprison, not kill. Airclaw understood why. Beings like them, the dragon and the spirits, even the Yeti, didn't fight others who were close to them in power, not when the outcome wasn't assured. Why risk true death? "I will find it," Airclaw said. It had been his plan ever since the explorer's soul voiced his concern. He knew the power and the danger of the Yeti. He had been hunted by him before. "Perhaps you are right. Perhaps you have no choice at all," the dragon said. Airclaw nodded. Becoming something more than what he was, a true spirit, perhaps, would mean nothing if the Yeti did whatever it wanted to do. It escaping the ethereal realm would not save them. This place was the only thing keeping him contained. No, Airclaw had to finish his hunts, had to return to the real realm, and then find a way to defeat the Yeti. It was using the ethereal realm as its own playground, hunting and killing anything in its way, spirits, shades, and souls on their way to the afterlife. Only a few pockets of safety existed, being the lands held by the grand spirits too afraid to fight him, and the explorer's mountain. The Yeti had to be dealt with, or otherwise. It was all that mattered now. This concludes The Empire by Yvonne Cal, narrated by Phil Thron. Copyright 2022 by Yvonne Cal. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Yvonne Cal and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.